Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and are you ready to go on a journey there and back again? We are here. I am Strider, Travis Snell, and I'm joined by...
I am the Flame of Odun, Kirklin Patzer.
I am the Disturber of the Peace, Dylan Muss.
I am the extended cut Jessica.
I am Isildur's heir, Taylor Field.
But not Isildur himself. Man, I just remember that line because they repeat it so much in the Two Towers video game. That's how that game opened. It was Viggo Mortensen saying it this time. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is probably, if I had to make a list, I may have to do a list of like casts that were in the making or talked about. This was probably the one that's been talked about the most that we have not done yet. Because I remember, we had a list of all these retros or commentary tracks we were going to do. It's like at one point we're going to do Lord of the Rings, and we've told the story, but just in case, because I guarantee you, maybe some people didn't tune in for the animated stuff, maybe some people didn't tune in for the Hobbit stuff, but I know these have been anticipated, the 3 trilogy ones, where the reason it didn't happen, because we recorded the Hobbit ones in 2019 of January. We're like, oh, that's when the show got announced somewhere around that time, and then you can see, because it's funny, the first 2 Hobbits got recorded in January, and then the third one got recorded in May, so clearly, between January and May of 2019, that's when the announcement happened. Me, Dylan, and Taylor like, oh, we'll get to it eventually, because we got time, and they're like, well, we're going to shelve it and wait for the show to come out. And then we got that announcement, like, oh, it's years and years away. But here we are 3 years later. When this drops, it's less than a month away, and we are finally doing this. And of course, it's not technically attached to the show, but it's still, Lord of the Rings, one of the most iconic franchises of all time. So, Taylor, when we drop this and the 2 other ones, and the last episode, we're going to do a ranking, but that's going to be pretty easy to rank these films and whatnot. But, Taylor Field, where can they find this all?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can find us with your internet connection in the search bar. GeekVerse.ca is our home base. GeekVerse is our Twitter. GeekVerse on our Facebook.
Everything is down below. The links, the podcast links, the separate podcast feeds, the podcast network, the Discord, the Twitter, the Facebook, like Taylor just listed off. Audio, video, where to rate, review, subscribe, all that good jazz. The Manscaped website where you can go use our podcast code GVPOD to get 20% off and free worldwide shipping. And also Patreon is what you want to be doing, because you can get episodes ad-free, exclusive early. Those Hobbit ones, you could have got those 3 years ago. These, you could have just got like 3 weeks ago. But still, always getting stuff early, get them ad-free. And the more you put in Patreon, the more we can do like these solo shows, other retrospectives, multiple newscasts. Each and every one of you support this podcast, and we kindly thank you very much. A big shout out to our Patreon producers, Aaron Brain, April of Darkness, Joshua Wright, and Smalley Biggs. I did that even without Kirklin bringing up the links, and at that point, you can bring up a retrospective, and we will review the movie, just like Joshua Wright did. Soon we'll be reviewing his pick, and lots of good times there, so we thank everybody that's listening, and let's get into this. So, Dylan Muss, what are just your overall thoughts of, because obviously, 2003, I think you're safe for spoilers and everything, but your overall thoughts of, one, why and how did you see? Because I imagine for most of us, Fellowship was probably the first thing we saw out of the Lord of the Rings stuff. What was your first experience with Lord of the Rings? Why did you watch it? And what do you think about this film?
Yeah, I'm glad you phrased it that way instead of just like, what do you think about this movie? Because I think for all of us here, these movies are more than just that. For me, it's very much like a time and a place, and I feel like this came out in 2001, I believe, and that's when just like that era of 2000 or like 2005-ish, like I could point to some of my favorite video games, movies, like a lot of stuff is just crammed in like that early 2000s period. It was like I was born in 95, right? So the age is kind of perfect where I'm getting more interested in things that have maybe like deeper themes or more interesting mechanically on the gaming front and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't remember the first time watching Fellowship or when it came up. I have the distinct memory of seeing Return of the King in theaters, but I don't know if I saw Fellowship or Two Towers. I mean, when Fellowship came out, I would have been 6 years old. That feels like a bit too young, maybe. So at some point I watched them at some point in my life so that I could go see Return of the King in theaters. So I got caught up at some point in there. But yeah, I just, these movies, this world are so special to me. I think as a kid, it was just like these cool battles and characters and stuff, but it's a series of movies and a world that I've really grown up with, and a lot of things I've talked about on the podcast, how like, I don't know, Pixar, Disney things, or even like Harry Potter movies. Like once I got a bit older, I just didn't really engage with those things anymore. I just moved on to different stuff. But Lord of the Rings has been a constant throughout my whole life, from when I first saw it to today, always rewatching these movies every couple of years or every year, and always finding new stuff. And even like doing this retro, I discovered like a bunch more details about this world that I just never caught on to before. Little things, big things, and yeah. So I'm very excited that we're finally here after all these years talking about this trilogy of movies, because yeah, the greatest trilogy of movies ever, and these three movies might just be my three favorite movies of all time, like 1, 2, and 3. They're so good. So very excited to get into this, dive into some of these details. But yeah, these movies are very special to me. I think they will always remain to be my favorites, and yeah, love it.
Yeah, I'll go because I'll just stick in order. But no, Jessica has her ET finger up, so here we go.
I just want to add, if you can throw in some details. So if Dylan wants to add it in, and then Travis, go ahead and just. Have you read the books? So to go with like the movies, have you read the books? And then as well, when you watch these for this cast, did you watch regular or extended edition? So those are just my two questions for people to.
I hope you
add
watch
in.
the extended, everybody, because we're definitely going to be talking extended mostly.
Well, I'll quickly answer that. Books, no, I have the book behind me, so I'm a fake fan here. I actually required that book like in the last couple months, so I'll give myself that excuse. But no, I've not read the books. And then I had quite the elaborate setup when I was watching this. I had on my TV, I had the theatrical cut, which was in 4:3 resolution. On my laptop, I had
4:3.
widescreen extended edition. And then because all my screens were taken up, I took notes on a piece of paper, which is very old school. I haven't done that in a long time.
Shouts out
But
to
yeah,
Taylor.
my laptop is usually what I'm taking notes on, but it was preoccupied having two screens. So that was kind of an interesting experience. I mean, it's weird to, like, on a pacing front, normally it'd be really weird to do that because I'm, like, pausing often, trying to catch up and stuff like that. But since I'm so familiar with these movies, I didn't feel like it would, mess with the experience at all to kind of be pausing and catching up on 2 times. But it was interesting to watch both versions at the same time.
Dylan's looking like Gandalf looking for information in the ring. He's like flipping
Yeah, I
back
got
and
all
forth,
my
like,
papers,
yeah.
my scrolls,
12:24, 12:24. But like, I have to ask you too. Was this your first time watching the extended, or had you seen them before?
I have seen all the extended versions,
Okay.
but whenever I rewatch these movies, that's not the versions I go to. So
Okay.
I've seen them all at least once. I think Fellowship maybe 2 or 3 times now, but I most of the time go to theatrical. So everything in here was familiar to me, but I think when we get to Two Towers and Return of the King is when there's going to be certain things that I'm like, man, I have seen this, but like I do not remember a lot of these details. So that'll be a lot of fun for me. There's going to be new Lord of the Rings content, essentially. So that's kind of a crazy thought.
Well, and technically, you could go watch the Hobbit extendeds too. Those would be some new stuff for you.
That's true.
So.
Yeah,
I've always
I'm
thought
okay
about
with
doing it. I've always thought about it, but it's just like, do I really want to? I don't know. But yeah, so Lord of the Rings, how my love started was, and I even did a Google search. There's nothing on it. I was trying to find, because I remember it was a trailer on some DVD that I saw. And the 2 things I distinctly remember is the first trailer, they had the dragon firework coming down and going over everybody. Now, in the trailer, it looks very dramatic, very serious. In the movie, it's a fucking joke, and it's like, oh, yes. But in the trailer, it's framed like, what the hell is this thing? And I was a big fan of medieval fantasy and stuff like that. I don't really know where that started because it doesn't really go back to my, like, comic book routes or WWE routes. This might be honestly the start of that type of phase. But I remember that, and specifically, I remember Gandalf's face when he does the "Is it secret? Is it safe?" line, and that's in the trailer. Where I think the opening of the trailer is Frodo walks into the Bag End and it's all dark and everything, and Gandalf grabs him. And I just remember that distinctly, and looking at my dad like, we need to see these movies. And I remember the whole time talking it up, being like, oh, there's this trailer. Have you seen it for Lord of the Rings? All this. There's this like blood dragon that falls down. I was hyped as a kid, and we went to see. I've seen them all in theaters. Return the King, not counting. I saw like some sort of shark documentary. I got to see Return the King at IMAX, which is still one of the best experiences of my life. Just that massive screen, that battle, and everything. And we'll get to Return the King. But yeah, I watched them all. Like I had all the toys except for all the Hobbits because I wasn't a big Hobbit guy. I was a Frodo guy, but about that, no. But I had most of the Fellowship. I had Saruman. I had multiple orcs going on. Like for Christmas, those years was always different. Lord of the Rings toys, Legos, the games I bought, I played. You guys did that Games Cast. The Two Towers game, I put in months worth of hours just doing those waves over and over. And yeah, I just consumed Lord of the Rings so easily. I just loved everything about it. And yes, I have read books, but I read those books when I was a wee lad. I read them when I was around like 13, 14, because I'm not sure, oh God, I don't even know what age I would have been. So 2001, that's 21 years ago. So if I'm about to be 29, so I was about No, that can't be right because I'm older than Dylan, so I'm wrong on the math somewhere. But I finished the books after the movies because I was just bummed because you find out, oh, okay, there's just 3. That's it. There's not going to be any more. So it's like, well, I'm going to get these books, and Kirklin's got me into because soon I got to make a purchase on Audible. I'm going to be getting those audio books because I think it's time for me to reread them. I'm not in the place in my life where I can read the books because they are long and they're not Game of Thrones dense, but they can have some chapters that are very dense but very descriptive. But absolutely love Lord of the Rings, and for this film, I've gone back and forth, and I think this is going to change a lot in my life, but there's stages where Two Towers was my favorite. There's stages where Return of the King was my favorite. But there was an interview that Elijah Wood did, and he was talking about why he thought Fellowship was the best chapter of them all. And I'll probably talk more about points when we get into specifics. But once he did that, and then I watched the film with that mind frame, and I completely agree that I think they're all, I said this to a fan day, it's a spoiler. These films are all, I'm saying it now, they're all 10 out of 10s for me. They're all pretty much perfect. Like anything that I'll point out are like the minor things. There's nothing you could do. These are arguably the greatest films of all time. But yeah, there's something about Fellowship, and I think it is the Fellowship being together. I think it has the best pacing. I think it doesn't waste a moment. I think there's all the movies have stakes, but this really has stakes. And, everyone talks about that whole Empire Strikes Back of leaving you in a dark place. The whole movie leaves you in a dark place at the end. This is the first chapter, and I think it just has the greatest sense of adventure and character development, and there's very interesting characters where I feel like some of the characters like Legolas and Gimli maybe start to take a back seat as we go on. I loved the core of the Fellowship, the introducing to the characters, the world building, the twists and turns. So absolutely love this film, and I can't wait to discuss it more. So Taylor Field.
Yes. Now, my memory with Lord of the Rings, I don't got much. Like I can't picture like my first time watching it, Fellowship of the Ring. Like it just
A couple days ago.
Yeah. It was a meme the first time you saw it. What's this?
What's this movie from?
Yeah.
Is this like related to The Hobbit? But this was
What's a Jar Jar song?
This definitely is just it's a fantastic trilogy. And with Fellowship of the Ring, like I said, it's something I don't recall seeing when I was younger, but I remember that my parents bought it on VHS. They bought Two Towers on VHS. Return of the King had that like girthy double VHSs in the case.
Oh, I had that one.
Oh yeah.
Girth.
So my family my parents bought the films for VHS, but it would have been probably Two Towers, Return of the King time that I really started to kind of dabble and take note of what this was going on. And like you said, Dylan, like at the time it's the action sequences and everything that kind of like gets you in. Like in this movie particularly, when I from what I remember, like when I was younger and I started to actually show an interest in this, so when they're having the council in Rivendell and Legolas is like, this is like heir to the throne of Gondor, and then Boromir's like, this is a Sealer's heir. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck's going on right now, but the music is tense, so I mean, I must imagine this is like very tense right now. So, but it's cool now watching it and being able to go back and understand this. Like, I had never seen the extended editions until, when COVID hit and the theaters were playing old movies and they did the extended editions in theaters, and I thought, oh, this is great. All of them. All of the films in there, and it was just such a long journey that was just, it was awesome. It was fantastic. But yeah, it was cool because after seeing the movies so many times over, I didn't realize that there was like a good chunk of extended stuff that was added in, and it'll be cool to talk about how they factor into the story, because I feel like you mentioned this, Travis, but Fellowship's extra scenes definitely had like the minimal most effect on the overall storyline.
Yeah,
the
just
other
really
ones were,
really
like,
extended
more plot.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that was definitely a great point. But again, watching this movie the other day, it's still, like you said, Dylan, as well, things that were new that I wasn't picking up, and we're shut it now too, specifically here. Like when I caught like Boromir's bracers being like Aragorn, like looting his body and putting them on. I was like, oh, this
Looting
is
Looting his body.
Guys, he's dead. Let's get it.
His rares dropped. Yeah.
Gimli's like, give me his boots.
Fuck, we never saw his boots.
He's just on the boat, naked, just going down the water. No shield. That's in the
Just
extended cut. Yeah.
Yeah, in the extended cut, Aragorn's like behind that Uruk-hai, like that guy over there. Yeah, shoot that one.
Yeah. I really want that horn, Uruk-hai.
God, just right on his naked body. Return to Denethor.
That's why Denethor snaps. He's what did they do to my son?
My son.
They took everything except the shield.
Took everything.
You reminded me
And the
of
horn.
something else.
Yeah,
It's just this is something I mentioned to you guys in the chat. Like the level of sincerity and the serious moments and tones. I hate myself because I just start laughing. People are dying or saying things, and I'm laughing because we diluted it so hard with the memes over the years, and it's just brutal.
It's funny. The only one I think that gets me is Hold It for a While, like Dylan said. But the rest of them, I can turn off. The rest of them, it actually doesn't bug me at all. Like I can turn on off. Hold It for a While still is the one where I'm like, fuck. It's getting me. Go ahead,
Since
yeah.
we're on the topic, for me, it's like not even the meme like ones. It's like the gifs. Like whether it's like Elrond like turning around really quickly, like when Merry and Pippin are like running to the council, and he just has that like super angry face. It gets me every time. Those gifs that I just use all the time for non-serious
For me, it's
reasons.
definitely that line in Mount Doom. When you cast it into the fires, you know, it's like such an important moment. But I just
Destroy
crack
it.
up laughing.
I was there, Gandalf.
Oh god.
Taylor, you done?
I was just gonna say I haven't read the books. And what was yours?
Just drop that in there.
Did you do the extended edition? I guess you already covered that.
For
Yeah.
Fellowship, no, but I watched the extended scenes on YouTube.
Nice.
So wait a second. You watched the movie and then you watched the extended scenes?
Did you pause
Yeah,
like at the moments when
That's
the
so
scenes
weird.
were coming?
No,
So then you like go
no.
to YouTube.
Yes, and come to the office. Come to the office.
It's like 480p. You like can't even really see what's going on.
Prime had the regular cuts, and they were charging for the extended edition. So
I
like,
saw that.
I'm
yeah.
gonna buy it, like, cause I have it. I will say this. I have I want to get the editions on 4K, and I found that many places, like even in Walmart, they have it like $20. They have like a good like 4K or Blu-ray bundle, but it's not. It's only theatrical, and it's bothering me. But now I got the 4K TV. Watching this movie, there's some things that really, really don't jive with the quality, but when it does jive, holy shit, like it's just fantastic.
Really?
Sounds like
I
our
don't-
Prey
Oh
review
yeah,
right
the
there.
Balrog and everything was incredible.
I'm
It was
excited for you
so
to bring
good.
that up because I still feel there's like the odd scene here and there, but even the odd scene is like their weakest CGI is better than people's best CGI.
Oh,
right
yeah.
Oh,
now,
I agree.
you know?
Yeah.
2000 what?
You do
one?
agree,
This
Taylor?
one
Maybe
is?
it's not like you didn't
I do
agree.
agree.
Jeez.
No, because I like when you do see like the bad CGI, like it stands out and you can tell.
Okay.
But like when it's good, it is really good. And
No,
like,
I was
you
still
are
talking about the
right,
bad
like-
CGI though. You know, I know I take your point is valid on the good CGI, but the bad CGI, I'm saying it's not that bad. It's still better than most.
Better than most today. I
Yes.
definitely agree. Yeah, there's
Okay.
a lot of shit CGI today.
Isn't that just so crazy for a movie that came out like 2001 to just like
Someone sold their soul.
Well, the other reason is too because they didn't have to like hit a fucking certain day at this certain time because we can get a tax break. You know,
Sorry, Peter.
Even Peter said that this week because like they're talking about him. He didn't get a look at the scripts because of right issues and stuff like that. But the other thing he just said like, yeah, I probably wouldn't be able to make this type of movie nowadays because of that reason. You wouldn't get the time, and no one nowadays would have. The fact that this worked, like before I throw you curriculum, the fact that they greenlit 3 films back to back to film them. This first with a bunch of pretty much I won't say no name people, but not like super A tier stars. This was one of the biggest gambles in Hollywood history, and the fact that it paid off works like dividends for them. But it could have easily just bombed and done really terrible and stuff like that. And you can what I would recommend too if you don't have the special features because I had them on the VHS, but I have the first ever Blu-ray edition. It's cool. It's a book and the cases are black. It's really cool. It's black and gold. Every time I watch these movies, then after I watch special features, the 2 best special features in all time are the prequels, Star Wars, whatever you feel about the movies, and then these. The special features for these, there's like 3-hour-long documentaries on just like one particular scene. They get so vast with it, and Peter Jackson and go watch just The Fellowship because I think the first hour and a half was about them making it. And at one point, this was only supposed to be like 2 movies crammed into one. And then they're like, well, actually, let's just do 1 movie. Like it went through so many different versions. So the fact that this even exists, like Peter Jackson's probably right. Today, that might not happen. You know, it might not. Might not go.
Do you have like the budget like in front of you right now for all 3 movies?
I'll
or
look
something?
while you
I'm
were
just
talking.
like curious in comparison to like the other big event movie, which on a whole other scale, it would be like an Infinity War Endgame, but that had super actors, like not just
Yeah.
regular actors. In
But
that
like,
one.
and
That
this
was
is
super
this
big
is-
deal actors.
Obviously, there's inflation, so it changed. But this is what's wrong with the world. Fellowship of the Ring budget $93 million.
Oh my
That's like the
God.
same budget of what Batgirl was when it was
no,
too
we're never
expensive
seeing it.
nowadays. Yeah, $93 million. Now it's probably a bit higher, like I said, because inflation. But still, $93 million, and this movie looks better than most 200 to 250 million movies. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. But yeah.
Bonkers. Yeah. So yeah, with Fellowship of the I guess for Lord of the Rings in general, I've never seen them in theaters. I don't think to this day. It's a big travesty. I don't know. Maybe one day when I'm just loaded in GV bucks, I can just rent out a whole IMAX and just watch the whole
Ooh,
trilogy.
we should do that for
Are
a
we
10
coming?
year.
Or just
Sorry?
your solo? Are
You
we
can,
coming, or
yeah.
just, oh.
We should do that
$20
for the-
door cover charge.
For our 10 year,
nice. I'll pay that easy.
our 10 year anniversary, we should do that. Just rent out a theater and watch Lord of the Rings the whole
That
thing.
would be
Make a day
big
event
baller.
of it. You know?
Yeah.
I'm down.
But
Invite the
yeah,
patrons.
and like just I remember I remember very vividly like the first time I watched each of the movies, just like at home on DVD, like not a great like theatrical experience or anything. And at that point in time, it was really just like the battles that I was interested in. I think that's why Helm's Deep was my favorite movie. Or
Helm's
Two
Deep.
Towers.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how
I
I
haven't
saw
seen
it
that
as a
one.
kid. That's how
That's what it's called
that's how
in
I
the
saw it as a
extended-
kid. Essentially, I'm like, which
These-
movie has that battle? I just want to watch that. Probably like fast forward to the scenes because I just love the
a damn
combat. It
good
was so
battle.
fun. It really
yeah.
just. I feel like at that time I was just like really getting interested in like high fantasy and like medieval type like era things. So it was just perfect timing for that. Like Travis was mentioning, like all the Christmases I was getting like different Lord of the Rings toys and action figures and stuff like that. So I was like really, really in on it and like not really realizing just how big of a deal it was. And like I always loved like Lord of the Rings, as Dylan mentioned, like it'll probably forever be like my favorite movies. And then like just in the last few years, I like really understood that like these movies are really just like the tip of the iceberg. And I really like dove in on like just Silmarillion stuff, like earlier age stuff. I'm like, I can't believe that all of this was like just crafted from Tolkien's mind like almost 100 years ago now. Like it's so fascinating. So much of high fantasy is actually just like I wouldn't say ripped, but like heavily inspired by like
Riffing
Tolkien's,
off.
like
Yeah.
his initial ideas. And like when I really like found that out, it was just like, I can't believe that because like those movies were already a 10 out of 10 in my eyes. And then once I like started like peering down at the depths of that glacier, it's just like, holy crap! Like this is so on another level than I even expected, and it's not even new content. Like all that stuff was written like I said, like almost 100 years ago now. Like it's so incredible. I feel like it's really it's just really made me like the certain things that I like. Like I feel like I wouldn't have gotten so deep into like something like D&D if it wasn't for like Tolkien's stories. And like I said, like it's a big part of it is that it's that initial like formation of like elves, dwarves, magic, wizards. Like I've just always loved that stuff, and like those are like Tolkien's pretty much like original ideas. Like fantasy was just so not even what it was before he wrote those books. And me again just like realizing that the last few years on top of something that I already love so much, which is Lord of the Rings, of just like the theatrical movies, it just blew my mind. It was like, I don't know, I just like I discovered something brand new again. It's super exciting even just like now. To answer Jessica's questions, I'm going through the novels right now. I'm on Two Towers, and it's been hell of a ride. So many like obviously like key points I'm familiar with, but there's just it's like a brand new story of just having like certain like brand new characters that didn't make the theatrical cut, or just certain dialogue that our same characters have, but they just say it in such a different way, and it has so much more meanings to it. I think it just speaks to like what a master like linguistics expert Tolkien was, of just like he literally crafted an Elvish language and could just write it like it's his main like it's just, my mind can't even wrap around how someone could just like have that of like a made up language. And anyways, it's fantastic. It's so important to me in my life. I every single year, me, my other buddy Carson, my other buddy Tyler, we get together and we watch the extended editions on October 24th. If you start it, like I think it's right at 7:20 something. Oh no, I think it's closer to 8. you get to literally 10 a.m. October 24th. That's when Gandalf says that at 10 a.m. So if you like time it perfectly, that's what happens. That's what we try and do every year. And every single year, like we just sit in one day and watch all of them. You feel like Frodo by the end of it, that you just went on this massive adventure, and you're just sweaty and gross. Yeah, it's done. Exactly. So yeah, Lord of the Rings is super important in my life. I love it so much. And no matter how many times I watch this movie, like I am just in tears multiple times, multiple scenes. There's moments that aren't even like a heavy scene, but it's just like thinking about the line that's tying into the book that like I just went through this year. It just like resurfaces emotions. It's just like, I'm so glad that this is just a real thing, and we're living in this era that we can just experience it. Like it's fantastic to me. So I could speak forever about just how much I love Tolkien, but I don't want to do that. So I'll pass it along to Jessica. Still got a couple more episodes to just spew about it, so I'm excited.
I have a feeling that this might be the length of the extended cut, just this podcast, just talking
all
about
three movies.
So I am in the same boat as Taylor in the fact that I don't remember at all first time I watched it. I don't know that I saw any of them in theaters. I actually think this might be the first time I've watched the extended edition. I know I went to start it when they were added to Netflix however many years ago, and then I just never did. And then I found them actually at Value Village, and so I actually have them on DVD now in the extended edition.
Very nice.
Where's my
Nice.
camera?
Hey, that's the ones I have. I'll go grab them.
Nice.
Shay pawned them off to Valley Village, and Jessica
I gotta get my
Needed to buy those supplies for his arm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I decided that, this time would obviously be the time that I watched the extended edition. And, here we go. Kirk going to show his off too?
No,
We lost Travis.
Yeah, we
think he
did.
went to
He's
go
going to
get
go
his as
find
well.
his. Oh, where's the
that.
last one?
Ooh, fake fan. Oh, there he is.
There it is. Nice.
Real
nice.
fake fan. These aren't even mine. I borrowed them from Tyler, so shouts out to you, Tyler. I know you're listening.
And here comes Travis to show off what he's got too, so.
Holy greasy stains on his shirt.
Taylor, you're the only one who doesn't have anything physical to show for it.
Me? Okay,
Yeah.
hang on.
Okay, he's going out too.
So mine
Let's see
opens
it.
up like a book. This is like gold. It's the first Blu-ray they ever printed, and then they come out like this, and they're like, I don't know, variant covers of like Lord of the Rings.
Very
and stuff
green
like that.
looking.
Well, they're actually
Yeah.
gold.
The Oath
obviously,
Breakers.
But yeah, but then the case is black, which is really nice. Each cover always has like a main character in there, and it has like all the when you open this bad boy up, there's 5 discs in here. All the extended stuff.
It'd be like Gambit, just
everything,
throwing them out like
yeah.
weapons.
Oh yeah,
Look
it's
at
good
this,
stuff
like-
right there.
I'll show
Oh, yeah.
I'll show some of
I
this
love
too.
it.
That artwork. And then it's the same thing, yeah. Open her up. We got more maps.
Oh, yeah.
All those
Where's mine
DVDs. Woo! Look
Mine's
at
a
that.
basic copy. I think I only have like 1 disc in here. Oh, I got
I
two.
feel like
got two
you
in
sh-
here.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
You should have this more than I should. I just happened to find them.
One's in my Xbox.
So yeah, that. And
Good
then
show
just
and
because we're
tell. That was fun.
just because we're talking about physical stuff,
Impromptu.
I'll go ahead and throw this one out too. When The Hobbit came out, this was at Costco.
Oh, no.
And I never even opened it. Like it still got some plastic on it.
Are those
Oh, it's
VHS
Price
books.
tag on there.
Oh, the books.
Yeah, the books.
Nice.
So
Good
I do
resale
have
value.
them, but I'm sure you can guess if I've read them or not. So
you read the
I actually did
box?
read The Hobbit in school.
Have you read
It was
the-
English.
Nice.
Go ahead, Taylor. What do you got?
What?
He showed off what he got.
I already showed it. You want?
Did you? I missed it. Sorry.
A 3-film collection.
Oh yeah. This needs to get retired for the 4K bundle.
Just the standard lo-fi edition.
Oh yeah.
Boxing
I
Day.
can't-
Boxing Day, you'll have that stuff going around.
Can't wait to see what kind of statue comes with that one too.
There
Fuck.
was like a huge box set that I almost purchased, but it came with the extended Hobbits, and I just I don't need to draw money on that. So
I got
There
the
was one
steelbooks
they-
if you want to borrow 'em.
There was one I think they did a couple years of like a Balrog too and stuff like
Oh.
that. So they're
Bring that
always
back.
they're always doing stuff. So they'll probably do some again with the show coming out. They'll pump it out. For
Yeah.
some
Put the
sales.
Denny's
absolutely.
meals back in there.
Oh, the Denny
Dude,
meals.
yeah.
Yes, yeah. Go look up the Hobbit Grand Slams and stuff like that. There's some good stuff.
Do you guys remember the Burger King toys for Lord of the Rings, where it made like a giant ring of characters? Like each one was like
Yes,
a
I
pizza slice,
did.
kind of, that like
Yeah.
stuck together.
I never made the whole ring, but I.
I didn't have anything, but my neighbor had the whole set, and I would just
Wow.
like all go at
Cool.
them. Let's play with your Lord of the Rings toys, man.
So anyway, for me, this show is not the same. You know, I'm more Harry Potter. You know, when we talk about kind of things that we engulfed our life into, Lord of the Rings was that back burner one where, yeah, I'll watch it, but generally I sit on my phone or, you know, Twitch and not like stream Twitch, but, you know, like fidget. It's just not had that same drive for me. So this time I actually had a friend come over to watch them with me, and he has not seen any of them. So in his 30s and never experienced Lord of the Rings. So this actually gave me a reason. I think this is the first time ever that I just sat and physically watched it. So not only did I watch the extended edition, but I actually, you know, read the subtitles on the screen instead of just like picking up random words every once in a while in between Facebook scrolling. So it was actually quite a different experience for me this time to, you know, a lot of things I didn't know or understand references to. Like I wouldn't have understood Taylor's name before. I would have been like, I have no idea what the fudge that's referencing to at all. So
Do you know my name?
I do.
Say it out loud. You'll come.
I
to
can't say.
Flame of Odun.
I remember it,
Okay.
but
That's exactly the scene. It's from The Exorcist, Taylor.
you know, for me, it was just like I like the Balrog. He was exciting, and that was kind of my extent of this movie. I was, you know, people were like, "Hey, you want to watch Fellowship of the Rings?" It was like, no, that's boring. Like even this extended edition, I was like, it took an hour before we were even out of the Shire. Like it was a long go. But this time, actually watching it, I enjoyed it. There's definitely a lot more to it than, you know, I really realized. And yeah, I think overall, I'm excited to kind of talk to you guys about it and kind of bring up some of the pieces too from my friend who hadn't watched it before. Having seen it now for the very first time, he has some interesting takes, to say the least. And
Had
just
he
to
seen
mimic,
the memes or something like that?
that
Can't
was
avoid the memes, right?
that was
Yeah.
the thing. He's like, this
Oh,
whole
okay.
movie is just ruined by memes. He's like, I
okay.
can't get into it because everything's a meme. Or
That's why I'm
He's like,
showing my
"Oh,
kids
yeah,
at
I-
a young age. They're not going to see
Yeah.
these memes before they see the film. You know, that I'm making sure that's not a case.
so yeah, that was his thing. He actually regretted not watching them when they came out because he thinks he would have enjoyed them. But anyway, that's kind of my overall where I am with Lord of the Rings, and I'm ready to kind of dive into it if you guys are.
We'll
Hell
see.
yeah.
I'm going to start with like a softball. Maybe it's not for Kirklin, but the same thing. I watched this with my kids, and you know they Gwen watched it more. The other kids read it out, especially Ellie. But I want to ask Kirklin because maybe he's reading the books right now. Like I said, I read them when I was 14. I remember some base points, but that's why I need to reread them because I could not tell you like Kirklin could. Logan to me asked a really good question, and I want to know if you would answer. We know where Gandalf lives? Does he have like a physical like house, apartment? Because he's always traveling,
he's-
right?
I
He's
don't
like
think
a-
he has an apartment.
That's a
Whatever.
really good question.
Whatever it may be.
I think I mean,
This is from my
technically, I
3-year-old.
think he just has like residencies everywhere. Like he's just a wandering vagrant, right? So he's stayed in the Shire. Doesn't mean he's lived there. He's stayed in Rivendell. He
Right.
stayed in
Just
Minas
sleeps
Tirith.
at
I feel
the-
like he's just such a like important figure that they just like, oh, can I stay in this room? Like, no, that's Gandalf's room. Like nobody goes in there until he comes around. He's gonna stay there. But that's a fabulous question because I've never once thought that. Like
But you
just
would
the
just-
eyes of a little one. That's very interesting.
I thought the same thing you did, that he's just a traveler, but I also thought like he's gonna still need like a base place to put all his stuff that he accumulates, I imagine, right? Like even if it's like spell stuff or wizard stuff, like what about his clothes? Does he just always buy those around? So when Logan asked
Well,
that, I was
I'm
puzzled.
not even
for
certain if
20
Gandalf
minutes.
sleeps. I mean, have we?
He
Is there
does.
any shot of him sleeping?
Yeah, Return of the King.
Yeah.
Where he sleeps with his eyes open.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
Stress his mind.
Yeah.
So I sleep.
I found this interesting article. Does Gandalf have a home? People talk about how he doesn't because he doesn't subject himself to that. Where he's there to do a mission. He's not on Middle Earth to set up shop. He has places
Until he's in the
rests,
Shire,
like
just
the
smoking
Shire.
halfling leaf
Yeah.
and partying with the
He
hobbits.
reprieves at these areas. Like
He has a
Rivendell,
mission,
the
but
Shire,
on Saturday he's
but,
gonna party at Bilbo's. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, where do you think he puts all his stuff then, Taylor? That's the thing. Like, anything
He's got
he
his
keep-
cart. You see that wagon? He's got a lot
Yeah.
of shit in there.
Okay, so he's just keeping it all in the cart.
Yeah,
could
I was
believe
actually
that.
wondering that. Like, where is the cart?
Yes.
Like, does he just leave it in the Shire?
Fabulous question.
Saruman
I
probably
think he's
fucked
just
up.
got
Because
so
we
many.
only ever see it at the start of this movie, right? And then it just never shows up again.
Yeah, that's true because when he goes and looks at the files, it's just him on horseback. Because my
Yeah, he
theory
just
was
goes there
Saruman.
quicker, right?
Yeah. My theory is, maybe Saruman got him. He's like, destroy this cart. But no, he doesn't take that cart to Saruman. So that cart's still in the Shire to
That
this
cart
day.
Loot
very
that.
well could just be full of fireworks too. Like, it might not have anything of value in it.
It's
Well,
killed some
that was-
hobbits while he was gone.
Why wouldn't he just put the hobbits on it and like, okay, let's go too? That was
'Cause
my
he gotta
other
stay
question.
off the path, though.
Yeah.
That was his word.
Like
Well-
when he
Yeah.
at the initial, like when he sent in the prancing pony.
Yeah,
I feel like it'd be
just
very hard to
even-
get to the top of Mount Doom in a cart.
Well-
No, she means like
or
when
like
he,
the
when she-
eagles, like anything. Like
Well,
why?
No, the Eagles.
no.
Kirklin will get in that.
We'll
but
get there.
I,
We'll get
I
there.
thought the same thing with Prancing Pony, though, that I do think it was irresponsible that Gandalf should have got them there first and then went to look at the records. I do think that was irresponsible because these guys have never left the Shire at all. They're very inexperienced and they have things looking after them. Like,
Well,
luckily
you're
they
messing up the order a
hid.
bit. He doesn't leave them and then go to get the records in Minas Tirith. He goes to Saruman.
Okay, sorry, he goes Saruman, but still, I thought he should have got them the Prancing Pony first and not let them, because there's literally a scene where the ring wraiths are inches away from getting him, and it could have been over. So I thought that was irresponsible of Gandalf to do in that moment. He should have got them safety and then went to Saruman.
But he didn't know the escalation, right? He didn't know that the 9 left, and again, the last thing he would have expected was Saruman to betray him. So, I mean, in his defense, like, he was definitely making the right call, getting the head of his order to help him.
It's
I
a
guess
mission
he's
of
just so-
secrecy, right? Like
Yeah.
he doesn't like the whole point is no one should even know that like Frodo leaves like at all. So if he leaves with me, obviously everyone's like, oh, that's probably Frodo and Sam
Well,
with that.
put
big
him in the
wizard
back
guy.
of the cart. Put him in the
That's
back of the
true.
cart,
Just hide
hidden,
there
and
for a
then
little bit.
No,
Yeah,
because the Nazgul were drawn to where the ring was, so they're gonna find a cart, and the
But
9
like
probably
Taylor
would have
said,
taken out Gandalf. Honestly.
He didn't know about the Nazgul yet, so he just thought, let's just hide him in there.
Well,
I think it's just not safe. He was
I'll-
very shady when he sent them off. He's like, look at a bird chirps, and he's like, be careful out here, and he's like, good luck, and it's like, fuck, Gandalf. Like,
I mean, one thing that's like worth putting out there is that like once he gives Frodo the ring, and doesn't really happen in the movies, but we talked about this in the animated movie, and then confirmed this happened in the books. That after Frodo gets the ring, like 17 years go by, right? So it's like at any point Gandalf could have come back and like sent them off, and maybe the 9 riders wouldn't have been ready to go yet. So the fact that it was like 17 years to the day, and then they like both leave, they both start their journey at the same time. Like, I don't know. It's just it's a bit unlucky too. I feel like even if Gandalf, I agree to an extent, he is being irresponsible, but he is also Gandalf, and he works in cryptic ways.
I want to ask you guys a question from the first time you saw us, because Kirkland reconfirmed this when we did the animated thing talking about the books. The editing of this film, to me, so that Bilbo has his party, which we'll get into. He has his party, leaves, and then leaves the ring with Gandalf. Gandalf has some suspicions, tells Frodo. He goes, learns about the ring, and he comes back. Frodo's wearing the same thing. Gandalf's wearing the same scene. For years, I thought that was like the same night or day, because like the way they edit it does not look any. The extended, it's
Well, I
there's
think in
more-
this movie, like that is the case. I think.
It's been at least a few days, because he did say he went looking for Gollum at least. He said, I looked for the creature everywhere. So I'd assume a couple days. But that editing, did you guys think that as well? Because I thought that for the longest time that, this is just, even then, it's not like the books. It's not 17 years. It's maybe like a week. But to me, it just, the editing still looks like it's the same night, that he's back in the morning like, hey, I found all this stuff,
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked when I learned that 17 years passed in that time. And I was like, well, that can't be the canon in Peter Jackson's trilogy. And I don't think it is. I think it's just a few days. But I agree, when I was a kid, I always just thought it was like a one night extravaganza, like he pulled an all-nighter kind of thing to get there and back again.
I agree.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing, 100%, that it was all just one kind of clump of events. And to hear that there was 17 years just kind of makes it a little more questionable about.
Not in
kind
this
of,
movie, though. I don't think.
I
in
know,
the book,
but-
but now that no.
Well, yeah, that was. I mean, even one thing to talk about. There's one point when they say, it's been 40 days, or we've been in here for, 3 days, and it's like 3 days. Like, you've been in here for 5 minutes. There's been no change in anything. What the hell happened? So I feel like that happens more than just once, where days pass and you'd have no way to tell.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the whole journey, right, from the Shire to Mount Doom takes like 6 months, I think, in the books is like something like that. But obviously in this movie, it feels more like, I don't know, what feels fair? Like a month?
Well, they do
couple
state
weeks.
like the time of the year, like in certain occasions. So, like when he gets to Rivendell, like just by the movie, like if you actually keep track of the specific dates that they say, you should be able. Like I haven't done this myself, but you should be able to get like an actual timeline. And I imagine it's actually pretty close to the books. They just don't go into like other than like the 17-year jumps. It's just like from the start of the adventure itself. I believe it loosely still ties into that because
Right.
I believe they do comment on like it being like December at some point or something like that. Again, like I'm not 100% confirming that, but I believe that is the case.
I feel like that is something that the extended editions do well, is there's just more like a day-night cycle sort of things that seem to happen. Like you see more like them camping at night. So it makes certain sections feel longer than the theatrical version. So that was something for me too. Like that was to me a big change. It's just like the little moments. Like it's just a camp. Just camp for the night. Not like anything huge plot-wise, but at least it adds like it makes that section feel more substantial in terms of like how long the travel sequence of it actually is. And I gotta say, I love the like just travel sequences in general. Like I love that that's just a big part of these movies, and I think that's why Two Towers has always kind of been my favorite. I just love those shots of Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas just running for like minutes at a time, and like all the other crew. Like I don't know, that's one thing I really like, even if the timing of it has never made perfect sense in my head.
Yeah, the two things that like brings those up is pure just like cinematography and Howard Shore's score. Like just the music. This is like top tier score. Like I probably would put it as number one of all time scores for me because it's just there's so many great tracks. But I don't know why the journey always felt like specifically it was like 3 weeks, like very specifically 3 weeks. But I think that's where everyone talks about
A week per film.
No, I meant like no, just this movie felt like 3
Okay,
weeks.
okay.
Like to me, that's like a good barometer of like they know each other, but they're not super close still, but close enough that they feel like they've bonded and stuff like that. And still, I think 3 weeks is like a good enough time for Frodo still to think he could do this on his own. Now he does, like obviously spoilers, it all ends up, but like there is like some naivety that thinks like he's gonna do it, and obviously there's lots of things that get him to Mount Doom. But no, and that's where like adaptation of book is good because I think it would have been jarring to do the 17 years jump in this, and especially too just like just being realistic, you would hire a bunch of different actors, because you would have had something where all these people are aging and you wouldn't. So I think you don't need that. Even if it's a couple days, weeks, I think taking that out of this movie was a good idea because that just creates like, I think an unnecessary jump for something you can do in a book where in a movie, I don't think you need to like, oh, it's been 17 years and you play catch up. And no, I think Jackson and team were smart just to make it maybe a few days later or a week because not needed, I don't think, at 17 years.
Does that time jump in the book feel like a prologue sort of thing, Kirklin? Like that first section happens and then it like skips 17 years and that's like your prologue set dressing sort of thing?
I wouldn't necessarily say that because there's still a lot of stuff that happens like before that 17 years happens, but like there is the 17-year jump and it's not like you check in after 2 years or then like see how it's going and then check in after 5 years. Like it's just the 17-year jump. And then if I remember correctly, like they just kind of like account that like like nothing has really happened in those 17 years. Like it's just business as usual. Shire folk just being Shire folk, partying, smoking, just living life. And then afterwards, like it's after that 17 years, it's not like they just rush out of the Shire. Like there's actually a lot of logistics that go into like how they're gonna get Frodo out because like the Bagginses, like I said that like Smeagol unintentionally. That was weird. The Baggins.
No, he says bagoons. Bagoons.
The Bagoons.
remember.
Bagginses.
Bagoons. He didn't say Baggins. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bagginses. Like they're a very well renowned name in the Shire. Like the story of the Hobbit. Like that's a big deal. Like this
Put
one
him on the
Hobbit
map.
went out. He brought back so much like like gold, and that's why the Sackville Baggins
Just
want Bag End
pimped
so
out.
bad, because it's all said that like the treasure is in like the basement of Bag End, and it's just like these folk tales around Bilbo. So like just Bag End, Bilbo, and Frodo, like those names are big deals in the Shire, and that's what's so like it kind of sucks because like now that I've gone through the books and like just realized those moments, I've actually found like the beginning of this movie, there's a lot of like pacing things that just, I don't even want to say like they're problematic for the film because they work perfect for what the film is, but there's just so many scenes where we jump to this and then we jump to this and then we have the Council of Elrond and then they're just jumping, they're leaving Rivendell, and like it works so fine if you haven't seen like that long form version of like, this makes a lot more sense it being slower because you really have to like organize it all, and like obviously in the book you go through that's why it's like you really like you got to look at them for two different pieces. There's a lot of things that I could mention in this movie that I just dislike because the book version is better, but there's no way you could have this specific character in this movie because it would make no sense. You would have him in for this one scene and you wouldn't know who this guy is and then he would never be seen again, and it's just like, why did they even introduce this character? Like there is film decisions that were made that it's so smart they went that route. Like Travis, you were kind of mentioned that like earlier, it's just like Jackson and his team like making this decision to change certain, I don't know, canon or like just certain things to make it work, and it's so smart that they did that, and I feel like that's allows me to just like really appreciate them on their own. But definitely like those earlier sections, just because there's a lot of logistics and like how they actually like Frodo sells Bag End because like he's never coming back. That was never a part of the plan. It's like he sells it to the Sackville Bagginses. they got what they wanted, and then like on his birthday, that is the date that they leave. But they don't even mention that like in the movie at all. And I think the reason for that is because they don't have a year jump. Like they don't have 17 years jump. We have Bilbo's birthday. We had Bilbo's birthday, which if you didn't know, it's the exact same day as Frodo's birthday. And then like fast forward 17 years, they leave 17-year anniversary of Bilbo's like 111th birthday. So then when you see Bilbo later on, he's actually super old because he's been aging without the ring. Whereas in the movie version, it's just like, oh, he just super aged because he doesn't have the ring anymore. It just makes a little bit more sense in those regards. But I feel like before I went into the books, I never really like peeled those details apart. I was just like, this just works perfectly. And yeah, so I appreciate both forms like on their own, obviously, but like now that I've gone through the books, especially in the early parts with like the Shire, like Jessica, you said like it's so long that they're in the Shire, and for me it's like, oh my god, like they're in there for half a second, like it just goes so quickly. But it's all relative to what you're used to, right?
Yeah, and that's when you're mapping this out and you're like, okay, what do we need to keep? It's a good detail, but you don't need to keep Frodo selling his place, right? Like for what they're trying to do here, you don't need to. And that's why, like I said, I've always pitched that in the future. I feel both Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, they got to get TV series done to them because you can do a whole nother version because everyone always goes, oh, why would you? The movies already did it perfectly. But it's like, no, you can do all those details. Like even like Two Towers, like the ending is completely different to what it actually is. Like, and that's what you have to do when you're looking at this. Okay, what can we keep? Like, there's no Tom Bombadil. I know we always joke about him, but like, there's no reason. There's no. I'm keeping him Bombadil for my whole life because that's how I thought his name was. He's not in here, you know. He's a vital little few chapters, but it's like you got to cut that because we don't really need him. You don't.
He's not vital. He's not vital to those.
No, but the fans, lots of them are. But it's Tom. You can't cut him. He's a little important to the journey. But you just replace him with another character like you do with Arwen, right? So.
Well,
exactly.
I love that you bring that up, and I think it just goes to show how well the movie sets it up. That makes the urgency of the story feel so imminent that it's like, why would you wait at all?
That's a good
why
point.
would you bother planning if the day you took to plan could be what, you know, gave the Nazgul time to hunt you down and kill you? But like, you got to fucking go right now. You got to leave. And that's why, like, to me, that almost makes the stuff with Sam, like, just kind of going on a whim, or, you know, marrying Pippin, just going along with it. Like, it almost makes more sense because of the urgency of it all.
Right.
So I guess in the books then, like, is Merry and Pippin, they just bump into them and they join as well at that point? Or is that like part of the planning?
The cover, the cover story is that Frodo is leaving what is it called? Yeah, he's leaving the Shire to go live with his cousins, which Merry the Brandy Buck, like that's his cousin. I forget specifically where it is, but like they actually purchase a house, and then in Merry and Pippin's point of view, like they're literally just taking Frodo and like helping him move, and like that's it. That's there, and then things happen, and they're like,
Yeah.
no, we're sticking
Yeah.
with you till the end.
In the
so-
movie, it's very talk about coincidence.
It's lucky,
I'm fine,
yeah.
but it's very coincidental that just like, oh, we're just these hobbits that we talked to a few little bit at the beginning of the movie. We bumped into them, and they're just down to come with us. Like
they're
just 'cause,
stealing
I guess-
vegetables, and then
Yeah.
2 movies later, they're like fighting outside Gondor. Like it's
I
just
mean, I guess to be fair, like before they have a chance to even catch their breath, they fall down the hill, and then the Nazgul comes immediately. So then it kind of sets up like, I don't know. At least there's more skin in the game at that point because they've already been kind of hunted by this
Yeah.
crazy creature. So, but yeah, it does happen at like a super fast speed, I guess, compared to the books. It's interesting.
So even just kind of looking at it, I don't know all the names, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to attempt to butcher everything, so I'm just going to, talk until people figure out what I'm talking about. When they
Do
go
it.
across the river into like the elven place,
Rivendell.
Rivendell. Yep, there we go. Apparently, they are there for like looks like what 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
From day 28 to day 92, they're supposed to be in there. So I completely agree. If I'd watch this and they're like, "Yeah, we've been here for 3 months," it'd be like, "Well, why the hell didn't you just throw Frodo on the wagon and keep walking?"
He was stabbed. He was dying.
Just
Yeah.
dying in the back.
He
of
would have
the wagon.
died if the Elrond didn't treat him.
Mogul blade.
No, but I mean, after, because it says that he recovers at, part way through here or whatever it is.
Never truly recover.
I'm gonna take Kirklin's word for it, who's read the books recently.
I'm gonna, in the defense of it being a monthly period, I'm also going to attribute that to the fact that they were holding a council, and the dwarves, the elves, the men that were coming to that council, like that would have taken a long time to travel there to Rivendell, especially Boromir from like Gondor and stuff. So they waited on those guys to come and then have the council and discuss everything. So I think that's some extra merit there.
I mean, I can see both sides of it for sure, but I wanted to just kind of back that what Dylan was saying, that it does create urgency, because had they been like, oh yeah, we have to wait 2 months for everyone to arrive so we can even discuss what to do, I'd kind of be like, well, just make a decision and go. Why do you have to wait? But on the other side, I have always been of the mindset that Frodo is just a complete little, excuse the language, but he's a little bitch. Like he give the ring to someone else. But it does make a little more sense to know that he's been holding on to it for X amount of time, as opposed to 3 weeks or 2 weeks while he's been resting. It's actually been 3 months, right? So I feel like it does kind of take away a bit from it by not knowing in that sense.
He can't give the ring to anybody else.
Just give it to Boromir. Problem solved.
Yeah,
Give it to
yeah.
Boromir.
Other than
Very trustworthy
hobbits, they because they're so
He
like.
speaks up at the council. We give it to Boromir.
I always thought Samwise would have been a better hobbit to take it.
Yeah,
that's
but
all
the
I'm saying.
point is, because it's not Sam's to take. It was in Frodo's bloodline. It came to him, and Frodo is taking that pain away from all of them. He's trying not to bestow it on his friends, so that's why he's taking the burden upon himself. It's not like Bilbo who's holding it selfishly.
Yeah.
Frodo is taking it so other people. Now, Return of the King, we'll get to that later, but at this point, it's he does not want to bestow this pain and like darkness on other people. There's so many times in this film you get to see him turn the corner of he could get, he gets chance after chance after chance to step away and not do this, but he does, and it shows he's better than Bilbo and better than man and stuff like that.
And like I think that's what's so fantastic about that scene with Bilbo, when Bilbo does the but what follows after is like him just breaking down in tears, and he's not he's apologizing for what he just did, but he's more so apologizing for like, I'm so sorry this burden has like fallen on you.
Yeah.
Like he knows, like it's almost like a fraction of what Smeagol's gone through, right? Like his whole mind is just twisted because he got obsessed with this thing, and Bilbo, who's a hobbit, who is like a natural just like defense against this thing, but he was still like super like possessive over this thing, and he's seen it in himself. We see it later on with Boromir, of just like when he sees himself of like what he's become, and then like what this could possibly do to his favorite nephew. Like this is his favorite sibling in the world, basically a son to him. Like he's adopted it since his parents died, and like it's just
A scene that
gets my heartstrings.
There's some scenes, again, talking about runtime, where I get you got the extended. To me, all the extendeds are better, but I get why for the theaters you can't do that. That's a scene in particular I really hate that they took out, was the extended in The Hobbit between Frodo and Bilbo, because in that it's just Gandalf's going around, he's smoking, he's doing fireworks, and the only thing we get the after theatrical of Frodo and Bilbo walking of like, there's not been a dragon here in 1,000 years, and they duck down and everything like that. But before that is the scene where he's talking about how I adopted you and your parents died, and just he's trying to say goodbye, but he can't exactly. And I feel like that adds so much because we don't actually get much Bilbo and Frodo in the actual theatrical cut, like together. They're just scenes of them like standing around, but not really conversing. So that's one of those scenes, just like in Two Towers, they fucking did Boromir super dirty by cutting a scene there. Yeah. That's one that I hated of them cutting that scene because I think that's very vital to. You can't spend the same time of building that relationship in this film, but that just shows right there of one, you get backstory of what the relationship is, you see how they act with one another, and you also see Bilbo's intentions, and it just sets up too like what Kirklin says as far as I like that. Also just shows Bilbo was kind of cowardice because it's something that he could have maybe done. Like he had inklings of what this could have been, and even then he's just kind of pawned this off to Frodo. And now because he's too old to deal with it, it's Frodo's burden to take on.
Are you implying he knew this is the ring from Mount Doom? I don't.
No, but he knows something is iffy with the ring. The second he starts to act like a drug addict, I imagine you start to be like, why does this ring? Why is it doing this? But Bilbo was just obsessed with how it made him feel, and it gave him youth and stuff like that. So it wasn't what they thought in the Hobbit was. Oh, it's just one of a power, like it's just a magical ring. But Bilbo would eventually caught on. You can see when he's shaking around that he caught on something more was about this ring. Does he know it's fucking Sauron and everything? No, but he knows this ring is probably not good, and he should have probably dished it a few years ago, or at least, contact Gandalf or something. I don't know Gandalf's phone number, but, he doesn't have a house, so how can you call him?
Mm-hmm. No landline.
Yeah.
Besides doing what Dylan did and like pause, play, is there any way to know what's extended and what's not? Because I just Google. That's
Well, the version I watched, Jessica, which is the same version you watch. If you go to scene select, there's 2 asterisks next to each scene that's an extended. I noticed that because I had to pause and come back.
It's tricky though because even like something like the fight in Moria, like that's just recut slightly, and it's like about a minute longer in the extended cut, but it's not like one thing is happening. It's just like random scenes are kind of spliced in there. So
well,
it's
and just like
there's some weird stuff like that. But I wanted to touch on a couple other things you mentioned in the Shire there, Travis, specifically that scene with Bilbo and Frodo is so important, but I also wonder how much other stuff they had filmed in that sequence to make that work, because otherwise that scene's kind of weird because they're like hiding in a tent, and the reason they're hiding in that tent is because of it sounds
relatives.
It sounds like they're saying the
Baggins.
the sack. It sounds like central, but I'm like that just sounds
the
Central
Central
Baggins.
Tolkien would not write
downtown
Central
Baggins.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they're hiding in there because of them, and in the theatrical cut, like that's like the Central Bagginses, I'm gonna call them that, don't exist at all. Like they're not mentioned, they're not shown or anything, which I think is totally fair. Like they have no relevance, as you mentioned, Kirklin. There's so much more there that would be interesting in the book, but like it is not needed in this movie, so I'm totally fine with that cut. But part of that is like they hide away from them, and they're in the tent and they're talking. So I wonder if that's just a thing. They didn't have a way to easily transition into that moment and make it feel earned. And then, I mean, just another big change in general is the theatrical cut starts, like the first, obviously you get the exposition intro of what happened with the ring, Sauron 1,000 years ago, all that stuff. But then the first scene in the Shire is Frodo leaning against a tree, and then he jumps on the thing with Gandalf. That's where the movie starts. Whereas in the extended cut, it's Bilbo working on his book, and then it does like this whole thing where he's narrating and he's telling you all about the Shire, the people here, what they're like, and he's like doing all this exposition, telling you everything that you need to know about the Shire. But like that whole section with Bilbo just talking about the Shire, it just doesn't exist in the theatrical cut. So I just feel like Bilbo as a character just doesn't get nearly as much. And even though that's a quick, maybe 2 to 3 minute scene, it at least frames the story as like Bilbo has a big part of this. But at the same time, I do see where the theatrical goes with it, because Bilbo is not really that important of a character, like for the greater story. So to start off with Frodo and then Gandalf being the first characters introduced to, instead of Bilbo, who's not going to be in this much and not have much relevance, like I totally understand where those cuts happen, but it is interesting to look at the differences and how those are completely changed, just like the way the movie is like formatted. It's super interesting.
The two things are like one I'd watch, and most of the times I can tell the differences because I'd watch the theatrical so much, and then once I got extended, I never went back. But most of the time now, the extended has like melded in my brain of me remembering. I always still think of Frodo coming up after Galadriel's opening and the whole prologue, everything like that. Like I still every time Bilbo pops, I'm like, right, this is add in.
Mm-hmm.
I think the good thing though about cutting Bilbo stuff in the theatrical is they add a bit more like like shady mysteriousness to him, so you don't get his point of view as much in the theatrical because all Gandalf kept seeing like he's up to something, and Frodo's he won't tell me. So I think when you don't in the theatrical, it's just showing him walking around his house to the score and stuff like that. Yeah. I think that was smart in that aspect because he's not in that much, and you just make him this mysterious figure. But the Phantomy, I love that it is we get to spend more time with him.
Mm-hmm. Well, even like the title card of Fellowship of the Ring, it drops at different points where it drops on Bilbo in the house. And then it drops on, like, I think just Gandalf and Frodo, maybe. I forget where exactly it
in the
drops
theatrical.
But
In the theatrical, it's when Frodo's in the woods with the book. That's when it comes up there. Yeah, and that's what I like that better because I like that title card better too. Just like it's the trees.
It is a bit nicer than just a random shot inside the house.
Yeah. So there's things like I think almost I would have still rather kept just on Frodo, but I get why they didn't. But yeah,
it's funny you mentioned like just remembering like in the theatrical version that you had like the prologue goes and then it's Frodo in the woods, and like for me because I didn't have the extended editions when I was younger on the big box set that I had, like tape 2 or whatever it would always start like with like Mines of Moria. So every time I'm expecting that to happen, but on the extended edition, that's not when this one actually ends. So it always throws me off. So then every time I see that Moria scene, I'm like, oh yeah, this is when disc 2 would have to go in right here. And I remember because sometimes I'd actually put in like the second part, and then it just like starts with Moria. It's like, fuck, wrong one. So
yeah. Oh no, I meant this part.
Another random little moment I wanted to highlight from difference extended theatrical version is that we were talking about how like in the theatrical it almost feels like Bilbo's birthday happens and then Frodo leaves like that night, but in the theatrical or in the extended it like they have that other scene where Frodo and Sam are at the bar and there's the other hobbits talking about like, oh, there's some trouble
Sam's
afoot
dad
in the area. Yeah, that stuff. So it adds like at least the feeling of another night going on there. So it gives a bit more time for that, like between when he gets the ring and he actually has to leave. So
not 17 years, but at least an extra
17 minutes. 17 minutes.
Yeah. 17 hours pretty much.
That's how long it takes Frodo. Like fuck, how long? Like I'm sure the party was far away from Bag End, but it felt like he took his sweet ass time getting back to talk to Gandalf because Bilbo leaves and he like comes through the door and stuff. It's like
he was partying
Gandalf.
hard.
Yeah, Gandalf was also just like looking at the fire, looking at the ring. Like Frodo wasn't too concerned, and even then, Frodo was out drinking later on. Like he was, Bilbo, but he's fine with it.
What's he have to be concerned about though? Like the hobbits don't know like really any struggles other than just like partying, eating.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mr. Sam looking at Rosie flirt with other dudes.
Gandalf just acts a little weird too. Like I would be a little like I would be thinking about what's going. I'd be thinking about what's going on, but Frodo, no, he's just getting drunk as AF. He didn't care. It's Bilbo's birthday.
It's his birthday. It's Frodo's birthday too. They share the same birthday, so he's going hard.
That's not how it works. So as someone that I don't share the same birthday with Logan, but when you have double birthdays, there's lots of times you got to take the back seat and stuff.
The first
like
person
that,
is always the birthday. Is that what you're saying?
No. But I feel like for a while Frodo was in the front, but then once Bilbo gets up to those ages, like, well, we got to celebrate Bilbo because he could go at any moment. Now he's looking great for his age. Obviously, there's a reason because drugs, aka the ring. But it's
his 111st birthday. I love that. I love that line.
His speech is so good. And that's what I guess I should say too. That we think we would all echo. It's just this throughout the entire trilogy. But the casting in this film is just pitch perfect. Everyone is to a T. They just feel they fit with their characters. And Ian Holmes, same thing in theatrical, where even if it's a small performance, he makes it feel so lived in, and the connection and the stuff he has. His back and forth with Ian McKellen is so good. Like they don't even have that many scenes together, and it does feel like, man, they have known each other for decades.
Yeah.
They have been friends, and it's crazy because they smoke together, they talk, they meet in Rivendell, and that's about it for Fellowship of the Ring. They don't have much, but just like attributes to how good these
Them
two
smoking
are.
on the hill does so much for just their friendship.
Yeah, Gandalf, my friend. But like, it's just the casting is so good, which is so funny because like Viggo Mortensen was very close not to playing Aragorn. I'm not sure if you guys know this. I didn't bring
So
up
crazy.
trivia. I didn't bring
Yeah.
up trivia because I knew it was gonna be long. But there's a guy named Stuart Townsend, which sucks for him because man, it would have been a big break. But he was actually cast, and he's like a much younger. Like I think he was like 15, 20 years younger than Viggo, and they're going with a younger Aragorn. And unfortunately, Peter Jackson just like I guess sat him down. It's just like. Young Aragorn, it's just
Listen,
not
son.
working.
Does he
Yeah,
get like
it's not
paid
working.
anything?
Yeah,
like
he
if
would've
you
got-
get the cast?
There's a chance because
You're not getting royalties, but
No, definitely not. Yeah.
No,
No.
action figures.
What do you-
there might. It depends on the contract. There was a guy that was supposed to play Batman, Marlon Wayans from the Scary Movies. He was supposed to play Robin in Batman Returns back in 1992. They cut it entirely. He still gets checks to this day from DVD sales. So it all depends on how good your agent is, people in Hollywood. So there's a chance he's still making some money on the side of.
He
'cause
just
was
like
the-
retired after like this,
Yeah.
and like he never has actually been in anything. He's just he retired because he just made so
He's
much
just
money
really
on
good
this.
at getting cast, but then he always gets fired when he takes those royalty checks.
So that's
You know, I
fine.
was almost Spider-Man
I
in
booked
22.
I booked a vacation anyways. That wasn't gonna come in place.
Yeah. But no, the casting overall, I know we're getting into specific characters and whatnot, but it's just outstanding. It's one of these that these films got nominated so many times. Return of the King still the crown, the king, no pun intended, for the Oscar winner. But acting wise, they should have. The only person that ever got nominated was Ian McKellen for this movie. After that, acting never got nominated, and it should have been all
Yeah.
over. But yeah, everybody is just so great at their role, and Ian Holm is for the small amount he's
Was
in.
Ian McKellen for Fellowship? Or was
Yeah,
that
for
just-
Fellowship, yeah. And then after that was nothing. I thought Viggo was maybe going to get something for Return of the King because I feel like that's his best one.
Deservedly so, yeah.
But, oh, yeah, for sure.
Maybe if the
but
panel watched the extended cuts, they go.
100%. They said, Peter, yeah. But then it still went on to win like 15 Oscars. That's why they're like, we can't give him everything, But yeah, casting, as we got the Fellowship behind us, top notch from every character, So,
Everyone.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was just looking up this Stuart Townsend guy. He has some interesting choice words about the.
Is he
about the whole thing.
still acting?
Off and on. I saw a thing about him selling one of his houses or something like that. But I guess he was with
just like Frodo.
Charlize Theron for a while.
Well,
Didn't realize that.
he won in the end, He's doing all right.
Well, not with. He's not with her
Lord of the Rings
anymore.
royalty
No,
checks.
he's
Lost the
Like,
house
oh,
too.
you're not or Aragorn.
dinner's on me. Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's hilarious.
What I was gonna say, because I feel like this, because you can't really go, I don't know, character by character, scene by scene. What I want to do is, Tiff, I want to start with you. Just give me some, whether it's a scene, a moment, a character. What's one thing when you look at Fellowship of the Ring, you're like, man, this is one of my favorite aspects of this film.
Ooh,
Good question. I like that. I'm gonna stew on
Favorite
that. a little bit.
aspects. Probably just how much justice and good Saruman was doing. He was creating jobs, industry.
Oh
for the
no, you're this.
The meme guy.
Make Mordor great
Sildur's
again.
meme.
Oh yeah. No, when it
Great
comes down
scene,
to
though.
it, great scene. I think that's when it really was like an oh shit moment for me. Was when Gandalf went to see Saruman, and it's just like, hey, I need your help. What are we gonna do? Oh, you got one of these. Sorry, Kirklin, I defer to your expertise in the name of the eyeball.
Oh, the Palantir.
Palantir, yes. So he's got one of these, and he's throwing the blanket over it, like freaking out and shit.
Oh,
and
what a great editing moment! Just that quick eye, just
oh yeah.
I love it.
the editing in
All
these
those
films are-
usages too are like so well done. I feel like initially I was just like, oh, they got me with the jump scare, but when like you really like think about what those scenes mean, they're so well done.
Theaters as like a 8-year-old kid, lots of jump scares going on in these fucking movies. Anytime that because those speakers were loud, it was always like, it was like Jesus Christ.
And like Bilbo's eye, like these things.
Oh, those are Bilbo's
You got
eyes.
me.
Those
You
are
got
Bilbo's
me.
eyes.
Those are Bilbo's eyes.
I was
That would
hoping
have happened if
still
he kept the
loaded.
ring even longer. He would have been a campfire.
Yeah. Oh god. Sorry,
What the
Taylor.
fuck was
Carry on.
that?
Amber Alert.
But yeah, just that whole sequence when Saruman betrays them and he just starts like spinning Gandalf around on the floor, and the way he's even spinning too, it's like it doesn't feel like it's like a fake like CGI, whatever.
It doesn't feel like he's on
It's
strings
just-
at all.
No, not at all. Like his
Ian
head is down the
McKellen,
ground.
he's
He's just like spinning.
You'll have to learn how to break dance if you want.
Fuck.
Peter's like, oh, what can you do, Ian? Well, watch this. He's like, you're hired. You're fucking
You wanna see
Gandalf.
something
I'm very
fucked up?
slippery.
Yeah. No, you're right, Taylor. Like it looks unnatural in the way like some of the best Exorcist films do it. When you're like, how are they moving like this? And obviously, it's like witchcraft and wizardry and stuff. But I've always loved that head spin because it just looks so dominating from Saruman's point of view, like and embarrassing that he's just controlling this man and he's just spinning him around. It's like, oh.
I just love that whole grandpa battle of them just like flinging
Yes.
each other into walls, and like each hit they just look so exhausted by, and like various bones are breaking.
Yeah.
And you know the power dynamic of Saruman getting Gandalf's staff and then using it against him. Just great stuff all around.
And I feel like it's definitely a scene that I've just been able to appreciate more as I've gotten older. Because like at that time, I feel like magic was the flashy magic. You know, like where's the lightning
Yes.
bolt and like the big fire like spewing. It's just I think also just like the audio design is like it really boosts that scene so much because it just feels so powerful, even though we're not seeing big like lightning bolts go across the room or anything like that, right? Like it's just big like whoosh of like a
brushes
force
of
power
air and stuff,
then
yeah.
just like their reaction and like even when Gandalf gets some shots in and then it's over for you when Saruman like
Double stabs him.
stales double stabs him and then just that like edit too of him just going up in the air and then it just cuts to like the next scene. It's just I remember seeing that for the first time as a kid, like at least like the end of it when he just even before that when he is just like spinning, like it's just no, not Gandalf,
Well,
not like this.
They do such a great job at escalating that because the intensity from that scene was like crazy. And then obviously we know Gandalf calls his friends up on the roof, and when
Bahir.
Saruman is up there, and then he's just fucking still just
Oh my
wrecking
God,
him. And
yeah.
again, this scene too, I
Look
like
at
'cause
your king.
Gandalf didn't actually tell Frodo what happened. We got to see that in that scene. I realized because Gandalf just kind of shrugs it off when Frodo
He was embarrassed,
asks.
Taylor.
He
He was
wasn't.
embarrassed.
Oh, he
I
was
was
definitely embarrassed
delayed.
because that sequence where he sends Gandalf and just his heels are touching the edge and he's like totally
my
horizontally off. Like seeing that for the first time,
I would have soiled
holy
myself
fuck.
in real life.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're just your heels are inches on this tower, and the Saruman's tower is fucking huge. You're like, at any second he could just drop me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like pacing wise too, because if we look at Two Towers and Return of the King, it's obviously there's like these three parties of characters of the Fellowship splitting up, and you're constantly like jumping between them, like from scene to scene sort of thing. And so in this movie that doesn't really happen, as you're kind of following this solo journey and then Gandalf's side journey, but most of that side journey is tied up with I can't remember the name right now of Saruman's tower.
Saruman, Isengard.
Isengard, yeah.
Or
Like, just-
think is the tower. Isengard is like the city.
Okay.
you go.
I was talking
There you go.
Isengard, but you just went above and beyond. You got
Plus
bonus
points.
points. Yeah, so I think it really helps to one. I mean, it's kind of like set up as the antagonist, of course, of the movie. Obviously, there's like multiple antagonists all over the place, but yeah, I think Saruman is so demanding. I gotta say, like I watched this movie so many times. One thing I just did not ever pick up on until this, not this watch, but when I watched the movie earlier this year, was just part of Saruman's design that his staff kind of mirrors what his tower looks like in that it's black and it's got like the four prongs to it, and then even like the white ball in the middle, which I think kind of has a double meaning, right? 'Cause it's like he's the white wizard inside the tower, but then it's also the crystal ball. You've said it 100 times. Kirklin, over the
Palantir.
last-
Yeah, I always forget it. Yeah.
You know,
It's
it
not
has
even
the kind
that
of-
difficult to remember.
It's really
like the
not. I don't know
Palantir, it's
why.
not. But it's just because there's so many terms in Lord of the Rings. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the dual meaning of like the white representing him and then that being the Palantir, really cool detail that, I mean, obviously it's always, he has a great design. It always looks very natural, but I hadn't really thought about the deeper meaning to it and how it kind of has double meaning. So I'm curious if that's something that's described in the books, like if it's like his staff mirrored his tower, in some Tolkien way, or if
I
it's
don't
more like a Peter Jackson-ism. But either way, it's just, I mean, his design is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think they go like specifics, like it mirrored his tower or anything like that. But it was a great decision from like the Peter Jackson side of it, because as you mentioned, like it's such a badass looking staff, and it just looks more authoritative than what Gandalf's is, right? Like Gandalf's just looks like a tree. Like, okay, it's a wise wizard staff, but like Saruman's, it's like this is a ruler's staff. It
Higher
just
rank,
looks so
yeah.
exactly. And then even when we meet Gandalf the White in Two Towers, like even his staff, like it's not that. It just looks a lot more the forces of light and good, but still it's a lot more cleaner than what Gandalf the Grey's is, because it's just like a tree branch sort of thing, right?
I gotta ask, like, Gandalf's staff obviously gets taken by Saruman, and then he pieces out on the eagle. Then he has it again later. Like, is that a different staff? Is it the same one? Because that's something I'd never thought about until this rewatch either.
It's at
But,
his
like,
house.
It's in his fucking cart. But like,
It's a
how does he get his staff back? I'm assuming it's the same one. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe there's just a guy who's making identical versions, but it seems like a one of a kind item, right? So it feels
Yeah.
weird that he would just have one that looks very similar if it isn't the exact same one.
Yeah, like from the movie point of view, it is the exact same staff, because
It's
like
definitely a
there's-
plot hole. It's like,
Well, like,
definitely
there's
they don't
the-
address it at all.
yeah, from the movie point of view, it's like, okay, it's the same staff, same prop. Like you can even see his.
Sure.
If you didn't know this, he actually has his pipe in the staff
Yes, yeah.
itself.
Right, yeah.
Oh, great design choice. But I feel like even if I
He's
wanted to
"Wait
like
1 minute,
headcanon,
I need
Yeah.
I need it turned a little.
I need to get high right
Yeah.
now.
yeah.
if I wanted to like headcanon it, it's like he's a wizard. Like there's no reason why you can't just make the exact same staff again, I would imagine. Like I don't think he was sent to Middle Earth
The
with
exact
this
same one
item.
though to look like the exact same tree.
It's a
Because at that
wizard,
point
man.
I'd be like,
I
why
don't
couldn't
know.
he have made it materialize?
Why can't
when
he
he's on
just
top of
steal
that tower?
Saruman's staff at any time? Then
Yeah.
Dude, he's the servant of the
telepathically-
ancient flame. Okay, he doesn't have to explain what he does.
Oh shit! You had
What
to
I-
go ancient flame, dude.
What I was gonna say is I want to touch on what Taylor was saying. What I love about that scene is how warm it starts at the beginning, and like Gandalf even bows to him and stuff. And what I like is when he bows to him, Saruman like right away like writes off as a joke, like, oh, old friend. Like he's laughing about where Gandalf's taking it very serious. And what I've loved is I feel like they never really tell you, and Kirklin may tell you more about because of the books. Like I said, it's been a while, but I don't think they give us this clear motivation. I think it's more Christopher Lee, who again, Christopher Lee, fantastic. He's like one of the only main cast members to pass away. And I was saying this, I'm like, man, when I have to rewatch this when Ian McKellen's gone, this is gonna fucking suck. Because I thought about that today. I was like, man, Christopher Lee, it's like he's not with us anymore. But anyways, that I love when he explains to Gandalf what's going on, because to me, there's a mixture of it's a power play and he's going with the flow, but it also feels like Saruman's kind of scared, and it just feels like he's doing this because he's just decided we can't win. Like he didn't even think about. It's not like Sauron said to Saruman, which always hated that they did that, but still, Sauron never went, "Oh, you should join up me," and Saruman was like, "Absolutely, that's a great idea." It felt like it was he just saw everything coming and just kind of quit right away. And just when he's just like, "You have to join me, Gandalf," like he almost sounds like it's desperate. Like if Gandalf will join him, it's like he's in the right in a sense. And that might not even be a script thing. I think that's purely just Christopher Lee. But I've always loved that scene because you can kind of look at. I think as the later films go on, you go, okay, he's just consumed with power. But in these early stages of the changes, it just feels like he, even in Hobbit, like he just gave up because he felt they were going to lose. He chose, and lots of people do that. When we talk about the trilogy more in the next two, that they just choose Sauron not because that's what they feel. It's just he was going to win and we want to survive and stuff like that. So again, he's not in these films that much, but Christopher Lee, just another MVP, fantastic. I had his toy. I had a whole backstory of a Sauron prequel made when I was a kid, because Sauron was one of my favorite characters out of this. I found him so interesting, and I loved all his aesthetics and everything like that. So I love all those small little dynamics in that scene with Gandalf and Saruman. Taylor.
Kirklin, I got a question for you. So
Hell yeah.
I don't know a lot about the lore behind them, but when Saruman is labeled as like Saruman the White, is he not?
Yeah, at this
So-
point in time, and then he self-addresses himself as Saruman of many colors, because he believes that he's just higher.
What a man.
He's a higher being of everything else. Because the Maiar, the wizards, they were sent there for a purpose from like the Valar, and then so you have the White Wizard, who's the strongest and most powerful of the wizards. You have the Gray Wizard, which is Gandalf. You have the Brown Wizard, which if you've seen The Hobbit,
Radagast.
Radagast the Brown.
Fuck Radagast.
And then you have
You
the
got
Blue
the-
Wizards, which are
yeah.
just kind of not really. They're not really talked about because they're just east, and we don't really know much what goes on east.
They're
at least
fucking
where
massive
I am.
orgies over there.
Yeah,
Magical
yeah.
orgy.
They found
That's why
the
you don't
desert
see 'em much.
orgies. Yeah, they're not coming back.
Yeah. Oh, they're always busy.
Like,
Oh,
should we
yeah.
tell Gandalf? Nah, we'll save this for
Yeah.
ourselves.
So
Well, and that.
Um,
go on.
I was just gonna say, so to my extent,
You have more orgy
knowledge-
questions, don't you, Travis?
No. I have a point about Gandalf. No.
Okay.
Let the wizard
So,
fuck.
with Gandalf dying, he didn't fulfill his task yet. He came back as Gandalf the White. So does this imply that Saruman at one point died
Well-
and didn't fulfill his task and came back as the White?
It's funny that you bring that up because technically none of the wizards except for Gandalf actually stuck true to their task. Like Radagast just became so in love with like nature that he's just like, this is more important to me, and he just kind of forgets about his task. Saruman, like he just gets corrupted because he just thinks he's better than everyone. And then the blue wizards, because I just don't know exactly. Like maybe they are fulfilling their task. Maybe there's like
task is
another
to-
continent that they're just like totally saving.
You need to repopulate this earth.
The wizards.
Sauron's about to take a lot of people.
If Sauron
Yeah.
wins, you have to repopulate.
Yeah,
And-
you guys are staying in the east. Why? Well, if he wins, you guys are Plan C. You know.
Well, Taylor, to like add on to that, like it's not even the reason why Gandalf was brought back was because he didn't fulfill his task. The reason why he was brought back was because he was the only one that actually stayed true to it, and he was seen as like super honorable in the eyes of Iluvatar, which is God. Like that is the main entity in all of Middle Earth. Like there's Valar, there's gods, and then there's God. And like he is the one being that he is the ancient flame. That's when Gandalf says, "I am the servant of the ancient flame." That is my boss right there. Jessica, you got a little finger action going on.
Yeah, so there's only supposed to be one
She's
white
a wizard.
wizard.
She's a blue wizard.
Yeah.
So then, when he came back as a white wizard, does that mean technically Sauron or
Saruman.
Saruman?
Well, he's Saruman of
He's-
many colors.
he
in his
lost
own
his
eyes. So
right
he
to be
was
the white
he was
wizard.
demoted,
Yeah.
definitely. Like
He was
when he
and
dies.
so does he just like
he's
feel
not
that in
mean.
his power level? How does that work? Does he just know in his bones that now Gandalf is better than him?
Takes a pay
Well,
cut.
yeah. Well, like let's say let's look at it this way. It's like if I'm getting
unemployment checks.
if my
Next
if my
paycheck is
occupation is on like an online website, and then Iluvatar is like the admin that can just change that. So like, okay, I still have my staff. I can still do magic. But if I go up against Gandalf, the White, like he has no chance. Like he would get absolutely slaughtered by Gandalf because it's just he is like the true meaning of what that title should be.
His keys don't work to get in the tower anymore.
The orcs are like, Saruman, my checks keep bouncing.
Looks like meat's off the menu, boys.
He's like, I'm working on it. I'm good for it. Look at my tower. They're like, look at all your fucking stuffs. But no, and like that's the way I always took it too. It's like if Saruman stayed true and was Saruman the White, I don't think Gandalf would be coming back because it's almost like that's why I almost look at it too. It's like a mulligan of, well, in this battle against Dark and Sauron, you're supposed to have the White Wizard there to guide you and help you out, right?
Yeah.
But you've lost him, so it's kind of like, fuck it. We're putting Gandalf back in the game because you guys kind of cheated and took one from us, so we're giving it back to you. So that's where it's like, especially, which I'll get into, like the death means so much. It's like you could argue, oh, they just bring him back. But to me, it's like they bring him back with a very just specific purpose. It's not like, oh, a fake death. It's like, no, yeah, you did die, but you like he says, he's brought back for a singular task of what he's
And-
supposed to do. You
And
know?
guess
then-
what happens after that task
Yes.
is done? He doesn't go party with the
No.
the hobbits and the Shire. No, he sails
going
to the
east.
west. He
yeah.
No, not east. You don't want to go east.
He's like, to the east?
The dirty dust. Yeah.
The east.
You're gonna lose your white
please.
title.
Yeah, he just whips off his robes and jumps in the water. But no, that's what
Gandalf
I've
the
always
blue.
Yeah.
Gandalf the blue balls.
So
Yeah, but
did that
in-
scene watching it for you guys? Did it feel less impactful now? You know, I don't know. To me, it kind of just felt silly. The animation of it, I guess, or the logistics of it. Did you guys?
Of which
Of him
scene?
You
dying,
just-
Which
you
scene?
mean?
No, of the fight between them, of them being
Oh,
tossed
no. Oh, love
around,
it.
and
oh, it's awesome.
Love
I
it.
think you
You
were
still
going
love it?
talking about how much we
Yeah.
loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, we all said we loved it. Yeah.
I know you
10
guys
out of
said that
10.
you loved the scene, but I just meant if, like, now watching it again, I don't know. To me, I was kind of brought out of it, and the fact that I was like, man, this kind of doesn't hold up to the same. I don't know. The animation is just older, feels dated in a sense. Watching it,
Can only do so
No,
much
it's
with a
amazing.
couple of old gents.
See, I don't think that's what I
Well,
like.
to me
Is in today we would have got some bad Ian McKellen CG face, and we've been like, "What the fuck's going on?" Like,
Where am I
no,
looking, Peter? Yeah, you know.
fuck the poor Hobbit. Yeah,
The one
No, I
thing that's
didn't
like
feel-
slightly goofy for me is Saruman, his eyes darting back and forth.
When he's
To the
closing the
doors?
doors,
Yeah, yeah,
yes. Okay, fair
And
enough.
the last
fair enough.
cut to him, he's like,
where are you going? Where are you going?
he's like smiling and stuff.
And then
They
I've
probably
never
just-
really understood it because it's like he does it like 4 times, and it's like, how many doors are in this fucking room? I don't get
And like,
it.
It's
the
like
funny-
Gandalf
like-
didn't
And,
get
like, why
it.
are they all left or
No,
right?
yeah, exactly. That's it. He's like, I gotta get to Frodo. He turns around, and then the door just closes, and he looks at Saruman, and he's got this shit-eating grin on his face, and then he tries to go for the other door.
Are
Not
you
like,
closing
what the
these
fuck?
doors?
Yes. You trickster, you.
No, I'm not. Oh my gosh, you. Like no, it is. That I agree with you in retrospective is funny, but no, I thought
Are
the
the
scene
blue
that,
wizards here?
yeah, because we're talking
Just
about
disco music going on in the next room.
because we're talking
Yeah,
about
the Palantir just like starts shining.
Oh god,
We're making new memes that don't even
Oh,
exist.
we are.
Yeah.
And it's gonna change it when I
It's
watch
just
it
gonna
now.
be
It's
like-
gonna. That's all I'm gonna think about.
Oh,
is the blue
yeah.
wizards raving in the back.
yeah, that final battle, Return the King. Did you send a raven for them? They're busy. They send their condolences. But what I wanted to talk about, I thought Jessica was alluding this to my like favorite. One thing I would shout out.
She
I
heard our
thought she was-
praise and just left the room.
Yeah,
She's
sure.
like-
They like that scene? No. I
gonna
thought
watch it
she
again.
was going to talk about saying, like, oh, with Gandalf, did you know him dying that affected? I will say the first time I ever cried in theaters was Gandalf's death. That thing fucking rocked me to my core. Because, like I said, I read the books after the movie, so I did not know it was coming, had no idea. And this is at the age where I, like, try not to cry. Especially the nail in your head. Oh, you're a man, you don't cry. Now I cry all over because, like, that shit's stupid. But I was, like, sore throat, just, like, holding it and everything like that. But honestly, we'll talk about the mind stuff, everything like that. I'm talking about after when it's the fly, you fools. Everything is so well done there with the music, Elijah Wood's acting, the slow motion. There's one time later on when the Uruk-hai are running and they use slow motion. It's like a weird slow motion. That was like, you could have cut that. That didn't look good. But like this slow motion, you just are seeing everyone's emotion, and which we'll talk about because I love Boromir, the character, and this is why the extended cut I think helps him a lot more. It's just like, okay, so Gandalf dies and he goes away, and it's this really emotional scene, and that's why I love that Aragorn is like, he's like one of your antagonists. You've really been cheering for him, but you get this great human moment with Boromir, like kind of cutting Aragorn off, like telling him like just give him a moment, like kind of stop with the mission and just be a human for a second. But Aragorn gets right back into it, and that's why he's supposed to be king, right? Like no, like we got to go. This will be covered by orcs. We will have time later to deal with this, and that's what I love because we just had a bunch of scenes previous of Boromir being really shady, and he's starting to crack, right? But then we get the scene of him trying to kind of be a leader in an emotional sense, and that's what I love. And everybody, he's getting them up, and just that shot, it's a classic shot, and maybe gets memed upon too. But when they're looking for Frodo, and it's Elijah Wood, he has that single tear, and it's all well acted. But it's also just like Frodo has this burden of he made the choice to go to the mine. So at this moment, before Gandalf gets back to Return of the King, he thinks that he's killed Gandalf because it was his choice to go here and do this. And there's just so much just little subtlety going on that moment. Even Gimli, who at this point has been like, other than his cousin dying, but he's been pretty stoned centered. This whole Mines of Moria thing really messes him up. So that's still always my sequence. Like it's included with the whole mines and the battle and the trolls, but that ending piece is just beautiful and it's great. And obviously we return to it back in a couple of movies, but I think the subtlety with all the characters and what they do with the film, the editing is just it's just top-notch stuff. And that's always kind of the set piece of like, okay, I got to sit down and watch this because this is like, it's the Helm's Deep of that, in my opinion, of this movie, of just like there's so much grandiose and so much stuff going on. Again, things happen, but you lose Gandalf. Something I didn't think the first time watching this was going to happen. I thought, he'd make it at least to the end, but you lose him. And then later on when you lose Boromir, you're really like, man, this mission is a lost cause because we're losing people left, right, and center. It's just, that's what I love about the first movie is if they made it all out, what could happen? But the first movie, when you're going in the second, you've lost 2 members already. You're like, who are we going to lose next? And a lot of these people, like the Hobbits, are a lot weaker than Boromir and Gandalf, and we lost them already. So I think that scene just really sets pace. And my last point about it is I love that when we get to, what is the place called? Kirklin with Lothlorien. I love that is a nice cool down. For the first time in the movie, we're moving. It really makes you sit with Gandalf's death and everything like that. And again, one of the scenes with Boromir, I love when he's like, don't let the weight of Gandalf's death burden you. You have enough on you, and he wouldn't want that. And again, in this moment where you would think Legolas, Aragorn, even Sam, someone would step up. Boromir's stepping up in those moments. So you get to see why he could have been a big lead, like a good leader if it wasn't for his father, the direction, the ring. But I love that in this quiet moment, just like you have enough on you. Don't let this be another burden you have to carry. And Sean Bean's great. So that whole section is just my je ne sais quoi of the movie. Just absolutely love it.
Dylan, is that an extended scene with Boromir and Frodo in that moment? I wanted to ask. Yeah,
It's not in the
it is.
theatrical.
Yeah,
That is so egregious to
Lothlorien
me.
in general
Oh.
is the other huge section that's changed a lot in the
okay.
extended cut.
They got to
Yeah, 'cause-
travel to get there. In the theatrical, they just meet them in the woods and they're there. In the extended, is a little time till they actually get there. But yeah, Boromir gets the most egregious cuts between this and Two Towers. It sucks.
It's so egregious because I think Boromir, especially like watching this as a kid, like it's just so easy to see, especially at that time I was watching the theatrical version, just seeing him portrayed that way. It's like, oh, well, this guy's just an asshole. He's taking the ring from Frodo, just like the small frail guy. Like I don't like this guy. And like now Boromir is one of my favorite characters in all the Lord of the Rings. Like
100%.
We've talked about it many times off cast and stuff, but like I'm so glad that those scenes were added or just extended in this version, because they show those good sides of Boromir. Like we just did the animated Lord of the Rings retro, and we don't have any like saving grace moments with Boromir really. He's just this really like intense dude that's just like, we got to do this and this is what we're going to do.
He's a soldier.
And
That's
then
all he
he's
is.
just a soldier in like barbarian clothes, literally, like
Fuck.
the stereotypical pony helmet and everything. But like and then like by the end of the movie, he's just trying to take the ring from Frodo, and then he has that line where he's kind of regrets what he did, but like it doesn't really mean anything because we didn't see him be honorable really at any point in the movie. Where in this, all of those moments, the line, like just the one-on-one moment with Frodo, like that's such a human moment. It's so important for that specific character to actually have it with Frodo, I feel, because it's just kind of representing the good side of men. Like okay, they're easily corrupted, but like they are very joyous. They're very just like friendly amongst themselves. And I think like that was shown in that moment. We see him be heroic, charge in to save Merry and Pippin. Like there's a lot of really, really great Boromir stuff actually in this. Obviously there's a lot of bad stuff, but that's really needed to just tell the like what the ring would do to men in general.
I think at least you do have that, and I think that scene with Aragorn at the end, like if I'm talking just theatrical, you do get moments. I feel like in the theatrical it's very 50-50 of bad Boromir and good Boromir, where I feel like this raises a bit more of that. And even that scene of him talking about like, I try to take it, and he even calls himself weak, like he dehumanized himself in a good way of saying like, I failed, where you did what I could and you let him go and stuff like that. So I think the theatrical still gets you enough of there's a character there. Like I said, I've said this on many casts before. I have to say it now in the Fellowship one, that he's not my favorite character, but I still think Boromir is the most interesting character in the Lord of the Rings like trilogy or whatever franchise, just because there's, especially when you start to learn more about his father and the brother dynamic, there's so much more. You're like, man, this guy, he had a lot going into that council meeting. It wasn't just what this movie shows as, oh, he's just here to get the ring. No, there's so much more stuff. And when you see him away from the ring in Gondor, like he's even more like heroic and he's even more like a better person. So yeah, I love the Boromir character.
And I mean, I got to say, like I don't think the theatrical cut kneecaps that character in any way. You lose a couple scenes. The other ones is the scene when they're first in Lothlorien, when he talks to Galadriel for a little bit. That's not there. And then the other thing is
in the theatrical, doesn't she just look at him and he like whimpers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks away. But in this one, you get the dialogue. Of,
you also,
like,
and she also talks to Gimli there as well.
Yes.
Which doesn't happen. Which he alludes to like later that he got the hair right in the theatrical, but you don't. That whole scene's cut. We can talk about that later. But yeah, and then the other part for me was near the very end of the movie when they park their boats. And this is like a night cycle thing. It's like not like they've made their boat to the end, like near the waterfall. It's just they stop for a night to do some camping. And Boromir and Aragorn are talking, and they see Gollum out in the water. And that conversation there is great because they're really beefing in that moment. And that's something that I think is a great detail that unfortunately doesn't make it to the theatrical cut. But I think most of that stuff with Boromir and Frodo really lands, and with Aragorn too. Like the tension between them is great as well. So he's always been a favorite character of mine, even if the extended cuts aren't like my go-to when I'm watching these.
And what I like in Lothlorien is Aragorn and Boromir have that scene talking about kings and how they will return and stuff like that. And Aragorn's very reluctant. He doesn't ever say yes. He's just kind of like head nodding. Like it's something he would like to see, but he doesn't want to. Again, talking about a character with burden. Fuck, Aragorn's nothing but burden, especially in Fellowship of the Ring. But like, I love that it kind of seems like Boromir's starting to form a kinship with him. So in that extended cut, when they start to argue around, when Gollum's around, it feels like a betrayal on his point. Like he kind of is caught off guard that Aragorn, like Aragorn just lays the law of like, no, like this is not the way. I don't care. Like I'm not here for the same mission you are. And Boromir's really taken aback by it. So yeah, and that's just like a fun little, for a lack of a better term, bromance. I just love those two because they're cut from the same cloth, but not really, like they have similar histories as far as being part of a important bloodline, but they have very different paths of how they got to this moment, but they're still there. And their scene at the end is just like when he asked, that was another scene where I was I was choking up as a kid when they do say goodbye and he gives him that kiss on the shoulder. And it was just such a good touch of when Legolas and Gimli run up and it's just Sean Bean there with his eyes open, just looking like stoic and haunting. And that stuck with me as a kid. Like, fuck, like again, like we just lost this guy too. And because I think at that point in my life, you watch movies where the heroes always made it out, right? And it was like, man, great send off again with Viggo. We haven't even touched upon Aragorn, but yeah, good stuff. Is there anything to add on Boromir?
Yeah, when I was younger watching this, Boromir definitely didn't stand out as much because I just saw him as portrayed as the bad guy, just trying to get the upper edge on Frodo. And watching it now in retrospect, it's so much more depth that they've put onto this character, the torment. And yeah, it's easier to say now too because we've seen the sequels, so we know, especially with those extra scenes, we know how shitty of a father he is, the dynamic he had with his brother, how he always had to show his true quality and be up there on that pedestal. And so there's you're right, Travis, there's so much more riding on that meeting when he's like, it is a gift, like this is just echoing what his father told him basically. And yeah, I just think that that scene where you have Galadriel just hinting to Frodo, like he's, one by one, the ring's going to take them, and he's going to start with Boromir. He's going to try and take the ring from you and everything. You know what you have to do. And that leading into that scene where Frodo is just strolling and Boromir is just obviously not really collecting firewood, but collecting firewood. And
don't get lost, little one.
Yeah. Maybe this will help transition us to Aragorn a little bit, but that sequence there where he tries to take the ring, Frodo puts it on, goes predator mode, cloak.
Like Kirklin said, great scene. Great by Sean Bean, that moment of just realization, and he's just like freaking out. It's so well done.
It's heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching. Really just him breaking, and like for him to be such a proud man. Like he is the best that Gondor has. And like he every stride that he walks in, like he just has so much honor. Like he is representing Gondor, and then just for him to be in that super low and just yelling at him, telling him that he's going to take the ring to Sauron, like he's going to betray all of it.
Yeah.
Travis, it reminds me of Rue from Euphoria, like very similar 100%. Of like super,
it is a drug addict.
Yeah, like literally. And like he's just shouting and not being himself, and then when he sees that, it's just he's just sick. Like he just wants to die in that moment. Like it's just
the sound design, I love when Frodo puts on the ring and he's running and you just hear his voice like echoing of Frodo, I'm so sorry. Like you just hear it.
It's like
Frodo's
distorted though, because he's in like the unseen realm, so you can't really fully understand what he's saying. It still sounds like he's yelling at him, but if you like really listen, the words are like he's apologizing.
From Frodo's point of view, he's just running because he probably thinks Boromir's still like hunting for him and just livid, where Boromir's just trying to make it right. And just a tragic character because he doesn't like, he saves our friends, but he didn't get the Gandalf moment. He doesn't come back. He gets the films to make him look like a better guy, but he doesn't get to be there at the end to see Aragorn as a king. And like Jimmy describes like, they'll embrace us and we would have been kings, and so like it's like, it's just like that's such a gut wrench of just like, and I feel like Aragorn really takes that's almost one of the first steps other than Arwen of him starting to think about it's more than just I'm Strider and I'm alone and I don't want to be king. It's like there's much more people depending on you than just yourself. And I feel like Boromir starts to supplant that idea in his mind of, you gotta someone's gonna have to step up for men. Someone's like, and it's gonna have to be you, even if you don't want to. You're gonna have to, because it's not me.
Have returned.
Yeah, I got 4 arrows in me, bro. It would, and that's where it's kind of good. Like the same way we talk about how Gandalf became the White because Saruman couldn't do it. It's almost like in a perfect world, if they won the battle, Aragorn would have been fine with like Boromir being that guy, and Aragorn could go off to the side. But now that Boromir's gone, Aragorn's kind of like, fuck, like this perfect candidate to be a king and a leader and a good guy is kind of gone, and now that happens more without the other films. But I feel like that's that first step of shit. Like I gotta really step up now, you know.
We'll just finish off my point here. Leading into that scene where Boromir was doing that shit and Frodo ran away, and then Aragorn catches him and he like decloaks. The first thing that Aragorn says is, "Where is the ring?" Like he hisses at him too as he says,
I'm gonna kill
like,
him. It's like the scene from fucking what is it? Prisoner of Azkaban.
100%. It's an editing
Give it
choice.
to me. I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah, it's like, just say not you, Harry. Just be specific right now, serious. Same thing as Aragorn. Just be like, did Boromir take the ring? Be like, where is the ring?
Well, yeah, it's just poor
swore to
choice of
protect you.
first words.
I
Yeah,
swore.
like,
I feel like though you could also look at that scene from Frodo's perspective, and like he's just so all men are evil right now, and then he's
that's
already
all I
on
was
edge.
looking at it as.
Like he's already on edge, and then he pulls off the fair enough. He pulls
And
off
it's
the
not-
ring, and
oh,
then
yeah.
this human who is obviously bigger and stronger than him could just like totally take it from him, and he
slams
thinks
his
it's-
foot down in that scene too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Fair
And like
enough,
even
yeah.
in that part though, like the ring is kind of speaking to Aragorn a little bit, right? Like when he gets close to it. So just because we love Aragorn and he becomes a leader doesn't mean like that's why he let Frodo go, because like, he still would have been twisted too. Like Aragorn would eventually turn if he would have had that ring, so he couldn't have done
Go to
that.
the
So.
east.
You go to the I'm taking the ring to the east.
I want to throw in another Boromir. We've pretty much mentioned every scene except for one, but I think it's a much more subtle moment that I really enjoyed, where he, when he first meets Aragorn, or I guess maybe it's the second time, when they're in that room with the sword of kings. I don't know
The shards of
Yes.
Narsil.
There you go.
Narsil is the sword's name.
Broken.
Watching that scene throughout 95% of my life, it's always been like, that guy's kind of an asshole. Hey, he just drops that sword and leaves the room. But if you like think about it from his perspective and like how much weight he's feeling in that moment of like kind of, I guess, like the shoes that he would have to fill to be this great man, and I don't know, I just think it's such a subtle moment that actually like just speaks volumes once again. So everything about Boromir is fantastic, and I love that scene as well.
And that's one thing I want to add. That was such a weird extended scene too, because that's when I'm so used to in the theatrical. It's just he's talking to the sword and Aragorn just sitting there. There's no score at all either. It's just quiet. But then in the extended, there's a score right away. Boromir is more talking. There's more back and forth between the two. So I like it. I liked the no music choice before. I liked it with just being this quiet room. So when that sword drops, it just echoes. The only scene I would mention I have in my notes I don't like that was extended. I don't know if this happens in the book, so Kirklin, you can say it happens, but even then Tolkien shouldn't have it in there. I don't like Boromir trying to grab the ring at the council, because I feel like I like in theatrical where it's a big build up to, is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for it? Where in the extended first thing, he's like, oh, this ring, like he's reaching for it right away. And I don't actually think that's neat. I think they could have pulled that back, because it feels much more when he tries to take it from Frodo. When, in my opinion, if I saw this guy already reach for the ring, I'd be like, yeah, you may want to go on this quest, but I don't think we're going to allow it. So I actually wish that's one extended scene that the dialogue's fine. I just wish he didn't reach for it at that point. So.
What do you think about the part where, like, what stops that is Gandalf standing up and like doing the words of Mordor?
Speaking the black speech.
He's like a
Oh, yeah.
Rottweiler just barking at him.
Which, I mean,
yeah.
I guess we
dark
kind
out.
of-
Fuck, man. Sorry. Okay.
I thought it's a good idea to bring to Gondor. I was wrong. Sorry.
My
So
dad
is
told
that-
me to grab it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a different power than what he's doing at the start of the movie with Bilbo, when he's making himself like bigger and
Yeah.
sucking the light out of the room to scare him a bit, or not really. I get he kind of is trying to scare him in that
I think it's
moment.
similar in that. Yeah. I
It's,
took
yeah,
it.
I mean,
Oh,
it's like
definitely.
a similar. It's from the same school of magic, but it's not
Yeah.
the same spell. It's like
No, and like
Learn
those
something.
moments I love so much, because a lot of the times in whether it's The Hobbit or the books, like just there's a lot of times when Gandalf just changes himself to kind of just like handle a situation. Like there's times when he just makes himself like huge to just like fight off these wargs. Like he just rips like a tree branch, it's on fire, and he's just like swinging at these
Jesus,
wolves.
that's
And he's
amazing.
just like this giant version of himself. And I love the magic usage of that, because the magic that's explained in like Tolkien's universe, it's not like he's drawing upon this magical power to like shoot fire dust or something out of his hands. Like he's issuing a command into the world. Like he is changing what is happening in the world. And that's why when the Balrog is coming at him, he is issuing a command, like, you will not pass right here. This is a command. This is not like, you are not coming through here. And what happens? He can't get through there. It just absolutely shatters. Oh my God, I love it so much. But
Until
so
you play
I-
video games, and then he's shooting fireballs.
yeah,
like a
exactly.
madman with a
I only got
machine
50
gun.
missiles left. Fuck. No, 100%. But in that specific scene too with Boromir, man, a lot of things to add with Boromir. Jessica, I hope you're ready to talk about Boromir, because that's all we're doing
He's
for the rest of the cast.
great.
Yeah. But it's so funny too, because in the books, he doesn't have like his fleet of men. Like he literally just shows up there like on foot, like at Rivendell by himself.
What's up? I'm Boromir.
And he never
Son of the
actually
Steward.
agrees to go like to take the ring to Mordor. Like the only reason why he's with the Fellowship is just to get to Gondor. Like he's just
Yeah.
on the way back, and then that's where like he's like, Aragorn, you got to come in with me. Like we're all gonna go to Minas Tirith. We're gonna go there, and then obviously Gandalf falls. So there's a lot of things that happen that make them change their plan.
So is he
But,
not
like,
part of the Fellowship then?
Well, he is like the 9 but like they're not
He's last pick.
yeah, essentially. Like
But
they're
it's-
not
it's also 'cause-
required to go on that quest. It's just
Yeah.
It's
They're
like,
taking anybody, right? Because they just want as many people that could help, because people are
and
they're reluctant to do this.
yeah, exactly. And like I don't think they like say like we need 9 people. It's just like it's almost like he's speaking in like prophetic speech, where it's like 9 fellowship to counter the 9 sent from Mordor, and like everything written is just like a poem in like Tolkien's words.
Right.
It just all flows so beautifully. But no, like his purpose is like, I'm not fucking going to Mordor. Like that's a terrible plan. I'll go with you guys to this point, and then I'm gonna go back to Gondor, and then you guys can make your own plans. It's suicide going your plan. I think you should go to Gondor, but that's what I'm doing. And then
Yeah.
they don't actually make it to Gondor, because they're kind of leaving Lorien. I'm jumping all over the place here, but when they're leaving Lorien, they make a decision like, okay, we're gonna get to the Argonath, which is the statues of Isildur and an Arion, and then we'll make our plan. We'll either go this way or we'll go that way. And then they don't really have time to like have that conversation, because the Uruk-hai catch up to them. But it's very fascinating just thinking of that. Like Boromir actually wasn't like, I was sent from Gondor to help carry the ring to whatever. Like, no, it was just he was going there to be like, hey, the situation in Gondor is fucking terrible. Like, we are getting messed up by the forces of Mordor. What are
Which
you
he
guys
does
going to do
bring
about
up
that?
in the movie?
Yeah, no,
He's
yeah,
like,
100%.
All of our men are being slaughtered while you guys just sit back and make choices and decisions. So again, the amount of stress and decision making this guy has to do in this moment is very underplayed. But yeah, and then we get that
Yeah.
again. We see that later on in Return the King in Two Towers with Faramir is going through, right? Specifically Return to the King, when it's like they are like the amount of men they have going against the level of armies is
Yeah.
daunting, and it's just like they're just trying to survive over there.
That's
feel
where-
like, oh, go ahead.
I just want to throw out, because you're talking about how he's getting mad that all his men are dying. That goes again with them not talking about the length of time, that it's been 3 months that they're just sitting there waiting for these decisions to be made. Because when he's talking about that, it's like, well, it's been, 2 days we've been sitting here waiting for decisions to be made. So it almost does need to be brought up more, just how long kind of everything's been happening.
I was just gonna say, I feel like in the movie, at least, Boromir kept insinuating, like, "Come on, let's make for the Gap of Rohan."
Yeah.
Like I feel like if he would have ditched the Fellowship, he would have done it sooner. Like, why would he go to what was that? Not Galapagos. What do you call the
Galapagos.
The Galapagos Islands.
Yeah,
That's
what
where he
was
was
the
trying to
mountain?
get to with the
Some
Blue
pictures,
Wizards.
What's that mountain called?
Oh, Caradhras.
That's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Caradhras. So why like, I feel like that's like very out of the way to go up there.
Yeah, so I feel like that decision was kind of, it was never a good one, but like because they just waited so long, like they were very limited options. So yeah, the mountain pass, which is like I think it's in December when they leave Rivendell. So like going through this like giant mountain pass with a pony. And like like that's not a great idea, or we'll go through the mines of Moria or the Gap of Rohan, and then that's when they're like, okay, well we're never gonna bring the ring that close to men, like that is just a terrible idea. But then also this is a mission of secrecy, like they can't just take the main roads. They were kind of hoping that the focus wouldn't be on them on Caradhras, which was completely false.
Apparently,
but,
they
like,
leave Christmas Day. Just
oh, there you
they
go.
leave
Yeah.
Rivendell on.
They like their big holidays.
They
to
open
leave on.
presents
Frodo's
and they
birthday.
head
Yeah.
I got 3 hairs.
Yeah, and then like even before they do Caradhras, like they have a big debate amongst the Fellowship there of like, okay, we should do this. And if I'm remembering correctly, it's not even Gandalf that's like, I'm never gonna go through Moria. It's actually Aragorn, and he's kind of speaking on Gandalf's behalf. He's like, I'm never gonna go through there, and you should what's down there. We should never go through there. And then, they try Caradhras, and Caradhras defeats them because of a foul voice in the air. Which
You know
they,
that Gandalf.
yeah, they never actually say too if it's Saruman, the voice. I think it's just kind of insinuated it's Sauron, or another just dark entity.
I
Like
always
they don't.
took it as Saruman.
Yeah, they never in the book. I mean, like they never like actually
see.
like say it's Saruman, but then in the movie, it's like, I think Gandalf
Yeah.
says the line like Saruman's
like,
bringing down
talking
the
to the
mountain.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
he's on the tower.
It's like, I
and the
see you, Gandalf.
Yeah, and the orcs are just looking up like, what the fuck is
Oh.
Saruman doing out there? What's he doing?
He's calling himself Saruman of many colors again. This guy's crazy.
So Taylor, initially at some point you wanted to transition over to Aragorn, so I'm going to let you transition over to Aragorn now.
We've gone through like 25% of my notes.
Oh yeah, this is buckle up, baby. We got a long way to go still.
With Aragorn, yeah, just I love the moment we get introduced to him, just sitting in the prancing pony, just kicking back, just smoking his pipe and everything like that. I like how like the bartender just knows everything about him. I guess that kind of goes hand in hand, like with just this guy lurks in the surrounding areas, so you would kind of pick up on these things. But yeah, Vigo just does a fantastic job with Aragorn. Like he's just this right away. When I was younger, this is my character. I gravitated to. This guy's just badass.
So you saw yourself,
cool.
just a
So I saw
badass
myself.
smoking in a pub. Yeah.
Still
Yeah.
gonna grow out that hair, Taylor, for that.
Yeah. I'll grow it. But yeah, he's just
And like not
you know,
wash it for like 6 months. Fuck,
Yeah.
it looks greasy
Yeah.
and dirty.
just denying his heritage, like
Just
having
like you with your.
I'm
Big
not
Taylor.
Taylor Field.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
denying.
Call me
denying my
Strider.
heritage, yeah. And yeah,
He
he's
fields
just
air,
like,
but not fueled himself.
he's sleeping with an elf, which is like this is the only media I think I've ever seen where a man is sleeping with an elf. I don't see that in other mediums.
I
really.
bet you're wrong there.
Oh, I'm sure it exists. I've
I think
just
I've
never
seen some
seen
videos. Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Send you a couple after some Lord of the Rings sequels.
But
the
he's
East.
he's
To
the East.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings,
Oh.
Fellowship of the East. Oh, I haven't seen this one. What's this?
Trying to download it on Pirate Bay back in the day.
The weight I feel like his character carries is just it's super heavy. I love the way he talks throughout this film, and yeah, there's a lot more shades to him that they expose, and again, especially in Two Towers. But yeah, everything from him just trying to like come around and understanding. Actually, how did he understand immediately like what was going on with Frodo? Because I feel like that was a little too spot on the nose.
Well, like
He
he's
knew
worked with Gandalf. Yeah.
Well, he knew Gandalf, but like, did Gandalf
So
inform him?
the
like,
plan
hey,
Gandalf
plan
sent
was
him a
like, yeah,
text.
we're gonna meet with Strider at the Prancing Pony.
okay,
and
that
then-
was the plan. Okay,
But they don't like
yeah.
say that to, or like
They
Gandalf doesn't
definitely
say
didn't
that.
say that.
I
No, but
think
yeah, it's for the viewers for us to be like, can we trust this guy in the black? Because if Gandalf was like, oh, and you're gonna meet Strider, he's
Yeah,
the son
he's
of
really
son of-
He's
cool.
gonna be
Yeah.
creepy in the corner,
Yeah,
but he's
but he's-
actually really
yeah.
soft, like his teddy bear. You know.
I think that's just purely for us not to know what's going on with Strider. So then when Frodo sees him, it's
Yeah.
like, shit, another obstacle in our way.
And like even in that perspective, like in the novel, like it's from the Hobbit's point of view. It's like, who is this sketchy ass guy that's just totally like eyeing us up? Like he just looks so grisly and sketchy.
I'm from
and
the East.
and they well they portray that so well too, that like he is grisly, and that's
guys
what I
swing?
love so much about in this movie is they have a very okay, this is Strider. Like this is Aragorn the Ranger. Like this isn't King Elisar. Like this is not that by any means. And then as the trilogy goes on, he just becomes so much more kingly. obviously it's showcased a lot more like in the book with like specific dialogue, like he looked more kingly. But like even in the movie, like he's just more of a leader. Like
Yes.
after Gandalf leaves, like he is the new leader of the Fellowship. Like no matter what, like his words basically law. And I just love that transition. And then by the end of it, when you have him wearing like the full king's outfit with the
Yes.
crown and everything, it feels right. It doesn't feel rushed by any means. And I think I brought this up on the animated retros as well. How like in the movie or in the specifically the Lord of the Rings one, when they meet Strider, I think they say Strider like once, and then his name's just Aragorn. Like this is just who he is. But in this version, it like Sam calls him Strider all the time.
Yes.
And I love that. I love that he's still that ranger. Yeah.
Well, and
Legolas
you look
calls
at
him that too.
yeah, and,
Hobbit.
and
Yeah.
you look at like
Does he?
yeah,
No, I guess Legolas, but someone's like
his
for
dad.
Strider.
Yeah, yeah.
I
There's
think he
someone real
calls him-
hot. Yeah, and stuff like
I
that.
think he calls him like Elisar or something, which is like his elvish name. I forget. I'll look up specifically what it means, but he calls him something like that.
But yeah, that's where like his journey is great. But that's what I love. In this one, he's pretty much just the pure, super cool, badass, but yet caring character. Like again, we have scenes where he is destroying people, but then you have later on where one of his last things is he's crying at the end of this movie, putting on those bracers and stuff like that. It's not like this macho machismo character, but yeah, you look at the very first shot where we see him. He's in that bar looking all.
Machismo.
Well, yeah, but you could easily like lean into that archetype of just the badass or just like the cool guy and like
Crushing beer cans on his head, like
yeah, I'm from the east, but like
College.
Kirklin talked about that last shot. Like you think about the first time we see him in a bar in the corner, looking dirty, everything like that. That's why, like, in a good way, seeing him as king at Return of the King is one of the most off-putting images because he looks so clean and his hair's wavy and he has this armor and you're like, man, I'm not like that's not Aragorn, but like that is Aragorn. It's just that's not Strider, and that's why I was saying this Kirklin. I love the kind of differential because this just feels like he is a. Just almost like an agent here, just trying to do good, and then he'll move on to the next, just like a gunsman, like they talk about in Wild Wild West. Like he's gonna help you with this thing and move on to the next problem, but he doesn't have a path much his own. And the only thing we talked about this years ago in a Facebook group chat when we talked about doing these retros. The things I will still always in Kirklin as the book reader will push back, but I've read the books. I still didn't like them. I don't like how he ages slower than other people. I still think thematically it works better for him. I get that he's part elf and stuff like that. Thematically, I just thought it works better for what they're doing with him being tied
he's
to
not part
men.
elf, Travis.
Doesn't he have a cousin that's an elf?
I mean, he's smashing an elf, so I guess by marriage.
No, but doesn't
yeah.
he have doesn't he have like a bloodline cousin that's an elf?
Ooh, Kirklin, are you getting shown up here right
This
now?
might be your-
I'm
maybe
not
it's a
trying to
Return of the
show
King
up.
in
I'll
I'm
pull
not
up the
trying.
family tree.
I thought there was, but either way, whether it's an elf, whether it's magic, whether it's bloodline, I don't like the him aging later because to me they keep talking about men, and they always tie him to men. It's like, yeah, he is a man, but he's also like on the upper echelon of men, so I've never liked that. And I also don't like the whole thing about Arwen and him is this like, oh, she's gonna outlive him. Yes, she lives 1,000 years, he lives hundreds. But it's like if she's gonna pick one human on this planet to be with, this is the guy because he ages a lot slower than everybody. So I've never liked that aspect from the movies or the books. So that's like a minor thing. I just wish he was just a normal dude because I thought thematically it works better with the themes that they propose with both the love angle and like leading men once again. So, but Aragorn, there's not much I can say. Vigo
I'm not really taking it that Arwen is making that decision because he lives longer than other men.
No, but that's Elrond's pitch, right? It's like he'll be dead.
I see.
Why be with him? He'll die. Like, you're gonna outlive him. It's just like, yeah, but if there's one dude I'm gonna be with, this is the guy. I can get hundreds of years with him. Other guys, I'd be a couple decades. But Aragorn, I feel like what I like. This is the character. This is a movie where he established himself as like a leader, the character that we want to cheer for. But I don't think his development comes till 2 and 3. Really, he's just that constant force in this movie, and Viggo plays him absolutely to perfection.
And like something that I've really grown to love about the character of Aragorn is, yeah, he's our protagonist. You know, he's the chief badass, like he's the king.
He's the
but
leader.
like also, as you were pointing out and mentioning Travis, like he's also just like I was mentioning this to Shay as we were watching. I'm like, he is literally just like the greatest embodiment of like the male, like the male masculine, whatever.
Yeah,
like
specimen, yeah.
he's a warrior, he's a poet, he's like an herbalist, like he knows about ancient lore, he's a historian. Like he just has so many just fabulous qualities. Like he, yeah,
but
like,
he's
like
super stressed.
he's super stressed.
He's
got
always thinking.
big name to live up to.
Yeah.
But
he doesn't
like
want even
all-
people to use that name. He's like, please don't. I don't want to even talk about it.
He
And
smokes
I-
more than he should.
I-
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's something that it even took me like going through the Fellowship of the Ring novel to like really actually appreciate is all those little things, like just all the ancient lore and histories that he just explains to Frodo and Sam, and like just all this knowledge that he just pulls from. Like he's just so well read on so many historical events that have happened in the world. It's so fascinating because you could have a character that he's the ultimate samurai or like swordsman. Like he'll never lose a sword battle ever, which like, okay, there might be a better swordsman like in Lord of the Rings, but he's pretty fucking good. But he also just checks all these other categories. Like he's just such a complete package, and I think that's what makes him like. I think that's what makes him so interesting for me is that there's so many more layers that I didn't really appreciate before. I just saw him as, oh yeah, he's the human who's just a badass. But no, not even that. Like he's a Dunedain. He's a descendant of like the ancient kings from Numenor, which were blessed with long life by the elves. There you go.
There you go.
And I don't think he even has siblings. Travis, I pulled up the family tree.
He's
and
just the one guy.
Well, like so technically, like his great ancestor would have been an elf.
Oh,
like
that's in the family.
Ararendil and Elwing, but they were still half
Elwing.
elven.
Fuck.
And then their sons were Elros and Elrond. Elros was like the main human that started Numenor. He like went over there. He was the first king of Numenor, and then his bloodline. You know, we're gonna watch that in Rings of Power. Get ready in September. And then Elrond, still half elven. He's still a half elf. He went and just stayed an elf. But
Elrond's a coward, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that in the later. We'll get to that in the series.
that hurts.
What's on?
I thought I
Something on
Aragorn.
TV.
We're talking about Aragorn.
Yeah, it was. Oh, my last point too is I just feel like lots of times in missions, why he's fighting the way is he almost wants to die in battle, just so he doesn't have to go back and face that him being a king. Like, I feel like that a lot in this one, where he's ready to die on the sword, and unfortunately, Boromir is the one that does that. But I feel like it's not to the second one where once he sees some king stuff, that's where he realizes he has to lead people. Talk about Boromir, but
It's it's so fascinating too, because the Lorien section, particular, like in the novel, is so important for his character realizing that, because that's when Galadriel actually gifts him the Elisar, which it's not even in the movies, but so Elisar just means elf stone. It's supposed to symbolize like the kinship between men and elves, and then he wears that on his like brooch, and then ever since that moment, like that's when he starts to just stand more straight and just stand like a more like just proper like leader, like really showing that king side of him. And it's so fascinating just seeing those like a particular event like what you just mentioned, Travis, with the Boromir death. Like that's a main event that really pivots his path on what he's choosing to do, right? Because at the end of the day, it is his decision of if he wants to become the king of Gondor, like really live up to his name. But I just all of the little details of just calling back to his lineage and stuff like that, I love.
I mean, jumping in on what happens, I guess, instead of what you just mentioned with Galadriel, I really like the scene that does exist where she's giving out all the gifts, and when she gets to him, she's like, "Ooh, you've already received your gift." She's talking about the
can't give you
necklace.
anything better.
And like, I think that's great. And once again, that's a big thing that's changed from theatrical to extended, at least in Fellowship, is a lot of those Arwen scenes are changed. It's not even just those ones. Like the scene with when Elrond and Aragorn are talking, and like that one that you referenced earlier, Travis, like that scene's just removed, and a couple other minor ones. And like that Galadriel one, which I think is also important for that storyline, even if it's not Arwen and Aragorn specifically having a conversation. But yeah, Aragorn, like I think when we did our top 10 fictional characters, I forget, like, if I didn't pick Aragorn, I'm mad at myself for not picking Aragorn.
No, I
as,
think
like,
you, me, and
number one.
Kirklin had him, because I think he brought.
Yeah.
He got. I think if Briggs was on, then I think Briggs might have had him too. I think Aragorn, we had the most crossover because I think young age, he was impressionable.
Yeah.
Guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how it was for me. Like as a kid, it was just like, wow, this guy is such a badass.
Yeah.
And like, especially that scene when Frodo, he says, "Frodo, run," and they start fighting at the end. Like he's fighting like 50 orcs by him fucking self there for like a few minutes before Gimli and Legolas show up and start helping him out. So yeah, he's like the ultimate badass. But then you're right, like he does have that softness to him with little things like, you know, go look for this weed. It'll help to stop the
King's Root.
King's Root. There you go. You got all the names. And you know, even the scene that's once again cut from the theatrical when it's one of their like the camping scenes before they meet up with the rest of the Fellowship. And he's singing a song that is about like an elf who married a man and, you know, gave up like whatever it
Baron
is.
and Luthien. Oh, fascinating.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Baron and Luthien, fun fact too, that's actually like a
Every
love story.
one of my sentences are just getting chopped in half to insert that.
I apologize, but that
No,
was
it's-
actually
it's
like a
good.
love story between Tolkien and his wife. That was like
She was
kind
enough.
of yeah, and it's so fascinating. Again, just all those tales are so great, and it's very like mirroring what Aragorn and oh my gosh, Arwen's like
Little side note:
relationship
have any
is.
of you ever watched that Tolkien movie, by the way, that came out?
I
It's called
haven't,
Tolkien?
The
no.
one with
Nicholas,
Dom.
Holt,
Oh, Nicholas
I think.
Holt. No, I haven't. No.
It's good. Have you
I
seen it?
really liked it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really good. We're not gonna. I don't think we're retroing that one, but I enjoyed that
During this
Uh,
episode, I hope not. but-
Yeah. We'll be back.
quick
Watch.
1 hour long sidebar. But yeah, I mean, Aragorn for me as a kid, like I said, I was, you know, maybe 6, 7, 8 when I was really getting into these movies. Like, if you would ask me, like, who do I want to be when I grow up? It's like, the answer is Aragorn. Like, this is the
Yeah.
coolest guy I've ever seen. You know, I was at an age where me and my friends were playing in the backyard with wooden swords, like fighting each other and going in these mystical battles and stuff. And like, you know, I'd always be like an Aragorn type character. And I feel like, you know, playing Elder Scrolls, like Morrowind at that age too, like I would always like make characters that were like Aragorn in terms of style and the way they would fight and stuff like that. So definitely just a very cool character in terms of the design, as you guys talked about the look. Obviously, the performance is amazing. There's tons of emotional scenes that, like, once again, that scene where Gandalf dies and they're all reacting to it. I love Aragorn's reaction to that, and it's such a pragmatic approach. Obviously, he does have those moments of being soft, but he's also just so smart. And yeah, as Kirklin mentioned, like at that point, he is the leader now, and he's like, okay, I got to be the one to make this tough call here. We have to fucking leave, and there's no
Yeah.
ifs, ands, and buts about it. Boromir, shut up. Let's go get them. So yeah, I love this character so much. I think he's just, yeah, he's easily my favorite character. Spoiling for the rankings that we're gonna do if we're doing our characters from this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Aragorn for me is like an easy number one, and I'm very excited to like go into these extended scenes in Two Towers and Return of the King because those are less familiar for me. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of good stuff there that I just haven't really thought about before with that character. So I'm excited to get more deeply into it. And that was when me and Kirkland did the animated Return of the King. That was like the biggest, you know, miss was that character is like totally absent for most of that movie. And it's like he's the king that's returning. What's going on here? There's Aragorn. So yeah, I love this guy so much. He is just amazing.
Great role model.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. No one better, I don't think. You know. So, Jessica, anything you want to say about Aragorn?
When I watched this, I'm going to jump back because I didn't actually say it before, but when I watched this before the first time, I never understood about Boromir being like why he got all angry. I didn't understand the concept of the whole ring sucking him in and making him evil. So
Piece of shit.
You'd be very
It's like,
confused.
fuck that guy. Yeah.
well, this is even right now, like me booting up my phone because I can't focus. My brain, it just doesn't work to sit and just listen and or watch movies or whatever it may be. So for me, this is what happens. I'm like, okay, this is a 4-hour movie. I'm gonna bust out my phone and so I lose a lot of those points. So I actually I'll throw out that it did give his character at least a little bit more of a sense of purpose or feeling to find out that this time that's why is this whole ring is, you know, sucking him in. But I have a lot of questions that I feel like I almost don't know if you guys talked about it on the earlier ones because I'll be honest, I didn't listen to them about some of the lore that Kirkland hasn't touched on yet in this episode. Like, why is it rings and why are they given to men specifically when men are supposed to be so shitty? And, you know,
9 for
Just-
the rings.
Well, I think they
9
learned
for
that
the men.
from.
Doomed
They didn't
to
think at the
die.
time. They didn't think at the time like, oh, these guys are shitty. I think they learned.
No.
That.
They were specifically made for that reason by Sauron. They're like, hey, I'm going to give these 9 to the men.
True,
And
but I
then
mean, no, like when
Sauron,
Elrond,
giver of gifts, who they even mentioned that name. I love that shout out. Aragorn actually says in the Fellowship, mentions his fair form.
But when
El-
Elrond's speaking about like them being weak, I think that's stuff they learn over time, like with Isildur not throwing the ring in there. Like you're right about them getting the ring, but I feel like men being weak is just they just keep failing and they just keep.
Well, there's
not
such a
taking-
new race, right?
It was a
Compared to
different time
everyone
for
that's-
men when the rings were created than
Yeah.
when they are now.
Yeah, like literally they're babies. Like they are the youngest race on Middle Earth. That's why it's so significant that we're leaving the elder days. Like the elves are just leaving these shores. Like the time of the elves is done. Who's gonna? And then that's when Elrond and Gandalf are talking. Dwarves are just like they don't care about anything. They just want to stay in their mountains. Like who should it be? Well, Age of Men. Men are weak. Yeah, you know it. Fun fact, if you didn't know this, just talking about like we had Aragorn and Galadriel, that dialogue, and Galadriel like the Even Star or Evan Star. I think it's Even Star is how you'd say that. Like that's like the crystal that that Arwen gives him. Arwen is the Evan Star. I forget specifically what that means, but if you didn't know, so Celeborn and Galadriel had a daughter named Celebrion or Celebrion, something like that. She marries Elrond, so Arwen is actually Galadriel's granddaughter. If you guys didn't know, and it's very fascinating, just like dynamic there that like he's meeting his grandmother-in-law, like in that scene. I think that's the first time they meet too, so it's a pretty big deal, and I love their interaction. Galadriel. Like I feel like initially I was just really like I'm kind of just transitioning to Galadriel now, but Galadriel, like in my initial viewing of her in Fellowship, is just like pretty freaked out, honestly. Like they really give her this like I'm hesitant to say like bad guy energy, but just like kind of suspicious. Like you don't really know what her full intention is in those moments because she's speaking like a host. But then she's also having these like sidebar conversations with people just like psychopathically, like just saying that the age of Gondor is gonna end and like all these things, like just totally like getting under their skin.
Fellowship is breaking.
And like she's saying it in a very poetic manner, thanks to Tolkien's just word usage. But like it's just very sus. But then the more that I've like learned about the character, she is easily one of my favorite Lord of the Rings characters of all time. That's what has me so pumped for Rings of Power. I'm so excited to see her usage in the Second Age. But like that specific dynamic of her just interacting with all, like we were talking about Aragorn, so that one's great. But just all of the members it's so fantastic. I would have wished that they would have made her like a little bit more like a force of light, it's really obvious that she's the lady of Lorien. It's really obvious that she's powerful because she can speak to people in their brain, and also just like that moment when she's going all glowy, like like talking about what she would be if she took the ring. But still, I would have liked
over
if
for him in that moment.
yeah, like okay, you take it. Like it's just I would have wished that they would have gone a little bit more in like just the goddess type realm of what she is, because she is such a significant character in the Tolkien sphere, and I feel like I don't know, they could have went a little bit more in that direction. And again, like I'm splitting hairs here.
I was
like
gonna say because I think because she doesn't play much of a role as a key character in the stories continuing.
Yeah.
I think it was right that they play her suspicious, you're off guard, and then the second she does it, I passed the test. I think all scenes after that are very godly, and she's very nice, and she's very
true.
like she's very breathy the way she's talking, and every time she turns around, she's always smiling at them the side way, except that creepy shot when they're in the water, and she's just at the side like. See ya, like fuck! I'm never coming back
She's
to this
always a bit
place.
creepy.
That is literally like
even
such a
taking-
mirrored from the book scene too. Like they're literally leaving, and she's just like standing
Yeah.
alone, like
I'd be
waving
like,
at them.
we're never going fucking back there ever.
And then
think
Frodo's
that's a-
telling them like, you should have seen what I saw. Holy shit!
Yeah, you thought that was bad.
Maybe an issue with the theatrical cut is the scene where she's giving everyone a gift is like significantly shortened. I think the only thing you see is the light of Arendelle. I think I got close on there.
Just Frodo, yeah.
I think that's the only one you see, which I mean changes it, right? Because now like you don't get as many of those scenes where she is kind of this angelic sort of being, or you're seeing a nice happy smile from her. So I think I got to say like that section of the movie when I was a kid, it was always when I would tune out. Travis, you mentioned earlier how you like that it's kind of like, okay, after this intense
Slow
Moria
burn,
scene,
yeah.
this big death, okay, you can chill out here. And I think it was just for me as a kid, it was like so much dialogue, and I was like, "Who's this Galadriel? Okay, I don't care about this." And, like I was always scared when she is going. But until like recently, I feel like I never really understood what was happening there. Didn't realize that she was testing herself because I just like wasn't really paying attention to the words, or I was too young to really like download what was going on there. But I think she's a very interesting character now, and yeah, they could have used her more. But I think also growing up, I was watching the theatrical cuts, and that's a huge there's a ton of sections changed about that Lothlorien section, multiple sequences. And weirdly, I found this the only point I noticed where the theatrical cut actually had like a longer scene than the extended was the introduction of Lothlorien, when they're going through the woods and they get stockpile them with the bow. Like that scene, there's a lot more dialogue there that just kind of introduces the characters to each other. But since in the extended cut, there's a scene, I guess at night when they're up there with Galadriel and they're all talking to each other there. It's like pretty much the exact same information. So you don't really need it, I guess. So it's interesting that they kind of swapped it around. That was, like I said, the only thing in theatrical that I noticed that was actually longer than the extended. But you don't really need any information because it's then given to you in like the next scene anyway in the extended. So kind of an interesting change.
And this has nothing to do with extended or theatrical, but I love when they get there and the husband, because I always love that meme when it's like, no one's more useless than Galadriel's husband, and it's really true. But like,
oh yeah,
I love when she brings up Gandalf, and no one had talked about him at that point.
Yeah.
It felt like since that hilltop, they all left, they got back on the mission, and it was that realization again of like, oh right, we just lost one of our own. It was like top tier guy at this point, and just talking about how he fell. I still hate how the Hobbits tried to make Galadriel and Gandalf like a romantic thing. I will never forgive them for trying to. Oh yeah, they had a history, Kirklin. They had a history together.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not.
Why?
Oh yeah, but
why have
so
Legolas in those movies too?
I take that out of that. I just love that scene when she says that, and all of them just shudder and fell into darkness. But doesn't say he died, even though like he does die. But just it's fun looking back at it later on.
You mentioned earlier, Travis, how like just this movie in general, like it just has a lot of down moments, whether it's Gandalf falling, whether it's Boromir dying. Like by the end of it, it's just like, holy shit, like just morale is low here.
Maybe
like
we can't win.
That's mission's not going well. So.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. That last shot of the movie of Sam and Frodo looking at Mount Doom, to me that was always the feeling of like, I don't know if we can actually pull this off. Like at the end of the day, I'm sure if I was older and saw this, I would have thought the good guys would win. But at that time, watching this as a child, like, our heroes might lose. This might not actually happen, and that's where it's such great.
We're not making it to the third movie. They're done.
No sequel for you, Frodo.
But yeah, so like getting back to that, just feeling of like hopelessness in Lorien, like they're in a super safe location, but still, like it's very low. Like even Galadriel just made like she's just spitting facts here of like like okay, like your quest literally hangs on a knife's edge. Like any wrong move and we're all fucked. Like we're all gonna die here. Sauron's gonna get the ring, and it's just it's like a recheck of like, okay, we're not in Rivendell before we're starting this mission. Like, Kate, you sure you want to leave Rivendell? You sure you want to do this? Okay, this is like the next checkpoint. Like, Kate, you just lost the main fucking member of your crew, other than Frodo, I guess. Do you still want to keep doing this? Yeah, like you still want to do this? Yeah. And it's just morale is so low. But it's also like her kind of testing. Like she does test herself, but she also is testing the Fellowship members there. Like of like explaining to Boromir of like just stating like Gondor Minas Tirith just like on fire, which that's not a false statement. We see that in Return of the King. But like, and then she still says that there is hope in those moments, but it's not like, trust me, dude, like it's all going to be good. Like he is sitting on that information.
He doesn't believe her, remember he says.
No, yeah,
he says,
yeah,
she
exactly.
says hope, but I don't see it. And that's where it's just like, and that,
getting chills as you mentioned.
And that's when Boromir's starting, that's why him even taking the ring, that it's a drug thing, but it also fuels the desperation of, he's like, people are telling him, oh yeah, there could be hope, but every corner he turns, it's not looking good. So he's like, maybe this is the chance to take the ring and everything. But
Another thing I like about the Lothlorien, I love the little moment when Sam is kind of singing a song it's almost like he's writing the song for Gandalf. Just like it's not really a song, more of like a poem for him.
The Lament of Gandalf, I think they call it.
And I like that it once again shows like Sam in this movie is not confident in any way, shape, or form, and I don't know how much he really gets there either. But I like that even just with writing this poem, he's like kind of lost and unable to even like finish the thought before he just like kind of bumbles off and starts doing something else. Also, very random thing. I don't think the theatrical cut has a shot of Gimli without his helmet on.
No, definitely not.
So that's
I remember that
very,
scene
like,
added.
It's a weird.
Yeah.
It's jarring. It's still jarring
is
for me to see him
jarring.
without it. Like I'm still not used to it, just because I hadn't seen those extended cuts until much longer. Maybe it happens in second and third movies, but at least
It does.
Fellowship.
Yeah. It
I
does.
feel like in the
he's
second
eating.
when he's at the Battle of Helm's Deep, he's like putting on his chainmail. I can't remember if he's wearing a helmet in that
He's
specific
not.
scene.
I
He
don't think
does
he's
that.
not. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in the Return of the King, it's when he's eating like low chance of survival,
Yeah.
great chance of death. Why not? And everything like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Nice, good Paul Travis. That was good.
Gimli's great. You know, I that's my only
Yeah.
nitpick with Return of the King, that I feel like he gets really sidelined. Like in Two Towers, we'll get that. We'll save it for another time because we
Yeah.
still got so much shit to talk about here. You know, but Gimli, the wee lad.
Sorry, Taylor, you go. You didn't.
I was just
speak.
gonna say, with Galadriel, when she was talking about the tests, just kind of resisting the ring, and she reaffirms herself that she can go into the West, and she says she will diminish. What is she meaning by diminish? Because isn't that like the Undying Lands? So it kind of
Yeah, it's like heaven though. Like they're leaving Middle Earth to go to Valinor, where you just live in
You
the best
diminish?
place ever.
All cowards, in my opinion. The elves. I hate
All
the elves.
cowards?
Other
Well,
than
to
Legolas,
back-
yes.
Do you know the
So-
amount of shit that they've been doing for thousands of years?
Keep
Like,
doing it.
To
Keep
back
doing
that,
it.
though,
No,
what
it's
Travis
in
is saying,
the
though,
hands
keep
of
like,
doing
elves.
it.
to back what
Show
Travis
up and
is
Return the
saying-
King and help
Let him
your
talk.
fucking people.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Well,
Yeah,
to
let
back
him
what
agree with
Travis, to back what Travis is saying, you have because you mentioned like, hey, the elves are leaving because they're just like they're gonna let Middle Earth
Their
be
time is
given
done.
to men. This is now men's time to rule, but it's not men's
They're like
time
not
to
enough
rule. Like,
butter spread
how,
over too much toast.
how are they supposed to let like this new age and let the old ages fade away when the old ages won't fade away with Sauron's just like popping, rings left, right, and center at everyone. So
Well, they're not leaving until that's done. Like when does Elrond leave? He leaves after the ring's destroyed. He leaves on the exact same boat
guess,
as
but
Frodo.
Yeah,
Could've, like,
I just
sent
hate
men
that
out
Elrond
on the
He's
boats.
packing his bags beforehand.
Oh yeah, it's got a retirement plan.
Yeah.
He
It's
should've
like
sent all
I'm
the elves from the
64, I
boats to
retire at
go
65. Like I'm planning ahead.
I
I'm not gonna be
agree.
like I'm sticking around.
Even in Return of the King, he drops off the sword, and Elrond's like, "Good luck." Like, I don't know. Like that. Yeah, the elves in general, I have a problem with because it's like, go die on your fucking sword. It's the end of
Well-
your time. Then go fucking end it by saving some people, you assholes. Like, come on, let's get on.
Oh,
But they are
no.
very pompous.
I
get the elves
completely
that way, but-
disagree with that.
Oh, you
I-
can,
care
but-
about the
I also
lives
feel
of
like just
men.
their power level is just so much lower than what it used to be. Like elves in the earlier ages are such a different breed than what we see like nowadays. Like there were like in the earlier ages, like the elves were literally just fighting Balrogs, like one on one. Like let's just fucking go right here. And like
Come on,
you would
Legolas.
never, you're not gonna
Chris
see
Gandalf.
Legolas do that.
Legolas was
No. You took
Gandalf,
out a
I got
cave
this
troll
one.
with like
You go.
like 8 other members.
I don't know.
yeah.
I saw Galadriel like mind speaking to a whole bunch of people. That's
Yeah.
pretty powerful
Mind
for an elf.
Okay,
Taylor,
but
the
she
way
is
I
not
take it
a
is-
regular elf. Okay, she is Lady of Lothlorien. Okay, you
Lady
motherfucker. Born in the
Kirk-
year of the trees. Get off
Kirkland's
me.
bought in. It's kind of like someone just pretending they can't.
Oh, I've drank
do
the Kool-Aid. Yeah.
They're pretending they can't do the work, but they still have the skills to get it done and everything like that. It's like when Taylor sends me a shitty thumbnail. I'm like, I know you can do better than this thumbnail.
This is
And that's why I
true.
look at the elves in this age where it's like, yeah, we're just not what we used to be anymore. But it's just like, no, you just want to live in a fucking boat. You want to join the wizards in the east and stuff like that. Like I don't care. They should have been out there dying. I don't care.
We'll
And
get
that's why
to
I
speak
fuck
to
the
that in
elves.
Two Towers at least
Oh,
when we come
yeah.
to
Not a
that, so
Legolas.
that's good.
Legolas, he's a real one. He was out there taking out elephants. He's
He's
taking
young,
out
man.
trolls. Yeah, but good for him. He's in the Hobbit doing lots of battles too. But Legolas is like Legolas. We talk about
Not
Aragorn.
canon.
Legolas
not
being
actually there.
canon these movies. We talk about Aragorn being the cool character. I think Legolas that's literally just what he is in this franchise, and that's fine. He is just the cool character. He doesn't get much actual development. I don't need that from him, but he works as being part of the crew, even though Frodo doesn't know who the fuck he is. But speaking of
think-
elves, I like Legolas.
I think I still love Legolas. I love the style of the weapons that he's got. It might be cheesy him sliding down a staircase on a shield or flying off the elephant or what the fuck that thing is called.
I'll leave it on.
I love those scenes though. Like those scenes totally work for me. I think that maybe the one thing about these movies that hasn't aged for me is Orlando Bloom's acting. I just think some of the faces and stuff he does don't work for me anymore. And I guess thankfully in a way he's not that major character. Like if Aragorn's acting hadn't aged as well, or Boromir, like that I think would be a big hit on these movies. But Legolas being a bit cheesy among the group, I think is fine. So I'm excited to get into, like jump into Two Towers and see more of the journey of him, Aragorn, and Gimli, because I love that trifecta there. But yeah. I still love Legolas for what he is, but
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like Travis, you feel the same, but just I guess quick around the room. Do you guys feel the same way about Orlando Bloom's? I feel like I had that realization a couple years ago where I think I even asked on a cast meeting, like, is Orlando Bloom a good actor? Like that was something I hadn't really considered until recently, but I don't know if he is.
Go watch
At
Pirates.
least in
It's
things I've
fantastic. Yeah. It's just it's funny how like Legolas is just like he was my favorite character when I was a kid. Like just all like the flashy kill moves and everything, and like every time I played the tie-in games, like I'm going for Legolas. 100%.
You want that bow?
Yeah.
Those
Oh,
two
100%.
swords he had. Oh
yeah.
fuck
Oh yeah.
I had
exactly.
a toy with those. I had two Legolases. I had to get the one with the two
Legolas.
swords. Yeah.
I Legolas. I just it was interesting though. I remember a certain transition period when playing those tie-in games, I just started picking Aragorn a lot more. Like I don't even know if it was like a friend would come over and he really wants Legolas. It's like fuck, okay, I guess I'll give you my Legolas, and then
Never
you just
Gimli.
started to get used to Aragorn. And then the more I was like exposed to it, I'm like, oh no, is this my new favorite character? Like this might be. And I just remember this like natural transition period. It's very funny. But yeah, speaking of the acting, I feel like it all works for me. I'm able to just see him acting as like an elf. Like he shouldn't be acting like how a human would act. So I think that's the way I kind of filter it. Like he is just doing these weird looks because maybe he's like looking like 100 fucking yards away or something, you know? Like I don't know. Yeah. So like I feel like that's kind of how I act in it because yeah, every scene he is very much like I don't even know how to describe it. Just like his body language, like he's just doing a lot.
I think you're right where the elves should feel kind of like otherworldly, and I think he does that. I think he does that because like he's not the greatest actor, but they should feel different from everyone else, and he does feel different. He does feel like of a different country or clan or something like that. So I think that's where I'm the same as Kirklin, that I headcanon the like some of the facials too. Oh, he's just not exposed to a lot of this stuff. You know, he's not exposed to some of these things, but you know.
He does have some great moments too. Like
Oh, yeah.
you know, that's worth saying. But
And they
it's
definitely-
just some moments. It's what you're saying, Kirkland.
Lambus
Like
bread.
looking off, like
And
deep into those clouds
he-
above. Like
He might be the best of the best because I guarantee you for that character they had must be good looking, must have male model type features. Like I guarantee you all the people they auditioned Legolas for were all very good looking guys. And Orlando Bloom in this era was like one of those top 10 babe chick magnets. So it's like that was we probably could have got a lot worse if we were going just the good looking route. There's probably a list of people that was like, oh man, we almost could have had this person as Legolas. So
I totally had his poster in my room when this was hype, like peak. There wasn't any of the ones with all the characters. It was strictly just Orlando Bloom collage of Legolas. So, you know.
Like homemade, like you made it yourself.
yeah,
No,
sure.
no, just the ones where it's like Legolas, and then in the background is Legolas pulling the bow, and then over here is
Nice.
Legolas doing something else.
His highlight
know?
reel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like even just watching it with Shay, like she's, I talk about it all the fucking time, so she probably knows more about Lord of the Rings than she would like. But like even like she said, like I feel like at that time, this is her point of view. She's like, at that time, I probably didn't even know who that actor was, but it was just like, oh yeah, good looking elf
100%.
dude. Like yeah,
That's
that's
how
him.
you got the gig. 100%.
Yeah.
And plus,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Legolas in the script doesn't have much speaking lines, so it's like you just gotta look pretty and look cool, and he did that well.
I like too how they had on the Caradhras Pass. They actually had him like on top of the snow because he's just so light that he wouldn't sink in, and like that's a reoccurring thing. Like he doesn't leave footprints. Like elves just don't do that, and I love like learning more about the elves and just how different they are, because I feel like especially as a kid watching through this, like okay, they live a long time, they have pointy ears, and they're good with bows. Like that's just kind of like the elvish traits, but like there's so many different aspects of like just like the doom of men literally meant like humans dying of natural natural age. That's what I'm trying to say. That's just so weird to them, and like they get really like upset over that because it's just such a foreign thing to them. Like they just can't comprehend like, okay, I have my friend and there's just one day that if he doesn't get cut down, like he would just die. Like that's just no, like that's so messed up. And it that's another thing. Again, I'll come back to the book. I really love those moments of Legolas dropping like a certain line. Like, do elves just remember like the second age year 128 of this happening? And then he explains like it's kind of just like a mixture of dreams of like you don't really like you were there, you remember it, but it's like it's a little bit like foggy as if it's a dream. And like even when they sleep,
Gandalf,
I can't even remember a week
3,000
later.
years ago.
yeah, but like even when they sleep, like there's moments when Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas are traversing, and Legolas is just kind of daydreaming, and he's literally dreaming. Like he's not fully there, but he's still just like walking around. Like it's so fascinating, and I feel like there's so much more to them that I'd never even imagined, because before they were just they were getting the highlight kills. Like this is Legolas just like popping off, grinding. As we get to Two Towers, we'll talk about it. But like I love that I'm able to appreciate so many things about the race of the elves through different stages of my lives, or of my lives. I'm talking like I'm an elf here. But yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, with Legolas, I'd have no issues with him or Orlando Bloom's acting at all in this movie. It's just fantastic. He just seems so.
I feel like you're an Orlando
He
Bloom.
is,
Like,
yeah, that fits that
dude.
early 2000s Kate Beckinsale.
Me too, though, Taylor. Like 100%. I love. Like I never once thought he was a bad actor or anything. I just see him as in Pirates, man. He's fantastic. Will
he's
Turner.
absolutely incredible.
He's
Will
great as
Turner,
Will Turner.
Legolas, just fantastic. So he delivers in this role. You guys said it already. Like his portrayal as an elf, it's good. It's great. Like not being human like. It's just its own thing, and it's something that we can look at it and we can instantly click with it being something that's very different from the rest of our characters. Like, okay, there's some lack of emotion that's kind of set up there. And I love that when we'll get to talk more about him in the other retros, where he just has so much more development because he's just being more immersed in the human world. And well, he is very much on the back seat throughout this. Like, there's no doubt of just his portrayal of being a badass. Like, yeah, jumping on top of the cave troll. Just being super good with his bows and everything like that. It's just, he's such a super, super cool character. And yeah, he just, out of all the individuals in the Fellowship that can make you feel safe, I feel like he would make me feel the most safest. Like he just pulled me up, put me in his quiver and just take me along on his journey.
Put you in his
Put in your
quiver.
quiver. That's not, no.
It's not like a
you can
kangaroo
crush your
pouch,
bones.
man.
Yeah.
I mean metaphorically. I don't mean literally.
Thanks for clarifying.
I'll take Aragorn.
You won't get it. I'm taking. See, Aragorn's my favorite, but I'm taking Gandalf. I just feel like I feel safe around Gandalf.
I don't know, man.
you know?
But he's gonna
That guy's been
die.
known
And
to
you're gonna run.
Yeah,
on
but
your
then he's gonna
own.
come right back. You know. He's
Well,
gonna
in
be
like
like,
2 months.
At the turn of the tide.
it's all good. You know. Where do we want to go to next?
This might be quicker, I guess, but I wanted to mention this when we were talking about Aragorn and his introduction. But I love the town of Bree. It's always stood out to me as just being a really cool set. One, I like just obviously we get there, we only see it at night, and when it's raining a lot. So I don't know, I just like the aesthetic of like the very muddy streets. I love how kind of rinky-dink their wall and gate is, which is very fitting
yeah.
for like this little town. It's like doing the best we can, but like, you know, this is really just a place that people are stopping through, maybe going to the inn on their way to somewhere else. And like, obviously that door just gets knocked down and that guy gets fucking flattened, which is,
Oh yeah.
I mean, when I
What a
watch
way
it
to
now, it's
go.
like, man, I didn't realize how brutal that is, because it's not like blood like spews out or something like that, but it's quite savage of a scene. But also like the ring raise there, I feel like it's almost a bit cheesy that they all like, okay, let's get in positions. We're above the bed, and then like we'll stab down. But I love that scene. I mean,
It's
is
great.
one, it's kind of scary in a way, or at least it was when I was a kid. But I still just love the shot of that. And you know, even like what we're originally talking about, Brie, was just Aragorn in that, and how mysterious he is when he first goes. into that room, and he's like putting out the candles with his bare hands, which I mean, I guess isn't that big of a deal, but it still is like cool.
When
the
you're
way
a kid,
it's
it's
shot.
a big deal.
This movie
It's
made
like-
me do
it's
that
so-
many times.
It's so closely zoomed in when he does it that it, like, I don't know, it just looks so good. And yeah, I love when the hobbits come in and they all just have their, like, one of them has a like, not a chandelier, but like a candelabra, I guess, whatever it's called, and just whatever they could find. One has a stool. So I love that section of the movie, and like just that set piece in general. And obviously it's the first time Frodo puts the ring on, and we kind of get that scary moment too, where he's like freaking out, and you know the shot of like the ring falling onto his finger.
Oh yeah.
I forget how they
Bad
did that
miracle.
in terms of the like special effects of it, but really amazing sequence. I love that town.
Baggins. I know a Baggins. He's right over there.
Oh yeah.
Bilbo Baggins.
Fucking
Yeah,
Pippin. I
that's
just
why
wanna
he
hit
wasn't
something
initially
to-
on the team.
Yeah, fuck Pippin. I'm like, yeah, he's out. No more of this. But no, like even when you talk about the ring race, I think it's a scary thing. But the reason that works for me is because I feel like they have like, in my opinion, like a hive mind. You know, like they're all like, yeah, they're
Oh,
separate
yeah.
entities, but they're all just like this one force. And yeah, all that stuff is great. And just a point, I'm getting one. They're supposed to just be super low key, and Merry and Pippin are just ruining everything in this. And just even that moment when he's like, oh, Underhill, and he's starting to talk to the bartender, and like, oh, Gandalf, big pointy hat, big gray beard. Like he's sounding all polished. He's like, I haven't seen him in months. And it's just like one of those. That's like a small step of like the scale, like the stakes of, oh no, like now they're alone, and it's just like, oh, so we introduce Strider, but at that point, it's like, oof, again, not looking good for our characters. But yeah, it's such like a scummy part. Like they're in that bar and they're quiet, everyone's just like laughing. It's just they're definitely not in the Shire anymore. This warm, friendly place. So
It's funny that you mentioned like they're not being secretive or anything, and like it's even worse in the book because like Frodo literally gets on the table and just like sings a song and then he falls and then like the ring goes on him, and like that's what happens. It's just like
Peter Jackson,
Yeah.
main improvement right there.
yeah, exactly. Like, geez, like I like the chaos of what's going on, and I like the hobbits kind of out of their element. Like Bree is kind of a melting pot of like cultures. Like they're known to be like really friendly for like like hobbits and men. Like they both live there. And like even when they get to the gate, like what does
The
he
door.
say?
Hobbits?
Yeah.
Four
Like-
hobbits.
Yeah, like he's just got like this, the second door, and then I was mixing up those two scenes. When they go to the barkeep, he's like, oh, he's happy to cater to the little folk, and I like how they're like just really like embracing like, oh, these are a different person than what I am, but still like we're totally like, just come party with us, it's all good. And that, like, again, in the book, like that's what actually ties them to like sing a song, because it's like, sing a song from where you're from, like let's just have a good time and party. Like that's why they're there, right? They all had a hard day shoveling shit in the pigsty or whatever the hell they worked there. But yeah, no, I love Bree. I love everything about it. I love like the just, yeah, like the part, like the party that's going on in the bar, but then also just like the terror that's like right outside the door.
Oh,
like
yeah,
there's
these poor
literally
people don't even fucking know. Like, look at the guy who crushed
Yeah.
by the door. How embarrassing was that funeral? What happened to your dad?
Yeah.
Oh, these
Oh,
ring
there's no
race ran him
funeral.
over.
there's yeah, like
Yeah.
literally like just right through the front gate, and then like not even realizing that like these aren't just bad guys, like these are literally ring wraiths. Like these are
That is.
ghosts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
death dealers.
Sent by the greatest villain that's ever like basically existed in our time. Like they are here in Bree when you're just partying, right? Like it's just I just love like kind of focusing on little moments like that of like, it's just such a big deal that like these 8 ring wraiths are in Bree. But yeah, it's terrifying. And then yeah, like like I remember watching that as a kid, and I'm like, holy fuck, like this is the end. Kind of like what you're mentioning, Travis. Like I was too young to really be like, no, there's still more to the movie. Like this is the
Yeah.
protagonist right here. They're not gonna kill them off, but still, just being like, no, like what's going on? And then it stabs, and then like I think it's Pippin or Merry or something. Like their eye like jolts awake, and then it's just like, oh my god, they got Sam.
Well, and I
then
feel
no.
like it
Next
wasn't
door.
even, it wasn't even until after Fellowship ended that I found out there was books, and it was like a 3-story whatnot. Because I remember when Fellowship ended, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like the movie's not over.
They got that
like,
close to Moria.
How
Yeah.
Doom, I can see it. Like
Yeah.
you didn't go there.
And again, at that point, I'm watching content that's like has an ending. Usually, like you might get a sequel, but like the first one ended. So same thing of like these characters think they go at any point. But yeah, we talked about it on the animated ones. I think we've talked about it many times. Cast Ring Wraiths is the best kind of just side like the villain's cronies. Doesn't get any better. Sound design, music, everything about them. And that first little introduction of, especially because they just talk about them, but that get off the road moment, and just when he puts his hands down and the bugs start to crawl just out of that fear and stuff like that, and the sound design, their screeches and everything like that when they got across Huckleberry Ferry, they just seem so imposing, which sucks because I feel like later on Return of the King they feel less than I feel like Peter Jackson did a great job. It's because they're less focused. He did a great job making them feel so scary and whatnot. And even the Witch King to me doesn't have the exact same presence like these guys did. It's just a minor one, but yeah, the ring wraiths, the lore around them, just some of the best things ever created in like literature or whatever fake fantasy world, and just a great look. Yeah, awesome.
Can they not touch water, Kirkland?
Well, like they're not actually physically there. It's just their robes and like their armor. That's actually, like they're literally ghosts. So
when they get on the ferry, like a horse could really physically jump from that dock to that little raft. Is there a reason that it doesn't? Is it like tied to only physical ground or something? Or just wondering the reason.
Not to my
behind
knowledge. I would say like, no, we're gonna get you soon enough when you get off your ferry there. Like I don't know.
Plus, if that horse fucks up and they don't land on the boat, then
just
they're in the
overshoots
water.
it.
Yeah. It's not going good for the wraiths. You know?
Epic fail moment.
Didn't want to embarrass himself and said it in front of his buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you
First
see what
mission in
Kamul
years.
did?
Yeah. Sauron
Are we
said-
gonna have 3 more books if we don't keep going?
Oh, what was his name?
This guy's Harry
Goatloaf.
Goatleaf.
Oh,
Goat Leaf. That's better than Goat Low.
what's
Go
that
to the-
jacked version of him?
Go to 3
no,
pictures.
go down. Yeah, that,
Wow,
Yeah.
look at this.
is that from like Lord of the Rings Online or something? He's a
Go-
whole different.
oh,
Oh my
look at him.
god,
Oh,
he's
he
not.
could-
He could literally
Damn.
take down the Nazgul.
They didn't show they didn't show the extended scene where he's like, "You want to
He
fucking
lived
go?"
to
And he
an
like
old age
beats them all up.
He rips his sleeves off. You want to fucking go with me?
No,
I'm
we're
Harry
folks with the
Goatleaf.
prancing pony here.
I'm Harry Goatleaf, son of Barry Moatleaf. Yeah.
There's like
Here
a
to
what
the
if.
Goatleaf
They're
farm.
just sleeping in their hotel, and he's just doing ring wraiths like at the window and shit like that. I will
Performing
join
like
the
a
fellowship.
backbreaker. Yeah.
You have my arms.
Yeah. And my arms.
Yeah, they're like,
Just
who's
grabs
that?
the ring and
Oh.
crushes it.
That's Harry Goatloaf. He's an ass kicker, man. He
Oh,
killed all the
Goatloaf, not Goatleaf.
Goatleaf. It's Goatleaf.
No, I'm changing it to
Goatleaf,
Goatloaf.
son of
Oh,
Goatloaf.
Goatloaf.
Yeah, yeah. He killed all the Nazgul in one night. This guy, like, you know how he
So
got here?
jacked.
He carried Frogo on his back to get to Rivendell.
I'm just
Harry
imagining the
Goatloaf's
catapult
man.
of like the doors
One
coming
more-
down on him, and then he just pushes it away.
Taylor, go to the one where he's leaning. Go to the one where he's leaning. He looks like he just fucked in the Nazgul. Like, no one's getting through this door.
No, he just
Oh,
left
God.
the Blue Wizard party, I think. with that
Oh
one.
man.
Oh,
I-
yeah.
I hope Goatloaf's in this show, man. I hope that he was
It's
in
so
some big
funny.
battles.
Isn't
I don't like the
Goatloaf
young
no
versions
longer
I got
around
down
to be in
there.
this show, though?
Well, no, who knows? Maybe ages like Aragorn. The show's before the movies, so that's the thing.
You'd have to age like an elf.
Yeah, well, there you go. Perfect. Goat loaf. I'm sure they got some good loafs over there. So
I'll quickly mention it now, unless somebody else needs to say on Goatloaf. The
R.I.P.
prologue to this movie, I gotta say, is probably one of the greatest like openings to
Oh.
like anything like
The
ever.
greatest.
Like it just captures like the main events of what's going on. Like you know who the main players are. You know there's elves. Like there's men. Main bad guy named Sauron. This is kind of what he looked like. This is his ring. This is what the ring did to this character, and also just like narrated by Cate Blanchett. Like it's so fantastic. The song too. I think it was on my like top 10 songs of the like Spotify. Like I specifically this whole like soundtrack, the whole score. Like I constantly have in rotation. More so to like Two Towers or Return of the King. It's such a great balance of everything that I'm that I just want to be listening to in those moments. You got the bag end like Hobbit songs when they're just like totally popping off, and then just like the drums of like when the Orakai are marching. Just the score is fantastic. But yeah, I wanted to shout out the prologue because we haven't brought it up yet, I don't think. And it's so fantastic. Like I remember just being a kid and just thinking that like Like the first 2 minutes of this
This is
movie,
cinema.
I'm seeing an entire like action scene. Like this is
Yes.
insane. Like it's so fantastic. So I
It's
love
the
it.
best exposition that's ever been done in any
Yeah.
movie, in my opinion. It does because it feels like it's its own little movie. And yeah, I'm not trying to top you. I think it's the best. There's no opening of any movie I can think of that comes nowhere close to this right here. So
Cool 7 minutes ish, and yeah, no changes between theatrical and extended on that. It's the exact same, and I think they do a great job of one. Sauron's look is fucking awesome, but then like just showing how powerful he is, where one swing is just killing like 30 people.
Oh my
and he's
God,
just
what a powerhouse.
over and over again doing
Little
it.
Golov.
I love the just
And
That's what he's doing
Gotlof picked
with
up
his
his father's arm and beat the shit out of Sauron.
That's what he did in Asgard. They just walked. He's like, boom, boom.
when we get to our ranking,
of this.
fucking Harry Goatleaf is gonna be.
Oh
on top.
yeah, man.
There was actually a third statue of the Argonath. There was Isildur, Anarion, and then Gotlof.
Look, just beefcake.
In the middle.
Welcome.
They should've just got him to
Nazguls beware.
They should have got him to chuck the ring into Mount Doom. He could have been strong enough. He could throw it
Yeah.
that far.
Oh gosh. Like Uncle
I don't know.
Ricky.
No, I think I was just gonna say that the way that whole scene is shot, the filter, whatever it is over it, it's much darker, right? And then you obviously go to the Shire afterwards, just bright and colorful and happy and
Yeah.
all this. But they make it just feel old with the way it's shot too. So yeah, that's an amazing amazing setup, as you guys said. And I mean, even just the scale of it is interesting because we don't really get to that scale until
Right.
Return of the King. Like these, well, I mean, Two Towers. Like there's a lot of people there, but it still doesn't even match the scale of that
No.
opening battle where there's just thousands of people all over the place. Yeah, fantastic opening. I agree with what you guys said for sure.
And plus, just seeing it the first time, it was so cool them showing because I like Gollum the way they use him, like just little sprinkles throughout this movie. But to watch that and then later on see him in Two Towers Return of the King, like feel like just this little bit, like in retrospective, everything in that monologue was important. Like there was not a wasted in that 7 minutes. So at first it's like, okay, it's this little creature, like that's cool, but what is it? I remember Two Towers, the like anticipation. I was like, what the fuck is Gollum? Who is Gollum? And they barely showed him in trailers too. They would show him like a little bit, but not too much. But that's what I love in the prologue. Just that one scene of Gollum looking, and that's it. But then later on when it gets back referred to, and plus like it's not the same. But man, the Return of King one, I want to talk about another opening that slaps. That's another fucking one. Because but yeah, that. Just seeing Gollum, like, just a little bit. It's like, oh, nice stuff there.
Just to kind of keep adding to the prologue here. This was something
Do
in
it.
the extended scenes too, where Isildur, he's just cruising around, and obviously the orcs come in. And
Right,
attack
that was
him.
in there.
And obviously that was in the theatrical version, like the orc jumping on him, and they just show the ring like floating in the water. But then the extended scene shows that Isildur like cowardly just puts the ring on and hides and goes into the water. And I always found this to be like I don't know, kind of just like corny. Because, like, the ring just, like, slides off his finger when he's swimming in the water. He's, oh! And he can't grab it. And then he just gets pelted in the back with, like, 3 arrows. Just brutal. I just
Bad
found it a
miracle.
little cheesy. Yeah, it's a bad miracle, right?
Yeah. that was definitely like a weird thing that I had like back in the day as well. Like it just fell off his finger, and then like how did it get on Sauron's gauntlet? You know, like he has a giant like spike thing, and then I learned that like the ring actually changes, like it actually changes the size of the wearer, and then in that moment, like it actually
We
betrayed
see that at some point too later in the movie.
like the size changing
Yeah.
in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I,
And which
can't remember, I
I
think it's like
didn't
an
notice that.
Elrond explaining it or something like that.
oh, okay.
But it's shown at some point.
Yeah, but so like, but like that's just so funny. I remember thinking that as a kid. I'm like, how the fuck did Sauron, like, was Sauron made after the ring? Like, because he just has this giant metal gauntlet. It's just like, there's no way it's getting off unless you chop the whole fucking finger off. So, but yeah, no, and like that's basically how it escapes all of its previous owners, whether it's Smeagol or anyone like that, right?
wants to be found.
Change his size. It's opposite of like
Change
a
his
cock
size.
ring.
Sauron's like, what are you doing with my ring?
This is
Harry
why I made you.
Yeah.
You've been corrupted.
The Wizards of the East are like, we thought that's what it was for. Like, I wonder, would you still get transported to that weird dark realm if you put it on your cock? I don't know. That's something they'll have to explain in Rings of Power. So
Frodo, what are you doing
There's a
over
Jack
there?
Black scene
Yeah.
about that on
Yeah.
SNL, I think.
they can't find it here. Where to now? we talked about Frodo and Sam. Do we want to talk about the Hobbits all? I don't have much to add on them. Of like, I love them all. I joked about it. Like, I feel like there's more to add on them in, especially Merry and Pippin in 2, and especially 3. Merry and Pippin here are the best case of what I would say is the best use of comedic relief, where it's not too much, it's not too little, and I don't find them annoying. I find them lovable. I like that they're still good people overall. Any point where they get annoying, the characters usually call them out on being annoying. So it's like, oh, that's the trait they're supposed to be annoying. Not like some characters where they're joking and it's annoying and no one's calling them out. It's like, oh, no, they just think he's funny, or they think everything they do with Merry and Pippin is great. The situations that they put him in make sense as far as like Pippin fucking them all over in the mines. Like, they all work well. Like, you could look at that and go, oh, these guys are gonna just be jokesters. And I think it's the right time. I talked about Frodo at the beginning, where I love his character as far as just taking that burden, and Sam's that good best friend. I love in the first one, Fellowship, he's just so obsessed with getting home. Like, anytime he's like, can we go home, Frodo? Oh, now it's time to go home. The elves have it. We can go home. Because like, he doesn't even, from the way the film like puts it out there, he kind of just gets brought on this quest, because Gandalf just says like, you need him to carry, so like you're just around to carry shit for Frodo. You're here to help him. Where in Two Towers, Return of the Kings, it feels like he's there for Frodo to the bitter end, but this just feels like he kind of got wrapped up in a situation. But no, the chemistry between all the stories, we talk about with Gandalf and Bilbo, but with those four, again, they also feel like they've been friends for years. So the Hobbits are all great in here. I think this Frodo gets the most shine, where the other ones kind of develop a lot more in 2 and 3, but all great stuff. And it's sad when they get taken away, Merry and Pippin. I remember, again, not even talking about the deaths, when they get kidnapped. I'm like, what the fuck is this movie? We lost 2.
Boromir thought he saved them.
Yeah, he died for nothing. He should have just let them got caught and then like joined the trio after and saved them. Like it would have worked, but and they would have bumped into Faramir. But yeah, that's all I have to say on the Hobbits.
I'm a huge Samwise fan. I think I always have been, but especially in recent years. And you know, one thing I got to shout out is the Return of the King movie. Like, sheds a lot of light on Samwise, and I think is an interesting way. It might be the only thing that movie does really well, but I thought it was pretty cool, so that's worth checking out. But yeah, I love that line that he has about, this is the furthest I've ever been. The furthest from home I've ever been. Like, I've always loved that line, and I also love that Frodo's just like, come on, Sam, like, shut up, let's go.
Yeah.
He kind of like puts him down in that moment, which is funny. But yeah, I agree with you. I like how he's just not confident at all in this movie. He always is second guessing like any decision. He always wants to turn around, but at the same time, he bites his tongue a lot too, and he just lets people who have more knowledge and understanding and expertise at certain things take over and do stuff, make the decisions and all that kind of thing, and he'll just go along with it. And then yeah, I just love how his character evolved. So I'm very excited to dig more into him in the future ones. To touch on Merry and Pippin, one little moment I like is obviously Gandalf's death scene when they're all outside, and Pippin is just like a baby, like curled up in the fetal position, essentially like crying. And I love that Merry is like above him, like comforting him. He's like squeezing his arm because obviously he's like super emotional too. But I love that he's like, his priority in that moment is not to show Pippin his weakness. He's like just trying to be there for him to, you know, keep him safe and make sure he's doing okay, that kind of thing, just to comfort him. So I love that little detail, and I agree with you. Like, all of the comedy works for them when Pippin's like, or Legolas has the line of like, you're only supposed to eat, you know, one little nibble from this bread will fill a full man's belly. He's like, how many do you have? And he's like looking around. And he says, well, 4. And like, I don't know. I love that
Big
humor.
burp too. Like, feeling
Which
that
sucks
one
when
later.
you think about Return of the King, when they're like, we have 1 piece of llama's bread left, and they're like just rationing it. Like, man, you guys really screwed us over.
God damn it!
First
Pippin.
breakfast, second breakfast.
I know
lunch,
that
dinner,
joke too,
supper.
I love that. I mean, I think there's something special about that sequence of the movie before you actually get to the Fellowship, and it's just Aragorn
With these
Sometimes I
hobbits.
drop a letter, and just the 4 hobbits. I think that's so much fun. That whole sequence. So, yeah, big fan of those hobbits. I'm trying to see what other notes I have on it, but someone else can take over for a bit.
Jessica, what do you think of the Hobbits?
I mean, they're kind of the main starting point of this whole movie. I never once thought Merry and Pippin were even remotely annoying. In fact, I think they were, I guess, considerably my favorite hobbits. I like their comedic value. As it was pointed out, you know, what about 11sies and supper and second supper and midnights or whatever it is, you know, stuff like that. just great. You know, some of the lines of them, you know, can't keep you away even when we're trying to have a secret meeting and they just run out. You know, they, I don't know, grandfather themselves into this little trio. I don't really remember what happened to them. I remember them riding in a tree, but things like that. But I'm excited to kind of, yeah, like I
Not any old
I-
tree.
They go to the east.
I get
Those
distracted.
tree poles.
Yeah.
So, you know, have a hard time with long things and concentrating. So I'm excited to watch this and actually watch it and kind of see how these characters develop.
I thought you'd react sooner, Travis. That was a good response.
Oh, yeah, the replay you can see I looked down because I was trying not to. Taylor, how do you feel about the
And
Hobbits?
here we are.
Well, were you done, Jessica? I don't want to jump into the Hobbits.
I don't know what. Go ahead.
I personally am very much a Pippin fan. I just like. his
Oh, no
quirkiness.
shit.
I like-
No shit.
Yeah, this guy's
That-
touching the skeleton. When we're in
Yeah.
the tomb, he's
When the
keeping
ring
him away
wraiths
from
are
the well.
hunting us, you're cooking at midnight with a fucking fire. Like, it's good. Even Sam at that. That's why good Sam
Saved you some.
Frodo is just there with these kids like, what are you all doing? Put it out. Like, I just love, he's like in charge of these fucking idiots. I just like, you've seen what's after us and you're cooking right now. Like, what are we doing here?
That was
Dad's
definitely
not home.
Sam's idea to cook. There's no way that was Pippin and Merry. That was Sam for sure.
I think it was a group decision that Frodo was not included in.
Sam's frying pan. At the very least.
Aragorn was probably like, "You guys start the food. I'm gonna go scout the area."
Oh, yeah. He's like, bigger,
Big
I
fire.
can't see
We want
you."
big fire. Yeah.
Something Harry Goatleaf would be proud of.
The beacon is lit.
Yeah. I just want to fucking kill these Nazgul. Get it out.
But I love the Hobbits. I love their introductions too. They're great. I like the development that we get in the later films between Pippin and Merry. I think that was a good point you mentioned, Dylan, where Merry is just trying to show that strength for Pippin because the two are they've been so inseparable, and that's all. If you haven't read the books and you just based it off of what you've seen with the movies, that's all you see is them just having this bond that's always this strong connection and not being parted. So when you get into like Frodo and Sam with their relationship, it just seems like a really, really good friendship as well. And they all just seem to they just bounce off each other so good. I always thought it was interesting when Sam was like, this is the farthest I've ever been from home, but yet a whole day goes by, it seems like, and he's like, you're in Farmer, Maggot's crop? Is that what he says?
Yep.
Uh,
Farmer Maggot.
yeah, so I just think, well, have you been here before, Sam? Like, or are you just aware of this crop? Like, it just seems like this is a pretty far area, so obviously Merry and Pippin
Good
go...
point.
They go
stout
far out there.
There's legends of this farmer just fucking killing hobbits any chance he gets. Just you stuff in my property. But yeah, that's a
Okay.
good point actually.
Also, I must say, Farmer Maggot is one of the most underappreciated character. He is just done so dirty in the movie
He's
versions.
just a pickaxe.
In the book though, he's actually such a G. He like stands up to the Nazgul. He's like, "Get the fuck off my property!" Like, no, get the
So
hell
he
out of here.
says, quote, unquote.
Like we don't. Yeah, literally. Tolkien wrote
Tolkien's
that.
like, I mean-
1930s.
Get the fuck off my
Get the fuck off my property. Everything
Like,
else
when
is
Harry
so
Goldleaf
beautiful.
over for
Yeah.
lunch, he will fuck you up.
Yeah.
No, I love it. Like he actually likes, and he's very like homey, like he brings them in and like he's totally like offering them food and everything. Like he's such an awesome character. And then in this, he's just like the bad guy with the sickle, like get off my get off my farm.
Get off my lawn, kids. Yeah.
He's just a hobbit, right?
Yep. Yeah, he's
Wow.
just. A
So
hobbit.
what happens when he kicks the Nazgul off? What do they do to him?
Well, like they don't fight him. It's just like we're looking for Bilbo or we're looking for Baggins. Yeah, like that. And
Bagoons.
he's just like totally. He also like has his dogs too, so
yeah,
they
you
help
hear him barking.
deter. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just had to shout that out because he's underappreciated. Everybody, like, I feel like I always just saw him as that angry old farmer. And then you go through the novel, it's like, oh my god, he's
Who the
actually
fuck's this
such
asshole?
a sweetheart. Yeah, he's awesome.
Anything else specific? I know we all have notes and stuff like that, but anything specifically scene or character wise? Again, we haven't talked about Gimli. I love Gimli. He's a good
Oh, yeah.
character. Not much to add there, but he gets him and Legolas are in the same boat where they're cool characters, get some fun moments. They don't get too much development, but
Yeah, Gimli's
Yeah.
amazing.
Gimli's fantastic. I feel like I always liked him, like for the comedic relief like usage back in the day and he's also just such a fun like third, like unfortunately I always saw him as just like the third character with Legolas and Aragorn. Unfortunately, he was if I was picking Legolas and I couldn't get Legolas, I'm picking Aragorn, and then I just never really picked Gimli, unfortunately, at least in the tie-in games. And I really grew to appreciate him more, like later on. I love the dynamic between him and Legolas. I feel like I've always loved that. And something that I really appreciate about this movie, actually, like going through the novel, is that they actually really feel like more friendly after Lorien, and that's like a big event for them. Like they actually just become really good friends after going through Lorien. And yeah, like they like even in the movie, like they just seem to like kind of like they're friendly jabbing at each other from this point on, but they're never really in each other's face and like dropping like hateful words like they are in like Rivendell, like when he's like, I would never trust it in the hands of an elf, like they're totally at like just at each other's throats basically. And I must have been intentionally, because like after that Lorien event, they just seem a lot friendlier, and like they kind of give each other that fun smirk here and there. So I like it.
Gimli's got the hairs of Galadriel. He's feeling
Yes.
still in his existence.
Oh yes, very significant gift too, if you didn't know.
I love that in the council meeting when everyone's still arguing and he's just still, don't trust an elf. Like he's just still like everyone's almost like moved on from the ring topic, and they're
Just
like
dropping racial
pretty
issues.
much what he is. Like, don't trust an elf. Never trust an elf. It's just like, all right, calm down, Gimli.
We're
But
down, man.
yeah, no, you're right about Lothlorien. Oh my.
Whoa.
Lothlorien.
You could
Lothlorien,
say
thank
Lorien
you.
or
Yeah.
Lothlorien.
That it does feel like that changes them all. Also, it's like they're bouncing off the death of Gandalf, right? So I feel like all of them would be a little less
That's a good point.
confrontational. But it does feel like any point, not feel like it is, at any point they do have like a joking spar. It's just more friendly. And even the rest of the movie, they don't come to terms, right? Because at that point, it's just them fighting a bunch of fucking Uruk-hai, and it's like, we got to batten down the hatches now because there's just so many of them. And great fight scenes, like that tracking shot of one point where they hear the Horn of Gondor and they're all running with, like, the camera's going with Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, and it's just going through, and you're following the Uruk-hai and all of them. Like, holy shit, what a shot that is. And I love Gandalf's little axes that he throws. I like those more than the big ones. Those are like, yeah, fuck yeah. Or sorry, yeah, Gimli.
He's like, you like this? Take my axe.
He just throws his robes open and just axes come out. He's like, Harry, go
He's like
told me
Neo in the
this.
Matrix, just like.
That one you mentioned, the council meeting, they were just kind of just throwing racial slurs. I like that one sequence where the ring's just sitting there and he just gets like super like, what are we waiting for? And he just goes on. Someone could have stopped him, but he just looks like a fucking like, he unfortunately looks like embarrassed.
They
'cause
wanted
he
them
just-
to embarrass himself 100%.
Oh, clearly
Like,
they
you're gonna
did.
Watch what this
Elrond-
dwarf's about to do. Yeah.
Elrond had the most blandest face after like, it cannot be destroyed with any mortal weapon. Like just
they
totally
took a
just
bet
shits on him.
beforehand. They're like, how many bucks we gonna bet? Like, Gimli gets up and tries to swing and take an
Oh
axe.
yeah,
Like,
definitely.
5 minutes? Who's on 5 minutes? I'm on 5 minutes. Yeah.
Taylor, have you seen that YouTube video where someone like edited it? So like he hits the ring and then it just shows like Barad-dûr just like crumbling and like
I
it
have
just like
seen
roll
that.
credits.
That's so good.
he like destroys. Yeah, it's like, oh, there you go.
so
Well, what
good.
are we
I
waiting
love
for? And he
Wow, what a
that's
different
great.
movie that would be.
So
I gotta
good.
see that.
Another
I'll
thing
send it. I'll send it.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing I'll shout out to with him too is just when they're
What
in
are we waiting
they're trying to get to the bridge and the mines of Moria, and he
Caradu.
yeah,
Khazad-dûm.
Aragorn looks towards him and he just puts his hand up. I love the dwarf shit. Like nobody tosses a dwarf, and then he just fucking goes and
Not
all the
the
spots.
beard.
Yeah.
Not the beard. Yeah, it's
Such a
like
great
Legolas
line
grabs
delivery
him.
too, the way he says it.
Yeah.
It's so good.
We haven't really talked much about Mines of Moria. Maybe we'll talk
No.
about that segment next. The only thing I noticed that they cut in the theatrical release is the kind of quick exposition line that the purpose of the Mines of Moria was for mining mithril. I mean, I'm sure they also like live there and stuff, but that was like probably the reason why it was constructed there is for the mithril, which I gotta say, that's like one of the things CGI wise that looks weird to me is when they all look down at like the just shining light essentially, and then you zoom up on their faces. That's one thing that I don't think actually looks very good. So I wonder if that was a reason why they cut it. I mean, it's a pretty quick scene where they talk about that when they're looking over the edge. And I mean, I don't think you really need that for the Mines of Moria section to make sense because they're not going through it to look for that. It's just like kind of some lore backstory. But do you guys have any thoughts on that? Like, is that an important detail to you, or do you think that's fine they cut it? And am I alone with the CGI thing? Like, I very well might be.
It didn't stand out, so I guess for me it did, because like I didn't remember seeing that scene. Like, oh, if there are scenes that are extended that you feel look a little different, like feel like they are edited or shot a little bit differently. The only thing I took away from that, which I liked, is they said like Nithro was like worth more than the Shire, which is like, man, what a fucking shot in the face of the Hobbits. Like,
Built on
you
a
know,
whole stash of it in his fucking
yeah, it's like, this metal down here, that's worth more than your home. It's like, that's a big home. It's like, it's worth more than that. It's like, Jesus. So, but no, that's all I got to add.
Cool.
Yeah. I would say like that scene, like it's weird. Like it didn't really bother me, but it still just felt like an extended scene. Like I know it was an extended scene, but like it just felt longer than it needed to be. Like I felt like they could have just like looked over and then like went on with their day, but they're like, and then just like had like the shine going off them. So I see where you're coming from for sure, Dylan. I think just like the super glow on their face was a little bit bizarre, and it was a scene that I remember differently. But yeah.
I got a question. So this is where we technically get the introduction of Gollum. Is when they're sitting, just kind of chilling, getting some rest, and Gandalf has the line of, "He's been following us for 3 days now." So I'm curious, like, I guess Gollum was in the Mines of Moria, right? Because obviously he wouldn't have followed them in from outside, because, like, how would that have made sense? So he must have been in Moria already?
No, I think he was following them, because he couldn't have predicted.
But, like,
they
they get crumbled in when the octopus fucks up the wall and stuff. Like, how would he have gotten in?
He's sneaky.
Probably just like like a tiny little hole that like honestly like I could picture it being like a tiny little like air hole or something he just slid through. He's just very I mean, you'll discover it, Dylan, when you get the Gollum game. You'll be
which I delayed, so who knows?
That's a level. That's a level you play. Get into the Mines of Moria.
There has to be more than just that one way, too. I'm sure that there was probably another way in and out that maybe just wasn't convenient to where they were.
Or Aragorn or something.
Really, not Gandalf though, because remember, in a span of half an hour, he forgets 2 things about the Mines of Moria here.
Yeah.
How he gets that riddle, and he's just like, man,
I don't remember this place.
For the people that didn't were like Boromir just meeting Gandalf for the first time, he'd be like, this is the fucking guy they chose to lead us. Like twice in this mission, he's forgetting where to go or what to say and everything like that. So you can't trust Gandalf with directions.
With the journey, he says as well, it takes 4 days to the other side. And then when we get that kind of like time code of like, Gollum's been following us past 3 days. Now, is that him saying that on the 4th day when they're, I'm assuming, nearing the exit point, right, to the bridge?
That's what I mean, right? Because we don't really, we know that he says, it takes 4 days, but we really have no point of scale of when any of the things in there happen. I guess with the exception of like the Balrog scene and therefore that fight against the cave troll and stuff.
I would have loved to
it's
see
kinda hard to
Gollum
tell.
try. Like, while the whole fellowship was intact. I would love to see him try to get the ring.
If he has been following them since before the Mines of Moria, like, I guess I'm curious about when he starts tracking them or when he finds them and how long. Because, like, has he been cruising around those mountains with them too? Can he survive that? I mean, I guess if the rest of them could, why can't he? But I'm just kind of curious about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like that whole line too of when they enter the mines, and then Gandalf says, "Like, well, yeah, like takes 4 days to get through there." I mean, they just don't really do a good job at like showcasing those 4 days, and it's just kind of assumed. And then when he says the line, like he's been following us for 3 days, like is that just because
that's
they're
only
on
to Gandalf's
the 4th
knowledge.
day?
He could have been following them for a lot longer. That's just as long as
He was
Gandalf,
in Bree the whole time.
He could have, yeah. I feel like Gandalf the same way,
he's
like
in Barad-dûr,
Aragorn and
getting tortured.
Boromir just saw him like in the water. Gandalf could have saw him, but that doesn't mean that was the 3rd day he started, right? Because it's like you'd have to really track it of when did Gollum pick up their scent, and like I feel like it's after Rivendell, because I'm sure Gollum, he's fucking sneaking here. There's some whisperings. I feel like them leaving Rivendell somewhere, he had to intercept them. I don't think it's because at that point Gandalf even says like, oh, he got released or he escaped and stuff like that. So he knows they're looking for the ring, and he knows that the ring's been pushed out. So somewhere at Rivendell, he must have intercepted them through a floating log or something, and then and even though it's more than 3 days, but still, Gandalf may not saw him at that point. So
Yeah.
Interesting.
I love in that because I didn't put in my notes, so I'll say it here. Probably my favorite line of the movie. They refer back to it and stuff, but it's like just a good lifeline too. And I love there's a couple. The conversation between Gandalf and Frodo is really good here. Of just like the pity he didn't kill him, and the way Gandalf just turns that conversation, like pity, like like he kind of just is almost questioning Frodo of maybe taking life for granted, not his life, but just like life in general. Of like, why should we just kill this creature? And one, he says like there's a role to play. Obviously, that's what happens in this trilogy. But I love the whole, I wish none of this had happened, and the only thing you can do with time is what time's been given to you. And that line is like that's just like something to use in life as well. But Ian's McKellen delivery. So I just want to highlight that conversation between Gandalf and Frodo. Hits on story points, personal points, and just like real life shit that. Really good. Just love that dynamic, that conversation there.
Yeah, I think that if you were to ask like younger me, kid me, like what my favorite part of this movie is, I think I would go Mines of Moria. I just love. I just think the way this whole sequence is shot, whatever they did with like CGI backgrounds and like using practical effects or just finding certain locations that would work for certain spots, whatever it is, it looks amazing. And like with the exception of the mithril scene, it like just still looks fantastic when they first go into, I guess, the halls or the home, whatever they call it, and it's just like all those pillars that you can just see as far as the eye can see, I guess. Like looks amazing, and I love that battle because I guess that's the first battle you get with the whole 9 of them. I guess the octopus would be a fight as well, but truly like in Balin's grave, like that room, I've always just loved that set piece of like it's like a wave based mission kind of thing where like and as soon as the wood starts breaking on the door is like Legolas is just firing arrows through right away.
It's like Nazi zombies almost,
Yeah,
like they're getting through the first barricades.
Yeah. I just love that set piece so much. Everything with the cave troll and how he's kind of stalking the hobbits around and what Taylor mentioned about Legolas climbing around the chain to get on top of him and stuff. And also just like the primal rage that Gimli goes to in this when he first goes in there and he's just like wailing when he figures what happens. It might be a bit cheesy that like Gandalf picks up this book and like flips near the end and it like perfectly sets up what's about to happen and it happens like right then. Maybe that's a bit silly, but I still love the pacing of it and just like this build of this impending doom when the thing falls down and you start hearing the drums echo in the deep. And then it like builds up.
Oh, the
like
drums.
I fucking love the Mines of Moria. Fantastic section of this movie that I always get like re-energized when this part of the movie comes up. I guess I'm just like, oh yeah, I can't wait for the Mines of Moria.
And during the drums, there's just that shot of just like it's somewhere in the cave, like presumably the well, where it's just like dead soldiers, arrows, everything like that. And there's like it's just like that, and then it like naturally transitions into the score too, which is great. It's like and then it gets into the score, but oh yeah, that is I remember that in the theater. Those drums were loud. It was such a good, and you're like, oh my god. And the orcs again. We talked about this a lot on the Hot Retro, but man, they look fantastic here. Like they look so scary, imposing, realistic, everything. Sure, the cave troll, like a few instances, looks a little like, okay, it's not there. For the most part, the texturing, the color, like blends it in really well.
It's a nice dark room, so it makes it easier.
The Neithril twist was like a really good. Same thing when he got stabbed. It's like, oh my god, and then it's like, wow, that can stand out. So no, that like I said, that I think this whole portion is like this. It's the Helm's Deep for this movie. It's that highlight, and like you said, it's the first time we see them work together, but it's actually the only time we get to see them battle, right? Because Gandalf dies, and the next time they're reunited, Boromir's gone. So it's like a great set piece for the Fellowship to have, and obviously capped off with the Berrock, and just good stuff.
When I watch that whole sequence too, I just think about the planning that it would have taken to have built this mine as they're digging and destroying these rocks downwards. Like the towers that would have had to been planned as they're clearing out these spaces to create these huge structures and archways and things like that. I don't know, from an architectural standpoint, the planning and ideas that would have had to come for that, I don't know, kind of mind-boggling, especially because realistically people do have the ability to think in that sense and plan that way.
Yeah, I guess it's a testament because to this point, you're only seeing the dwarves from Gimli's perspective, and he's kind of shown as a bit of a dope at times. Obviously, trying to shatter the ring, and just some of his statements, like he's not doesn't have the biggest brain on the team. But then you see like how epic this place is, and just how great of the people the dwarves were. Maybe they still are, who knows? But at least they were to build this place is very impressive, and that's one of the things I'm very excited for. Rings of Power is just these dwarven cities. Me and Kirklin have talked about in these trailer breakdowns.
We're going to
Moria.
Moria.
God, these dwarven cities! I can't wait to see them with like living dwarves in them. It's gonna be so cool. Very excited for that.
Yeah, like just adding on to what Jessica was saying, I absolutely love like the architecture of everything, and yeah, like it's the first big showcase of like what the dwarves can do. And although there's no dwarves there alive other than Gimli, it's just like their effect that they have. Like those pillars will last till like the end of the world, right? Like those, like it's just they really left their staple. And yeah, no, I'm so fucking pumped for the dwarves' usage in Rings of Power. I'm so excited to just see those populated cities of just like so lively. But like sticking with this movie, just like the whole Fellowship going through Moria. Yeah, it's forever gonna be one of the most iconic like Lord of the Rings scenes. I'd say, especially just like them like entering the tomb, realizing it's not great. Okay, let's leave. And then, like, let's get the fuck out of here because this is scary. And then what's behind you is just, like, even a scarier thing that just crushes down the door. And it's like, well, now we have no options other than going forward. And then just, like, how the scene is just pitch black. And then Gandalf, like, turns on his Loomis, like turns on his light and then lights up the room. And then they just kind of, like, well, now we just face the dark depths of Moria, and they just go down. Like, it's just, it's so freaky, and it's so much scarier even like in the book too, of just like all the things that they like come across. And like, yeah, when those drums hit, boom, boom, like it, like, like something's coming. And like, this is me knowing the full story of the War in the Ring, or the War of the Ring. Like I know everything that's happening, but still in that moment, like I'm just terrified because it's so claustrophobic feeling, right? And I love the moment too of like Gandalf reading like the last moment that happened, like the dwarf that just wrote down the tale of what was happening. We can't get out, we're stuck. And just the way that he delivers those lines, and with like the music that's going with the scene, it's so intense. Like, we can't get out, we have to get out, we can't. And it's like you're reading the last words of someone that you're standing in the exact same spot that they died. Like, holy fuck, you're screwed. And the next thing you know, behind you, Peregrine Took, fool of a Took, just like throws a corpse down the mine shaft. And it's just like, it could not have made a louder noise. This entire place hits every single echo possible. It is so intense. And then, yeah, with the orcs look so fantastic. The fight scene's fantastic. I love the orcs' armor. It just looks so rustic. Like, every single, like, if you get cut by them and you don't die, you're getting like tetanus. You're just dying like 3 days later. Like, it's just rusty, like jaggedy. I love just the stark contrast from like that type of weaponry, and then like the elvish weaponry that's all like, everything is a piece of art with like its designs and everything. I absolutely love it.
And you just like cures your disease or whatever.
It heals you. It heals you 3
Grow an
days later.
additional limb. Like.
And it never dies. And then just, yeah, like when the Balrog enters, like it's just it's such an amp up. Like, it's just so intense. Travis, as you mentioned, like that line, that is one of my favorite like lines like ever I think I've ever heard. I feel like it just hits me more and more. Like I was kind of like, I kind of forgot that he says that in the mines though, because initially like that's what he says like in the Shire, like to Frodo when he's like telling him like the basically the story of the One Ring, and he's like, I don't want to do that, and then he drops the fantastic line. And it's just one of those lines that like, it's really well written. It's short, and like the delivery of Ian McKellen is just 10 out of 10. But like when you really just like sit on that and think about that, it's just like, it's a lifeline. And it hits so well. I was welling up in tears just hearing that line, just because it's so impactful. And yeah, there's so many moments like that. But those are my thoughts on Moria. I love the Gollum. Was that actually an extended scene? I forgot to ask that. The Gollum, like peering over in the
that one's
ladder.
in theatrical.
That's in theatrical. Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing in Moria that's cut is the mithril scene. Everything
okay.
else is in the theatrical cut, so it's pretty much all there.
Okay.
And like I said, the fight scene is like slightly recut.
that,
Like it
yeah,
might
yeah,
be
right,
30
yeah.
seconds ish difference, but you're not missing like any moments or lines. It's just like slightly recut.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Moria.
In the books inside of the DVD cases, it actually has all of this asterisks on all of them too, so you don't actually
cool.
have to even go into the
Nice.
menu. You can just look in that book. Yeah, you're gonna pull it out now, aren't
That's
you?
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I guess
Durin's door too. One of the coolest fucking
Yeah.
designs ever. Oh, I love
Yeah,
that.
I wanted to mention that quickly because that was something that when we talked about the Lord of the Rings animated movie, how Gandalf just like figures it out the riddle to get through that door. But I really like either the chain. I'm guessing the book does that too. I forget if we discussed that. On
I
the
pulled
animated.
that up. I forget about it now.
But either
I think
way,
he just thinks of it.
yeah. Either way, I really like that addition. That Frodo is the one who like is able to solve that riddle. I think that's a good change for him. I don't think I have much to say on the octopus scene. It's fun, but I don't know. It's not, if you're picking the best action scenes from this movie, it's maybe on the lower end, I guess. But yeah, the whole staircase scene, I love that. It's funny that you were just talking about the claustrophobia of them being stuck in that room, but it's similar when they're in that sequence. It's claustrophobic in that they're on this like 2 meter long thing that is Rainbow Road. Like if you fall off, you're fucking dead. But it's it's open like hundreds of yards in each way. So it's kind of these contrasting ways of being claustrophobic, which is interesting. And obviously, just like as the fires and whatnot light up the scene, the Balrog still like that CGI holds up completely. It looks just as good as anything you could possibly do today, if not better. It's so good. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's why I've always there's so much going on in Moria that makes it so exciting. So love that whole sequence.
I mean, Amazon stole the design because it looks so good from the 2001 version, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I still don't know how that works. If they weren't allowed to even
I know,
let Peter
it's
look
interesting.
at them, then I wonder if there's enough source material for them to be like, we kind of interpret it this way. But yeah, Balrog looks great. I just remember first time seeing it as a kid, this fucking huge demon with wings and a fucking fire sword. You're like, what are we supposed to do with this? And I'll talk about in Two Towers because man, fucking Gandalf's is the coolest. But great scene. And even then, when you think they got rid of it, just that little whip coming up again is like oh damn, But yeah,
I remember,
the claustrophobic of beside each other is awful.
I remember as a kid, I'm like, why didn't he just like run away? Like, as he fell, like he could have just skipped and like the whip wouldn't have got him or something. But it's all prophecy. It's
He
all
was
meant
tired
to be.
because they even cut to him.
Yeah.
He's like, ugh, like that was a lot to take out of him,
Yeah.
So
Fucking Blue Wizards is dealing with orgies and parties, and I have to deal with
gotta
this
use
shit.
their help. Yeah.
God damn it.
Ah, you fools.
I'll shout out another quick scene here. I mean I really like this moment when they all stop. This is right before they get to Moria. Maybe not right before they get to Moria. It's before they go up the mountain, I guess. It's when they stop and they're just chilling for a bit, kind of resting. That's when the bats come through. I know they're not bats, whatever they're called. Kirklin, what are they called?
Spies of Isengard. I don't know what they're actually called. They're essentially bats.
Yeah, I forget. Whatever they're called. Anyway, they come through that scene. This became a meme recently in GeekVerse, but I just love some of the character building stuff, the bonding, particularly Boromir training Merry and Pippin with the swords, and then they start tackling each other. But I wanted to share this meme because I don't think we actually talked about it on the podcast, but there was just some random newscast that we were going to do, or that you guys were going to do on a Thursday, I think. Taylor, Travis, maybe Kirklin was in there too. And I was like, I think I want to join for this episode. Is that all good with you guys? And then Taylor just drops that gif of Boromir welcoming Merry and Pippin and tackling and playing with them. I gotta say, I was laughing for like 2 weeks straight about that. I would just randomly think about it and just start cracking up again to the point where
aftershock
Muzz just
effect.
knew like why I was laughing because I was just randomly in the house like a madman, just laughing for no reason. But that was just like the most beautiful use of that gif. But like, it's funny because we're memeing that now. When I see that, I get a bit of a chuckle out of it. But that is such a sincere scene. I love that just moment of character building and bonding. It's fucking fantastic. So, shout outs to that whole scene there.
And that training could have saved some of their life, especially in Return of the King, right? Because they got to do some sword fighting. So Boromir, again, he looked after those two hobbits. So, and I always liked that just because I felt like Boromir was closer with Merry and Pippin, and Aragorn was closer with Sam and Frodo. There's not much to go with that, but there's just in my head canon of like that was just the section of like the human and the human and hobbits that got along, and that's why Legolas and Gimli were beside each other, and Gandalf like he had other shit to do. He's always leaving, so I kind of like that. So. Yeah,
I've got a few more things here. Should we just keep going?
I got notes. I don't know if I got anything specific scenes, but yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if this is a big discussion point. I think everyone will agree, but those two statues, once again, Kirklin knows the name. I don't. As they're going on their boats through, like near the end of the movie.
Argonauts.
There you go. They just look amazing. So cool. What a shot. Like, it's been a wallpaper on my computer for several months at a time throughout my life. It's just a classic. I got a question about that final battle that happens. Where the fuck is Sam throughout that whole thing? Because I didn't really realize until recent that, like, he does not appear until the end when Frodo is, taking off the boat. And he's like, I'm coming with you, which I love that scene as well. Yeah. I mean, Samwise almost suicides himself doing that, but it was for a good cause. But, where is Sam in this sequence?
Cooking.
Yeah, he's cooking something.
I would say he just kind of, like, he's looking for his master, and then he just has a feeling of like where he would have gone.
I guess he just got lucky that no orcs were in the area that he was in, I suppose.
Yeah, at the ships. I mean, yeah, because like you saw it in the animated version, Dylan. Like he's running with Aragorn, like in the book version, and then he just can't keep up with Aragorn because he's a man and he's sprinting. So he's like, well, I can't keep up with him, so let's use my brain. It's like, where would he go? And then he's like, oh, the ships,
right.
and then he goes back there and. It's funny. Frodo is wearing the ring when he gets on the boat, and he just sees a boat like just going like an empty boat, and then he just has a feeling that it's him, and then Frodo like doesn't answer until he's like drowning basically, and that's when he saves him.
Sadly, it was actually naked Boromir. He's like, Frodo! And then like looks up, just Boromir, who was looted earlier. But
so wait, so it's his corpse?
Yeah. Well, remember, begin this cast, they took all his clothes and everything like that? Yeah. But no, good shout out.
3 hours ago.
The score, again, same thing when I watched the first time, I thought Sam was a goner. I'm like, man, he's going to drown here. We're losing our third member.
Yeah.
And that hand come down, the timing of the music, so good. Yes, it's distracting because when they get pulled up, their jackets are completely dry. If you've never noticed that, like other than Sam's hair, but it's just like, yeah, no, his clothing's dry, but Sean Astin they threw a bucket over him. But great scene, and it's just
it's
like
elven
great
cloths
embrace.
that
exactly
dry.
elven robes.
It's not a plot hole. Yeah, they have little dryers going on, but yeah, no, great scene.
It's actually a towel.
That was I remember very vividly watching that scene for the first time and like actually being like scared that Sam just wasn't. And it's like a drawn out scene. They have him like super deep in the water, and then just like a hand comes up and grabs him.
Frodo wasn't getting him at that point, but like he, like a good wave pushed him back up. That's what happened.
Yeah.
We've talked about Isengard a little bit, but I just want to show that like I said, it's like the one thing in this movie that we're cutting to from the main cast's journey, right, is going to that. And I just love that each time you go to it, it's just gotten so much more savage. Like at first it's like, okay, bring down those trees, and that's a very intense scene, obviously knowing what's going to happen in Two Towers. But then when it's just like, man, they have just burrowed like massive mines in here, and just they've built so much in a matter of, I guess, a couple weeks, maybe a month at this point. But it's very impressive how much they've done, and it's so terrifying the way the music comes in. It always starts, of course, with like some zoomed out shot, and it like comes in, you get some more details and stuff. But there's that one, I think it's the shot when those bat things are going through like the Isengard mine, and you're just getting to see more of it up close. And I've always loved that. It's just so terrifying, and excited to see more of that in Two Towers, of course. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just say those birthing scenes are so disgusting.
Yeah,
and it's like there's like that layer of skin, and like the Uruk-hai's face is up there, and you're just hearing like the weirdest yells of like just like it sounds like things are giving birth, and you're like, this is fucking gross, Saruman. What's going on? Like it's just like they're covered in mud and blood and stuff like that. But that stuff, the visuals of them like popping out, really, really cool stuff. And the Uruk-hai look great. They all look intimidating, like great makeup, like they won Oscars for that all the time, but just still like they just look so good. And they come to a point where we fought orcs for a while. We got rid of the ring wraiths, and it's like, okay, now here's a new threat, and it's like here's these Uruk-hai. It's like fuck, like something else, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna comment on, is just like how amazing their look is. And I think, you know, he may not be a very dynamic character, but Lurtz as like the
Love
leader
him.
of the Uruk-hai, I think is a fantastic villain. There he is. Look at that.
Fuck, Jesus Christ.
Fucking
those
Jack
legs.
too. Oh my god,
Oh,
like his
yeah.
legs
He
in that
found the
fight scene with
halfling.
Aragorn.
Oh yeah, when he's no wonder why when Aragorn stabs him, it does nothing. He's like, bro, this is nothing. Like
tree trunk legs, and
Yeah.
I remember even as a kid just
He's
being like,
he's part Ent.
yeah, exactly.
That's an
He's been
extended scene
he's
too.
found the Entwives.
Because he pulls that dagger and he licks it, right? And then throws
that's
it back.
so
no, that's not
unnecessary.
extended. I don't think.
That wasn't in the theatrical version. That I
I think
saw.
it is. I think it is.
I didn't write it down, so
Yeah.
we know that I'm the.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
'Cause I just
no,
remember as a kid, like this guy consuming his own blood, and being like, "Fuck!" Like this guy,
Yeah,
like,
it's
don't want to
pretty-
mess with him. And luckily, Aragorn got that headshot because he made a mistake. Even that moment when he gets stabbed, and he just takes the sword and pulls him in closer by 7 more. It's like,
He's
holy,
a freak, man. He is a
Yeah.
that is an intimidation factor
yeah!
right there.
I want him in
Someone does that.
multiverse. Fuck, that's his finishing move.
I mean, I think he's, you know, like no villains get killed in this movie. Of obviously a bunch of random orcs and stuff, and I guess you could say the Balrog does maybe, but not even. I don't know. That's kind of a weird one. But
Not
I
in this
think Lurtz
movie.
is set up as like a great. He's only, you know, it's like Boromir has his whole journey in one of these 3 movies, and I like Lurtz as kind of this villain for just this one sequence of it. I think he's very effective, and I got to say, I've always loved the design of their swords, where it's just like a straight rectangle and then like a little notch at the top. I don't know, just design-wise, very cool. So, and I mean, you obviously get the scene when they're building them too, which is great, and they're just building piles of helmets and throwing them
Oh,
around,
yeah.
which is fun. But yeah, I just love the design of the orcs and the Uruk-hai in particular, the way they put the paint on them, all this stuff. They do a great job of making the different like factions of orcs and goblins and all these things feel unique and different, and you like know immediately like, where they come from, which clan they're from, I guess you could say.
Well, if there's a whip, there's a will, right?
There's a whip, there's a way.
I actually had like Lurtz's like bow, as it was like a Nerf bow thing, like back in the day. It was
Nice.
so
Oh,
sick
wow, that's
with like the
awesome.
axe. Oh yeah, I'll try and find it actually, but it was very very cool.
Shooting your sister. You be Boromir
Oh,
again,
yeah.
I'm
please.
picturing it's like Halloween, one of your
Again.
friends dresses up as Boromir, and then you show up, and you're like, I'm ready to take
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
guy down.
just like
But, like,
face paint and everything. Yeah.
Even that bow, like the sound editing they give that, they make that bow feel like it's a fucking weapon of mass destruction.
200-pound
It's a
drawstring.
missile,
Yeah.
just like just that reel back and the way those arrows fly with such like velocity, and it's so good. And he's just sniping poor Boromir from different angles and everything. And great boss battle in the Two Towers game, lots of fun. I'll shout that out. But yeah, no, that arrow is just again that's pure sound design on that thing, which is just makes it a rocket.
And oh my, like the arrows. It's like it's like that thick. Like it's huge.
Oh yeah,
It's not a regular arrow. Like it.
Aragorn tries to pull it out. Boromir's like, just leave it, man.
It's a
not-
spear. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a lost cause. You're not pulling 4 spears out of me, and I'm walking out of here back to Gondor. Oh,
I quickly cross-referenced and I found a few clips where he's not actually like licking the dagger. So I swear, like I found some where he is, but I found other scenes where he's just like pulls it out and he just throws it. So
the lick
I'm
I could
curious.
believe you because that maybe could have pushed him over a far rating. But yeah, I'll do some digging on some googling and whatnot. But
as for like the arrow spears thing, I mean, you guys are right. Like just standing like right in front of Boromir, and all you can do is look, and this dude's like 2 feet away, and this spear is like right there. Like fuck, that's just
that would have been a
that's
bad
brutal
way to go.
Yeah,
He
very
should have brought
bad.
that shield though. You know, Boromir has this big fucking ass shield. Didn't use it when no most needed. You know, so it's downfall.
That other scene where Lurtz threw that fucking shield too. That just always
Around
gets
his
me.
neck.
Aragorn
I don't know
very
how
lucky.
how is that practical effects? How do you record something like that? Like
Probably in
Yeah, I
reverse?
think I
And
think
just
in
rip it out of the tree like a
no,
rope.
I think that scene is in the special features. That shield is just not a metal shield; it's a plastic shield, and they just like have it timed so it can fit in the slot perfectly around that tree. Like it's not.
It's actually a
metal.
wax figure of Viggo Mortensen as well.
Yeah, so watch the
And
special.
Lyrics.
Do you get the special features on your 3-film collection, Taylor? Have you ever watched them? If you should watch
There's
them.
definitely
some good shit.
no special
No.
features. In
Borrow the
this.
disc for me one day. It's good shit. It's like 10 hours of your life, but it's worth it, man. It's
Oh, yeah.
I got
in-depth
10
Good
hours
information.
to spare.
It's in-depth stuff, you know. There's
Check
this
this
great
out.
scene of Peter Jackson. Like I know I'm talking about Return of the King, but it's the last scene he filmed with Elijah Wood, and he just keeps asking for him to go again and again and again because he didn't. He had the shot like the first 3 scenes or takes, but he just kept doing it because he didn't want the production to end. So he's just like, okay, one more time,
Sad.
and they're there for like 45 minutes just doing the scene over and over because it's just the scene of him saying like, I think it's done now, and he closes the book. But yeah, you can just see the passion driven from those special features. It's just, fuck, man. Watch them. People, if you haven't watched them, they're worth it.
Talking about passion. This was me with my
That's
my
it?
Uruk
Oh,
I
castle.
had it too. Dude, I had that too.
Oh yeah. It
Spiked
was magical. I think like the bows or
Yeah, my
sorry,
ears
the
are ringing.
strings like fell off, but it was still cool.
Authentic Urukai 33-inch longbow.
Oh, yeah.
33 inches.
I was packing my 33 inches back then.
Yeah.
Is that an image of you too, Kirklin?
It is. Look at the belt too. He's just like so like
You can
ready to
go
kick
back,
ass.
bring the image
Oh,
up
yeah.
again. Look at Frodo and he's like,
He's
Oh, yeah.
scraping up there.
Look at
He's
that
having
bow.
He's
Boromir
like that is the
PTSD.
enemy. Yeah.
Dude, I totally remember playing with that. That's just
Oh,
a
yeah.
total memory unlock.
This
Totally.
green background though that you had there with Frodo staring, that was on the box of all like the action figures toys for the Fellowship.
Oh yeah.
This
Oh,
exact
100%. The map.
image.
The map
Yes.
of Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
You gotta have those maps.
Great times. Great times.
I'll keep quick firing some stuff here.
Keep doing it.
We haven't talked about the Watchtower scene. Of course, I think it has a different name, but that's what I just call it. Where well, I guess we talked about the part where they're putting out the fire because Frodo's mad at them for doing that. But just the section after that where Aragorn is like fighting off all of the Nazgul by himself, like just such a badass. I mean, that's when you I think really realize how OP he is because he hasn't really done much to this point other than like having a sound mind and being smart. But at that point, you see like the fact that he just fucks them all up. He just like launches that torch at one of them. Like it is just amazing stuff.
Headshot.
Love
Yeah,
that.
no,
Love
it's
that. I just love the
fantastic.
set piece of that. Like one when you see it from the ground when they're still like making their way to it, and he's like, "We're gonna rest here for the night." Then you actually go up there, and it's very cool as well. So that place has
Yeah.
always stood out to me. Very very cool set piece.
The track to like Weathertop, like that's the title of the track
Weathertop,
that goes with it. Oh, it is. It's bone chilling. Like I was just listening to the soundtrack this morning, just getting ready in the right headspace, and yeah, like I just picture that scene so perfect. Like the Hobbits just like in the center, you have your fucking
Yes.
toothpicks in comparison to like what's coming at you, and then just the first Nazgul just like comes up and just like the shadow, and you're so fucked. You're so fucked. Like if Strider doesn't get there, like, and like another
Mary
maybe
had it.
plot hole thing. Why would the Nazgul not just stab like the other hobbits? You know, like they know what their target is. They don't need to just grab them, throw them to the
Fresh
side.
food
They're
for the
just-
horses.
There you go. Yeah, I never really thought of it until this
I guess
movie,
they, I
where
guess
it's
they
just like
don't care about them. Like they don't see
Yeah,
them as
that's fair.
threats. So it's like they're here for one sole
predator
purpose.
rules. They're
I mean,
not
I
good
think that
enough
is like to their
bait.
downfalls. They get so hyper focused on this one task.
Oh, yeah.
that they kind of just. I mean, I guess that almost goes to Jessica's point. Like, why didn't that guy use his horse to jump onto the ferry? Because it's like they are so set on just doing this thing that they kind of don't really have the awareness of what's around them at times. Just seeking out this one goal only.
I love when Frodo puts the ring on at that point and he sees them like they're ghostly
Oh,
figure,
I love it.
statuesque
Yeah.
versions of what they used to be. But they're not, they don't even look like men anymore. They're just like, they look like people from Beetlejuice. Like they're just, their features are like elongated, and it's just, and I love when he stabs them. Yeah, that's some good stuff there. And I remember that image is back in the day when you used to get those magazines at the movie theaters. We used to still get them not a couple of years ago, but I remember that it was the Hobbits with the Nazgul surround them, and that was a photo, and it was like coming this date, and I was like, holy shit. And at that point, it's like, look at these ring wraiths, because that was another thing as a kid that sold me, like, I gotta see this movie, like, what are these ring wraiths? And really, they're not in the movie that much, but as a kid, it's like, this looks cool. And yeah, that was all, that was on that coming soon preview. Great set piece.
Yeah. I'm going to just zoom back to the Shire because there's a couple other things I wanted to shout out here that we didn't mention. But Yeah, for me, like I just love that cart ride with Frodo and Gandalf. One, you get so much like bonding moment of them, or at least you as a viewer are getting caught up on where they are as friends, that they know each other well and all this stuff. But there is so many iconic lines in that moment, from like, a wizard is never late. You've officially been labeled the disturber of the peace. Of course, that's what my name was in reference to. And, you know, all right, then keep your secrets. Like, there's so many iconic lines just from that scene alone. And yeah, I just love the cinematography of that. Obviously, they went to great lengths to make Hobbiton a real place, and you can still visit it to this very day as it's like a tourist attraction. I'm sure it'd be crazy with people everywhere. But, you know, like, it pays dividends because they get to have all these crazy shots and like a ton of different scenes in different locations, and you actually feel like they're moving around this place. It's not just like this one hill that they're shooting from every different angle or something like that. And it's not just a green screen. Like, the fact that it's so authentic goes so far the way. So definitely wanted to shout that out. And then a couple other just random little things. I really like the scene when Gandalf's like prepping Frodo when he's getting them all packed up, and like, you know, they're just getting ready for the trip, telling him what to do. And then, you know, Samwise is there too. I love the sound effect when he like thuds Samwise through the window with his staff. It's just like this bonk, like it's like this big noise. So yeah, I think those are all the Shire notes I wanted
I was
to
dropping
mention.
no E's, sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
God,
what are you
Samwise.
eavesdropping? I was dropping no eaves. Yeah, I
Don't
just
turn me
on
into
that
anything
note too.
unnatural.
With Gandalf, I love like all the moments when he's just like, he like snaps and he's just like that angry old man. Like, he does it a lot with Pippin, you fool of a toque. But like, just anytime that he's just like annoyed, I love. Also, just like Ian
old
McKellen, like
man
just
Gandalf,
delivering
for
those
sure.
lines. Yeah, he's just like so annoyed. It's just like he's got so many things on his mind that it's just like, I don't have time for this
Yeah.
right now. Like he's just so frustrated. I love all those moments with Gandalf.
But just even little stuff like Dumb at the Shire when he's on that ride with Frodo and the kids want the fireworks and he pretends like he's not going to give them to him. He doesn't. He just says such a laughter. Like, you know, same as a kid, like I was always like, yeah, Gandalf the White, but Gandalf the Grey is so much better. I know he's there as the White. He's there for mission, but Gandalf Grey, he gets like those little personality moments and things. And even when he's just fucking dancing a jig like at Bilbo's party, like he's dancing with, so yeah, he's going hard on that floor. And I love it and everything. Like, I love when Merry and Pippin are up to no good and Gandalf has like a whole bunch of fireworks and he's like, like he's just like laughing to himself that he's gonna blow up these fireworks. So lots of good stuff there at Gandalf in the Shire.
The last thing I wanted to shout out here was something that's been brought up a couple times, but it's just the music and how important it is for these movies. Obviously, it does so much, and just the different themes of like the Shire theme and the way that that's kind of set up as it's like this warm, comforting sort of song. And when there's just songs that when it reprises it in just a little way, sometimes it'll be for like 5 seconds or something, but just this little moment and it like instantly just makes you feel like settled. You're feeling good. So I think that just goes to show how powerful the score is. The Fellowship theme, I love that as well whenever that's used. And then obviously Isengard, like that just makes that place fucking terrifying because of how crazy that music is, how intense it is. And yeah, I just wanted to like share a very quick story, which is that when I went on my trip to Nepal and I was doing the trek with me and my good friend Cody, who's also a massive Lord of the Rings fan, and we were on the last couple of days of our trek, and he had like his Bluetooth speaker in his backpack, and it was like it was the last couple of days. We're near like this pass that's like the peak that you're going through to get to the other side. And it's like at this point we're like super exhausted. We've been on this trek for like over 10 days at this point. And it's like snowing. We're getting higher to the point where we're like about to be walking through the snow, and the snow's coming down. And we're just blasting the Lord of the Rings soundtrack through this speaker.
Nice.
And it's like, it's obviously very nerdy, but this is like the coolest moment, like one of the coolest moments of my life, I feel like, is just trekking through these Himalayan mountains as the snow is pouring through. And we're like the only ones there, and we're just like on this lone journey with our huge backpacks on. Just such a amazing experience. And then also, funnily enough, like 2 people passed us, and they're like, "Yo, you guys listen to the Lord of the Rings music?" They're like, "That's awesome." And then we saw them in the next town. We ended up doing the rest of the trip with them because they were just really cool dudes who I think were drawn to us because we were kind of these silly dudes listening to Lord of the Rings music on this track.
That's awesome.
But yeah, the music is so powerful that you're as you were saying, Kirkland. When I just put it on, even if I'm not watching the movie, it just transports me to this other place.
Oh,
It's the same thing like the Elder Scrolls music, this music, like it does. It just puts me in a different place. It makes me feel like immediately immersed, and it's so fantastic. So I'm sure we'll shout out a lot of more music stuff in Two Towers and Return of the King. But I wanted to at least share that story because it's a fantastic soundtrack. Howard
That's
Shore,
awesome.
godlike.
And hopefully in the show too, because remember he's doing the show as well. So
Yeah.
hopefully we get some of that. But
Mhm.
yeah, no, the Shire theme I hear every second day of my life because that is Gwen's "Go to Sleep" song. It's the Gandalf
Oh.
song in her house. They still think Lord of the Rings is just called Gandalf. We're just trying to
Oh,
explain
that's
them.
cute.
But if any, I always shout this out. But if anyone wants it, it's called Ambient Worlds. It's a guy. He has like Lord of the Rings is his biggest stuff because of like Dylan. The reason he listed like these music. I think the music just brings you back to places, moments in the movie, also when you saw it. But he does stuff like the Shire one has like the themes of it. You got bugs, you got movement going on, you got Gandalf singing in the background. He does this with a bunch of those in Star Wars. So Ambient Worlds definitely check that out because I fall asleep to a lot of that
Good
stuff.
stuff.
Of just you get to hear, just like he recently just did an Arwen and Arwen and Aragorn one. He did one, I think it was like of Mordor, and I was like, I don't know if I could fall asleep to that one, but that's for somebody, I guess.
Wake up.
Yeah.
I'm feeling very
The
hateful
meta-
today. I should put
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
on.
Go loaf. Let's go.
Rohan took your lawns. Yeah.
There's something in my little notebook there.
What do I think I just got just like really quick things to back to sound design. I love there's two things I really love is when they do a Huckleberry Fairy and they jump off and they look back and you hear like this screeching. It sounds like it's a wolf, but you don't exactly know if it's like the Nazgul or wolf. It's just like a cool cutaway. But one thing I really love is when Isildur cuts Sauron's hand and it falls next to his face. The finger, like that sizzle you hear when he picks it up, and it's like it sounds like, I know people sound stupid, like, oh well, they've just got it. Yeah, but some movies just don't do that. They got a generic sound. It sounds exactly like when you're at a campfire and you got like just that perfect log just like sizzling the right way, and just when he like moves it, it goes with it. So some great sound design there. My favorite in film history is when Gandalf turns around in Bilbo's hut and he gets hit in the head, and Ian's just like, oh yeah. I always anticipate that moment so much. I don't know why. It's just cathartic. And of course the line that I never try to say because I'd always screw it up, but the I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and like less than half of you as well as half of you deserve. I one day
I
hope
still
in my
don't
life
know what he's talking about. Properly.
there's a Reddit
There
page
is
that
a
breaks it all
YouTube.
down.
Yeah, there. Well, I was gonna say there's a YouTube video. Go shouts out to Nerd of the Rings. He's absolutely fantastic, and
go.
he like broke down that specific like word for word because he says that in the book too. Like Tolkien
And
just
the animated
confused
one,
everyone. Yeah.
See, I don't think it's
confused
confusing
everything by
line.
that.
I think I get it.
What do
It's
you
just
mean?
like, well, because I think he's
Is he
just
dissing
saying
people or is he not?
he's doing
dissing
both. No.
He's doing.
No, because I
See?
think he.
Oh, it's so easy to understand.
No, I don't think. No, it's not. I mean, like, I think he's half the line is him saying that there's some people here he wishes he knew more, and there's some people here that he wish he knew less. That's the way I've always taken it. So that's never confusing. I just wish at one point in my life I have the wherewithal to pull it off. Like I can finally pull off like too much butter scraped over a little bread and stuff like that. And I sometimes still screw it up, but like that line, Bill has some good one-liners.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I feel like in the animated movie when we talked about that is seen as a very funny thing. Everyone laughs. They're like, oh, what a
Yeah.
great joke. But then in this, everyone's like, what? Fuck you, man. Like, so
Yeah.
it's interesting, even just like, the filmmaker adaptations of like, is this supposed to be funny or is this supposed to be just a straight diss? That's a bit confusing in the way it's worded.
And this, you guys might have something to add on because we haven't really touched upon it. I like everything they did with the changes as far as adding Arwen to the book. We kind of already talked about this with Lord of the Rings, the animated one, because also that was Legolas. But I think it's more vital the story here. Plus, if you take out her saving Frodo meeting with Aragorn, like she would just be that scene in this one, very minute. So I think it adds a lot, and I think they got good chemistry for the amount they're in there. I think Liv Tyler, the same way, like she's not the world's greatest actress, but she brings something to Arwen that I think she stands out, and I love their dynamic, and I really like even as a kid, I like their romantic scenes of the score and the music, and they have that great set piece, and they're standing by the water, and everything's glistening and shining, and she's handing off this thing, and it's just like nice romance, and again, it softens Aragorn because at this point he's just been the Strider badass who's killing Nazgul, and he knows how to get medicine and stuff. So Arwen, even though the whole trilogy in a minor role, really well here. And like I said, I like the changes, and I love the kind of chase with the Nazgul is great. That score going, just like I always remember that tree cutting her, and then the water. Like it's just such a good set piece. And she sees one, and then like another pops up, and another, and another, and it's just like again, you feel like, man, how's she gonna get out of this? At that point as a kid, I didn't know she could summon, horse water, but at the time, like, what's gonna happen here? And Frodo's not looking good. He's just wheezing and stuff. So Arwen, I like her
pussing out the eyes.
Yeah.
Just gross things.
And I like the whole segment she's in for the action and the romantic stuff as well.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that. I love the usage of it. It's funny because she's replacing like one of my favorite elves in all of Tolkien lore, Glorfindel, who is easily one of the most badass characters ever introduced. He volunteered to go with the Fellowship, and then Elrond's like, no, you can't go because you're too powerful and you're gonna draw too much attention. Like he's such a badass, and it makes so much sense in the book on why he would rescue them, because he does not fear the Nazgul. He can literally just fuck them up. Like they stand no chance to him. But for the movie to introduce Glorfindel and just have him like appear in Fellowship and never brought up again in any other movies, that would make no fucking sense. And then in this, replacing him with Arwen, you allow that moment to like just push along this romance story between her and Aragorn. And it's so fantastic. It's so like it's just such a fantastic decision from Peter Jackson's side to make that moment, because like it wouldn't make sense. Although when she first arrives and she just has this like light about her, that's not canon. Come on, she's never been to Valinor. She doesn't have the light of Valinor. But whatever.
I take it the same way. Like I can't remember which way you're talking about when you said it, you could see it almost from Frodo's point of view. That's almost the way I took it too. It's just he's seeing an elf and the beauty of it, and even Sam, he's like, "That's an elf." Like I think it's like in their mind, she's like an angel because they've never seen this before. So that's how I take it, because she looks like that. Yeah, she looks like that, and then it snaps to like regular when Aragorn's talking to her. So I've always taken it as that's just their perspective of just like when they're in the presence of an elf. Oh my god, like and
oh my god.
I'll tell myself that going forward, because that'll help. But no, she's fantastic, and I like, even as a kid, I remember just really liking those two like love story, because like it's not really simple. Like it's not like, oh yeah, just come back and we'll be together. Like while the movies are going on, there's this indecisiveness of like, is she actually going to choose to just become immortal and like just not go with her family? Like that's a big decision, right? And like there's a lot of weight on that when in Two Towers, like Elrond kind of confronts her about that when he's packing up and ready to get the fuck out of there, basically. Pardon me. But yeah, no, like all that stuff is so good, and yeah, just Liv Tyler as Arwen, fantastic. Let's see quickly some other notes. Just when Frodo looks in Galadriel's like mirror, I love afterwards when like the mirror's just like smoking, because he just like saw like the eye of Sauron, and just like the flames like went through the water to the point that like water is smoking. Like it's such an intense scene, and then just like the after effect, like I believe that it's smoking, like it's big, and then I know what it is you saw, like, oh, just such a great line. Yeah, shout out 10 a.m. October 24th. That's the great line, time drops that he mentions. And also, like, just reiterating everything regarding Boromir, just like slowly believing in like.
Let's do
like
an
Aragorn.
hour on Boromir. Let's go. Let's do it now.
And yeah, we're starting right now. Like just everything about him, like just slowly believing that in like Aragorn, and it's vice versa, because Aragorn like believing in what like the Gondor side is, and like how there is good in men. And yeah, I can't get enough about Boromir. Like I just thinking about it right now, it's tugging at the heartstrings. It's so fantastic. But just like when he's about to die just a miserable soul. Like, no, it's all gonna end. Like, Gondor's gonna burn. It's all gonna have it. Like, he's just like freaking out. And then he's like, don't worry. Like, I'll save like our people. And he says like our people. Like, it's just such a big moment. Grabs his sword, dies like a really just honorable death. Like, literally died in battle. Like, can't get much more honorable than that. And just like a proud son of Gondor. Like, oh man, take it away, someone. I'm just gonna start bawling over here. It's so good.
Right.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Is that
I
the
used
end of
all
your
my
notes,
notes
Kirklin?
up. I'm out.
Yeah, no, just I mean, we've already like costume designs, fantastic, looks so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just production alone. Like, that's why if people
Yeah.
think we don't talk about enough, just everything production-wise from a film, like, it's top notch. Like, it doesn't get better than this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Taylor, you got any notes?
I mean, you guys have pretty much polished off everything that I was thinking. I mean, just the soundtrack, and it's funny because you guys mentioned like these significant moments with certain tracks from what Howard Shore's done, and for me, like when I'm at work, I'm the only one at the print shop, and so I have access to the studio speakers, and it's usually the Shire or the like the ambient tunes for like Rohan. Just it's so nice.
You need to just play
blast
or
that.
think when you're just ready to get shit done. Just
Start printing!
customer like comes in.
We have a deadline!
Yeah.
Fuck those trees.
The
Taylor
roots
is
grow
Saruman.
deep. Yeah.
Industry, yeah, like
We need the trees for our work, sir.
Oh fuck! Well, I love. I really like the Shire track mostly because it's just it has the nice little melody in there, and then it kind of blends in. Like you would know this, Charles, because I think we listened to the same one, but it blends in with like Gandalf just like humming his little tune. And I just
There's
love that.
two of them he did. The new
On and on, dun,
down from the door where it began so long ago.
He knows it.
Oh yeah, I fucking know it. I had to look it up because at some parts he mumbles. And like, I don't think Ian McKellen knew what the fuck he was talking about at this point. He's like,
Well, there's
like,
two, right? Because it's Gandalf initially, and then Bilbo says it like at the end, like when
Yeah.
he's leaving. So I think at the end of the song, it comes in again as Bilbo's. version.
Bilbo didn't make it into the ambience version.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
The only other thing too, and I guess this is a track from like Turn of the King, but I'll just shout it out now. When me and Madison usually go on road trips, it is always like our staple. When we're going on long drives and we hit the mountains, we always put the track Lighting the Beacons on, and it's just it never disappoints. It delivers
Nice.
every time. It's a tradition.
Howard Shore, man.
Howard
Slaps.
Shore.
Yeah.
He's
Doesn't get enough
Brings the heat.
appreciation, you know, like other than just Lord of the Rings. He's got a good career ahead of him. No, I mean behind him too. but ahead of him.
Career out of him.
All
I mean,
around
Rings of
his
Power.
career.
Rings of Power. Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, Rings of Power. You know, he's gonna create some more bangers. Again, though, he's gonna have to be unique. He's not gonna be able to use any of those tunes and stuff, or they'll get sued up the ass. So,
So weird.
Yes.
On his own
Yeah.
music too, but rates.
but he made it for a different company, right? So that's
Yeah.
where it's like. But Taylor, is that your end of your notes there?
I think that is pretty much all I got.
Jessica, anything to shout out?
I mean, chance I missed some of it between having to do acts and zoning out, but want to shout out the like when they're going across the river and Frodo's like dying, and there's a 90s kind of fadey flash scene between that and when he wakes up in the Elven city, and it's just so bad.
Oh man.
You
I
like
know
that?
what you're talking about. No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
though.
not great. Yeah.
You get Elrond, Handan, Ikanastan. Exploding
I
head.
am.
I'm Elrond.
And also the scene where the chick with bad boss energy, whatever her name is, when she like goes all electrified.
Oh, Lady Galadriel.
Prime 90s animation, and it was just so bad. Also, just love that moment.
2001, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, right.
Start of millennia.
Did I miss you explaining why we didn't use the birds, the eagles?
No, we didn't really talk about that. Basically, they would have just got absolutely fucked up by like fell beasts and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a plan of like secrecy as well. So if like they just had the
Beasts
ring,
are the dragons. You remember the dragons?
yeah. Oh yeah,
Jessica, from the
sorry.
other ones?
Yeah, the dragons, the Nazgul fly out. But like, yeah, like the air isn't as safe as one might think. And like if they just gunned it towards like Mount Doom, the eye would have just been staring right at it, and then all of Mordor's forces would have just like absolutely fucked
Look
it
at
up.
these
So.
fucking idiots.
Yeah, goat loafs on like just fell beast ready to
Goat
slap some headlocks. Some,
Goldloaf gonna huck one of the eagles straight there.
He's like, throw me.
yeah.
Throws himself somehow.
Yeah, just can detach his arm.
Okay. And then another question: why is it rings? Why in this world of like fighting? Why is it not like shoulder pieces or
Shoulder.
you know,
The shoulder pieces doesn't sound as
No,
good.
I don't think
No.
so.
like
Why
a
you're in the shoulder piece?
bracelet? Like something more useful than a ring. I just don't understand.
How is
How
a bracelet more useful than a ring?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
that's
some
I didn't mean
reaching
I didn't
right
mean a
there.
bracelet, but like a
A bracer.
Boromir's
Bracer.
bracer, the one Aragorn stole.
Yeah.
I'll tell
There's
you though,
another ring.
if Frodo punches you in the head and there are the rings on there, that's gonna sting. That's gonna hurt.
is it
Get
or
some
will
dirt
it
in your eye.
will it just go through me because he's not
Well,
actually
maybe not if
in
Frodo,
reality?
but if fucking Harry Goldleaf does, like he will be.
Yeah. I feel like there's always just such a fascination with like jewelry and like the early age stuff. So it probably just it's pretty close to that. So
Just
rings of
looked
power.
cool. Sauron's
And-
like, fuck yeah, look at this.
I guess it's like a ring is something you would
Look at
always
that,
be
I like that.
wearing, right? Because if he gives like some fucking pauldron armor to like
like
one
a
of these
giant
dudes, they're not gonna be
clock,
wearing
Waka
that a lot,
Flocka
and they're not gonna
Flame
get
style.
corrupted as quickly as if you just put a ring on, you just wear the ring all the time, right?
So they were created specifically for corruption.
Not the One Ring. The One Ring to rule them all.
Yeah, well, the one
and
ring
in
was
darkness bind
to.
them.
Well, one ring was created to control all that wore the ring.
The what? Sorry.
So the one ring was created to rule all the other rings that he created.
He didn't create all the rings. That's a big statement right there. So like the Elvish rings, those are made by like
Old claim,
Celebrimbor.
Jessica. Are you dying on
and then
that hill?
and then Sauron was just like, holy shit, this guy's pretty badass with ring making. Let's learn how he's doing this. And then he just became fascinated with it. And yeah, he's a bad guy. Did bad guy things with it.
What episode do
Did
I need
bad
to
guy
go listen to?
Gave bad guy dick.
Want some bad guy
What,
dick?
what retro do I need to go listen to find out the understanding of the history of who made the rings and why?
It's called
Well,
Lord of the Rings, the Rings of
yeah,
Power.
September 3rd,
Yeah.
Rings of Power, new show
Come
coming
to
out.
Amazon.
No, you won't get
Streaming
those
services
answers
near
there.
you.
I don't think. Not exactly.
Did you guys discuss this in one of the retros? Like
No, I
why
just-
it was rings
Not really.
and
It's like
who-
Cimmerillion things. That's before
It's
even
not really in
where
the.
I'm at.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
Just
take
got-
it as it's just an item.
For the thing with rings, I think you could defer to 12 Days of Christmas song where they gift rings, golden rings. And I think that's
This is what they're
clear.
talking
Nine
about.
for the men, doomed to
Yeah.
die.
That
It's all in
song
the
is-
song. It's all in the
That song
song.
is everyone knows Sauron was singing that song when he made the rings.
I just mean even not necessarily.
Man, he's happy for he's about
to the elves.
to.
I just even mean specifically the fact that he chose rings aside. I don't necessarily understand the whole lore behind.
Well, I just
Would you
think
be
it's
more
just,
satisfied if it was a shoulder piece? I don't know. Like would that
I think
make
no,
it
that's
better
not.
for you?
No, okay, just
They're
take that
easy
away.
to put
Just
on.
take the fact
They're
that it's
easy-
no,
They're-
no.
they're
Just take
easy
the
to
rings
put
away.
on.
I don't care about the fact that it's a ring anymore. I'm just wondering, like, why was whatever it was, like, why did they create 3 for elves and why did they create 9 for man? And what is the original point of the rings in general?
Make you
Power.
more powerful.
Yeah.
The
So-
rings, like Kirklin talked about, he did tell you this earlier, where he gave them to the 9 men to corrupt them because men were weak. So he's like, oh, have these rings. They corrupt them. The elves just made their own rings and they can
Yeah.
possess different powers. So it's just like a power buff, you know?
And so it's
They're
just wizards made them magical, and that's why they give people more power, basically.
Yeah,
think-
like it's like definitely like the Elvish rings. Like they're, I think even I'm out of my wheelhouse here, but I think even in the Hobbit, like doesn't Galadriel just like take down like Barad-dûr like with her ring? Like doesn't that just happen? Like she just dismantles
I think she
the
did
necromancer's
something.
tower.
Yeah, it was something like that. I tried
And
to
that
blow
would have
those
been
out
with
my
the power
mind,
of the
but-
ring. Like she wouldn't have been able to do that without the ring. And like Gandalf's ring, he is a ring of power. He has the flame of Anor, I think it is. So it allows him to like channel fire, so he can do like fire spells and stuff.
Fuck yeah. Plus 10
Yeah.
fire damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's a magic item.
I'll get some more specific ring related questions so I understand the lore of it and bring it to the next
Yeah.
one, because that to me, just the whole I guess, starting point of this whole thing is kind of weird to me. Just making rings for power that they need wizards to make better. I don't know. Just
You're out at the prologue.
yeah, 100%. I was.
rings?
30
Yeah.
seconds in, you're like,
Yeah.
not for me.
Yeah, whatever.
But
The
it's
rings part. I
weren't
was
you
just a
talking about
question.
your Wi-Fi before this, and you talk about you bought an extender, right? Which apparently is not working. But that's like what it is. Like your router has Wi-Fi, but the extender would make it stronger.
You got
That's
the
what ring
Sauron
does.
extender.
Into the
Yeah,
man.
you got the
with
Sauron
Wi-Fi
extender.
extenders.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So-
It's extending power, creating new power, hotspots.
And then the elves made their own, and then Sauron
Mm-hmm.
made every other one.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, these other people are making rings. I should have my own fucking ring that's more powerful than everybody's. Or I
Yeah.
should have rings that like mess with people and stuff like that. So
It's weird though, because like there's certain rings that have effects, but they're not technically rings of power. Like Aragorn has a ring. I forget the name of it, but like it was passed down from like one of the earliest humans, and it's just so it's got a cool lineage there. But like I don't think it.
that's just for honor. That's like a
Yeah,
family like
exactly.
crescent or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then like the rings of power, like Elrond has one. He can actually like do magic things with it. I think that's actually how he heals like so well is with the power of the ring.
There you go.
Okay, interesting.
I'll do some research. I'm not there yet. That's like early Silmarillion stuff, which is, if you didn't know, that's like the Bible of Tolkien's lore. He wrote that just to like make sense of the world around Lord of the Rings. So fascinating.
You got some time to read that before the next retro.
Yeah, I'm on 2 hours. Are you
You got
kidding
2
me? Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe Taylor said he's got 10 hours, so maybe we'll leave that to Taylor to
Well,
read.
Taylor, you do 2 towers. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, it was
Sign
just
me up.
you. There was
Read
no
the Bible
let's.
in a week.
Oh.
Plural. I guess I can ask Jessica for final thoughts, and then I have a different question. But Jessica, do you have final thoughts on this film?
It definitely makes a lot more sense when I sit and watch it. I do. I don't know that I quite enjoy it as much as you guys do. I find it just. I don't know. Even when you guys are talking about it and you're saying names of places, and even though I just watched the movie, I'm like, I don't know where the fuck this is. What part of the movie was this? I don't remember what place this was. So for me, I think my brain is just not.
It's very wordy. It's a very wordy
Yeah.
movie.
So, talking about characters, and I'm like, I don't remember the names of people. And even as Travis alluded to, the Sauron and Saruman, and they're all the same names. And anyway, it's
You gotta watch the animated
Fun.
one. They changed Saruman's name to Aruman. Mostly.
Yeah.
Not every time. Sometimes, though.
it's slightly better. I do think they're fun movies. It's not a yearly watch for me, but it's a fun one to throw in now and rewatch strictly for this and kind of understand the full concept more so than I did when I was 12. Overall, 5 out of 7.
For the rest of us, I was going to say go around the room. So if there's anything final thoughts you want to add, but I don't think anyone would be. I know Dylan doesn't even rate things, but I don't think anyone's.
I'll give it a
going-
10.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going below a 10 out of 10.
I'll bring
Like,
my rankings back for 3 movies.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything unique there. Anything I've said, I said in the opening. So you guys have
I
anything
hope.
to add?
Did
there?
anyone get the 5 out of 7 reference before we move on?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
I thought I should, but I didn't get it.
I thought I should.
Is it Lord of the Rings related or something else?
No, it's just saw Fight Club. Great movie. It's 5 out of 7.
Oh.
And then guy comments, he's like, 5 out of 7. What a weird scale. Is like, stop bugging me. It's a perfect movie. I'll send the link in
Okay,
Discord.
I'm lost.
Is that
Quality.
in Fight? Is that in Fight Club?
No,
Okay,
I'll send it.
I'm
in.
like,
I'll
I love
send
Fight
it.
Club. I don't
A good
remember
scale would have
that.
been out of
in
9.
the-
I have no
There's, like,
memory of
9
this
members of
place.
the Fellowship.
Yeah, no, 10 out of 10 movie. This is I think this is honestly my favorite Lord of the Rings movie. I always waver,
Oh.
but I
Join my
really think it
side.
is. I think it's so just like a
join me,
perfect,
Gandalf.
complete story. I mean, obviously there's things left open, but like just the emotional beats, they just really, really hit me, and they hit me harder now, even though I've seen the movie so many times. And I think just to have that effect, it just speaks to like how this movie's just like timeless. Like it's what came out 2001. We're in 2022 now. Like it's just insane how like I could still watch this and not be like, ugh, this scene's really bothering me. Like it's all just fantastic. Forgot to even say, Travis, earlier on, you asked me like what my favorite Fellowship, like when I think of Fellowship of the Ring, what my scene is. Honestly, it's probably maybe a cheat answer. It's like the forming of the Fellowship and then the breaking of the Fellowship. So it's just like those really big moments, and obviously all the meat and potatoes in between. It's a fantastic story, but yeah, it's it's fantastic.
What are my closing thoughts? I'm just very curious how, at the end of this we're going to do our rankings. And I've always seen these as like they're all as good as one
movie,
another.
yeah.
But I've always historically said that Two Towers is my favorite if that question is pointed to me. So I'm very curious to see how I feel about that. One, after just doing the retro and like actually watching the animated movies gives me a lot more context for certain things. And watching these extended editions, which is not something I normally do, because I feel like in recent years I actually also have shifted to Fellowship, but I think this will be the test as we go through this, do these retros and get a lot more information out of stuff that I'm maybe not fully understanding. I'm very excited to see where I'm with the ranking at the end of this, but yeah, I will bring my number rating back for this trilogy, and I'll give this a 10 out of 10. Actually, I'll give it a 9 out of 9 because there's 9 Fellowship.
There you go.
So there you go.
And you got 2 copies going too, so you're really gonna be able to know what your favorite movie is by the end of it.
Right, that's actually a good point. Now I can rank it at 20 out of 10 because I watched 2 movies at the same time.
Return of the King is gonna end so much sooner for you than the extended one. It's gonna be funny when you do that together.
Well, I'm like, this is where it gets weird because I'm pausing, right? I'm pausing on the theatrical until the extended catches up with it. So yeah, if it's your first time watching the movie, don't watch it that way because like pacing wise it'd be a mess. But I'm so familiar with them that it's fine to do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tay, you got anything to add? Or are you ready to get some sleep there?
I'm gonna drop, of course, 10 out of 10 on this. Like, it's just such a good film that ages like fine wine as you get older. You can come back to it and you can really respect it the older you get for what it's been delivering and its messaging and just so many different scenes and everything hold up in this present day. It's fantastic. So overall, it's just a great movie. Lots of stuff I really like, and I'm excited to keep progressing forwards with this. I remember actually when I was thinking in retrospect now, one of the first times I saw this movie when I was very little and understanding the concept that they had to get to Mordor and realizing like, man, I feel like we're at the end of the movie though and we didn't even get to Mordor. Like, that's it? I didn't know that there were more books or going to be more movies at the time. So, but I'm happy that we got those books and those movies. So here we are.
Books after the movies. They did the movies and then the books.
Games,
Game of Thrones.
and then movies, then
books. Games, then movies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we crossed the 4-hour mark. Dylan, I know you and Briggs just did a big one, but I think for the GV cast, this might have passed the Endgame one, and I don't predict they're going to slow down because we've got Two Towers next, which I'm sure Helm's Deep has like just an hour and a half by itself, and Return of the King has 16 endings, so we're going to be there for probably 16 hours. But man, yeah, we're just getting started. So I hope you enjoyed this retrospective of Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring Extended Edition. We will be back in a few weeks with the Two Towers, also the Extended Edition, and it will not be boring.
Bye-bye.